Hello there, Internet, and welcome to the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament. I am Mogwai, joined by Impetuous Panda, and we're ready for the top 32 playoffs as the qualified players are going to be going at it. And we got some amazing names today as we're going to kick off this season of Targon. And welcome in, Shurima. How's it going, Panda? You ready?
It's going great. Some great games today, of course. I've been waiting anxiously, for 2 months. Every 2 months, you get to see this finale for the Cosmic Creation season. So very excited to see what the Dex players have brought, the players we're going to see here as well. It is a grueling, of course, qualification process with the 5-0, or in this case, 4-1 for some players to make it here, and then essentially a 5-0 to win it all today. So a 10-round gauntlet against some of the best players in the world going to be very tough, but very exciting to watch as well.
It's a very punishing process. Getting to the 5-0 streak can be easier than done. We've seen some amazing names go down with a 4-1 record for example, the likes of Fresh Lobster. Even though we do have a few examples of players who have managed to qualify thanks to tiebreakers with that record, and everybody else is 5-0 in a Swiss format in a very, very diverse metagame, right? We have many different archetypes, and getting to counter everything is very difficult. So it really does come down to sequencing, mulliganing, and just very, very close matchups. And we've seen, I was following all these players on Twitter that day and seeing how they were going through their matches, and it felt like really intense. And now we actually get to witness it as we're going to see the top 32 go at it. And we're going to, the first match alone is already super exciting, man. We have a lot of old, sort of like veteran players in Runeterra in this top 32 today, and I just can't wait.
I mean, it's hard to call players veteran because Runeterra's only been around the competitive scene for a year, but they are players, of course, that we've seen in community tournaments, in even the EU Masters or the last seasonal, in some cases as well. So they're players that we've seen on the big streams and the big tournaments already, and you have that name kind of registered in your mind. Oh, I know this guy from somewhere. But a lot of the players, because of the format, are going to be newcomers. That being said, I think they're definitely not, players you can just brush off. Everyone that's made it this far has to be a pretty damn good Runeterra player. So excited to see all the matches. But yeah, like you said, the first match, we're not going to spoil it just yet, but it's definitely an exciting one with some big names as well. And I want to talk about the meta a bit as well, because a few weeks ago we got Aphelios, and that, it seems like, it's one champion and a few cards, but it really shook up the meta quite a bit. I expect to see a lot of Aphelios today as well. And it's interesting to see, how it's a big set releasing, and then there's a few more expansions that kind of spice things up alongside balance patch changes. And then this recent, addition of cards with Aphelios. Some champions get added to the game, maybe like Riven, like Victor, might not be, the biggest, spiciest things to add to the meta. But Aphelios is definitely a contender for one of the champions that has shooken up the meta the most in the past month. And it's great to see, it doesn't get stale, I think, with this current process.
All right, let's take a look at the top names that we've been mentioning as we're going to go over some of the players or basically all the players that we're going to see here. But let's mention a few of them. We see right there, Pepsi-Cola, a member of the winning European Masters team in Portugal, a phenomenal player that has just been getting better and better from what I've seen. We have the likes of Ultraman, Trish Fangirl, who has been playing for a long time, Spanish Sharp, Masher from France, who I know from many, many years back, a very strong competitor in card games and strategy games in general. And we have even Sergio Vamos finally qualifying for Spain, also a very strong card game competitor that hasn't seemed to quite make it. He's always missed out by a little bit in these tournaments, and this time around he got that 5-0, and we can finally see if he can make a strong run for the title.
And a player we know from Gwent. He competed and was a coach and did all kinds of stuff in Gwent and Continent as well, and now making it to Runeterra and still performing at a very high level with Team Aretuza. So again, there's a lot of players that we know from different card games and different backgrounds, because of course it's a small world when it comes to card games, and people bounce around to see what's new and what's the best card game out there. And Runeterra seems to be that card game right now. So we see players from all over the place with different backgrounds, all trying to compete for the championship spot here in this tournament. We also see Gamebreaker, big player for Germany in the last EU Masters, and obviously a big name on ladder. Maybe not this season, but actually this season as well, I think, at the beginning. But in past seasons, definitely. Badge Attack as well for Czech Republic, for Czechia, your favorite country, and the team, of course, from the EU Masters. So some big names, some more unknown names, but I have done my research, and I do know, a few tidbits of information from all these players. So as we see them in the tournament, I can, mention a few things that I think you'll find very interesting.
I love like I'm realizing we have quite a few Spaniards today. You know, no bias whatsoever with two Spanish casters, but we have quite a few, man, and it's really exciting to see. Like not only the return of Sergi Tuvamos, but also a player like Painas and Sharp, who I've seen playing in a lot of Spanish-based, community-based tournaments. Right? It's really exciting. There's even some that I honestly don't know much about, like Mord Nonok and Albert, for example. But, you know, we know the names. Let's actually take a look at the pairings and see who will clash off against who in this single elimination tournament. So the matchups here are everything, because the moment you lose, you're out.
As we see, it's a dense bracket, 32 players playing here, single elimination best of 3. So it's like you said, it's a punishing and a grueling journey. You really have to be on top of your game today. There are no, you can't make a mistake and say, okay, I'll go down to the losers bracket and I'll make a run through there. If you lose, you're out, at least for the, the format that we're seeing here today. So it's going to be tough. Right away, we see on the top left corner, waiting for us in, the perfect spot, Pepsi Cola. Like we mentioned, big player in the EU Masters, won the tournament with Portugal, and big player on ladder as well against First Pink Beaver. If you've been playing on the EU Runeterra ladder, the past year, this name is going to ring a bell. I guarantee it, because he's been playing every single season. He's made it to top 1 at some point in the season, and this season right now is maybe his strongest season. So coming into this tournament, he's on top of his game, and he is, I believe, number 1 or number 2 on ladder right now, and he's been there for a while this season. So a very strong matchup to start things off. One of these players is going to be going home after this round.
And Pepsi Cola, man, really burst into the scene and made a name for himself in that European Masters, being one of the pivotal members of that team, I believe, and also continuing to innovate. I believe he's one of the first players that I saw playing with the Twisted Fate Fizz deck, which is a deck that he's very known for, and one that I would not be shocked to see. But no, instead we see, wow, this is something that I was definitely, are these the same? Okay, no, I saw it twice. For 1 second, I was like, both have the exact same lineups. As we can see, this is something that I definitely expected from a lot of players this tournament. 2 Targon decks out of 3. I think this is a pattern that we're going to see quite a lot, especially with the introduction of Aphelios. You have several ways to build with Targon. You can go with Aphelios, or you can go with a Lee Sin variant, for example, and very different decks at the same time, even though they're running the same region. So it's a very nice strategy. As we see, like I mentioned, the Aphelios deck with the Atrocity right there as a finisher. We see the Lee Sin lineup and the Fiora Shen. Always reliable, always competitive, always at the top. Perhaps the most consistent top-tier deck in the game. Don't you think, Panda?
It also helps that it hasn't really, I think it's been good enough to not get hit by any nerfs in the past, 8 months. So it's like riding the wave just a little bit under the really big, outlier decks. And it's made it without a nerf until now. We'll see if that changes. And it's gotten a few additions as well with things like Sharp Sight, a few cards that have made it even better. Not in a huge, very obvious way, but slowly it's gotten better and better, and it's very consistent. And like you said, a lot of the usual suspects, Fiora, Shen, and Lee Sin, definitely expected.
One thing that I want to point out that I was going on earlier, like I believe Pepsi Cola is one of the innovators for this deck that we see on First Pink Beaver's lineup. Actually, the second deck right there, Twisted Fate Fizz. Pepsi Cola was one of the first players, if not the first, to actually play that deck in a tournament. He was one of the reasons why it became so popular, and he did utilize it to qualify for this tournament. But you guys can see, like we can all see that he's changed up his lineup quite a bit, predicting perhaps this matchup and trying to gear up against it, as First Pink Beaver has a much more aggressive lineup going on, even though there is an Aphelios Tahm Kench deck, which is really bizarre, actually. That's super interesting.
It's bizarre, but in the open rounds, it started gaining traction. Some players did bring this deck, and some players did, I'm not sure how they were able to. It wasn't just one player, because I saw several players doing it, so it's been a bit of a movement. It's been growing in the past 2 weeks. It's very recent. Of course, Aphelios TF was the big thing that you would try out as soon as Aphelios came out. Aphelios Lee Sin even. But Aphelios Tahm Kench is kind of the new flavor of the month, or of the week, rather, because it's been quite quick. And it is a pretty strong deck from what I've seen.
Yeah, it basically has the same structure, trying to combine Crescendum with the Boxipus in the deck to summon it and not have it hit itself for 3 damage, and therefore you get a 2-mana 3/4 with Challenger. That's one of the biggest perks of that Targon Bilgewater combination. But in the slot that we see Tahm Kench in, we tend to see Twisted Fate. but it seems like it's sort of like a meta option to be able to deal with opposing mirror matches. Like, because right now this metagame really revolves around two strong engines in Aphelios and Twisted Fate. Those are the top two champions right now. So that's a very, very cheeky sort of tech. And that's what I love about these tournaments and this format, right? It really opens the door for surprises like this. And we're going to see the bans happen very soon. A very aggressive lineup, like we mentioned, from First Pink Beaver with that discard aggro alongside Twisted Fate Fizz, which is at its core an aggressive elusive deck, right? That builds up for a very strong swing in the mid game. While Pepsi Cola has a more of a mid-range sort of lineup. So it's going to be really intriguing to see if Pepsi Cola was anticipating this kind of lineup that's more aggressive, because aggro has been picking up quite a bit in the recent tournaments, right? And I'm really intrigued. I'm not sure like what Pepsi Cola is thinking behind this lineup.
Well, one quick thing to mention as well, the reason that Aphelios doesn't play with TF as well is because you can't repeat the champions. So once you commit to TF Fizz, you have to say, okay, what's the best way to build Aphelios with Bilgewater that isn't TF? And then that's how Tom Kench, he was born out of, you have to adapt the situation. If not, I'm not sure if Tom Kench Aphelios would have been a concept even, but because players have to stick to this format and stick to these rules, of course, they cannot break the rules. They have to change the champion there, and that's why Tom Kench finds a spot in the deck.
But it makes the deck very good in the mirror, though.
Yeah.
Like, it gives the deck something that it lacks, and is the ability to deal with champions effectively, because Aphelios gives you all these Calibrums, but the Targon Bilgewater combination really struggles with removing, especially like really big units, unless you invoke into something that can remove it. It's at the very least a very expensive play, but with Tom Kench on curve, considering how weak Twisted Fate is, and Twisted Fate is a champion that you can guarantee you will see in this tournament, Tom Kench is a very good natural counter, in a way. So I really like this. Whoever came up with it, props to them, because it's a very cheeky strategy that we're gonna see here.
And it's an addition that if you add a new champion or change the deck in a way, you sometimes have to change a few cards to make it make more sense with that champion. But it's already just natural synergies with Temple, with the protection spells you want on Aphelios. So it just works out to keep Tom Kench protected as well. You have Astral Protection already, so there's many cards that already make sense. You don't have to change the deck at all, basically. Aside from maybe having a bit less draw possibly without TF, but
fits right in.
It's kind of, it's a nice concept, and whoever made it up is a smart dude, but it doesn't build itself, but it does make a lot of sense. If you start looking and start exploring options, it's something that you can definitely chance upon.
We're here waiting for the bans. What do you think? What bans do you think we can expect from both players? When it comes to First Pink Beaver, you either assume that your Aphelios deck is getting knocked out and your opponent will try to tackle both the aggressive list. That would make the most sense. But no, we see the TF Fizz ban right there. Double Twisted Fate ban. That is Fiora Shen, sorry. Fiora Shen goes down as well. So First Pink Beaver being like, I'm taking on Targon. I'm going out for Targon.
There's some decks that I think you can have a good matchup against or a bad matchup against, but TF Fizz and Shen Fiora are decks that can really find wins against any deck in the game. Even Anivia became a deck that was kind of made to counter TF Fizz, but it wasn't working out, I think, in tournaments even. It's just a very strong deck that's very explosive in the way it ends the games with Mind Meld, with so many different ways to do it as well. So I'm not surprised to see both of these decks very consistent getting banned out here.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, game one of the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament, and right off the bat, turn one Zoe. That always feels great. Unanswered as well. Oh.
And that's one of the problems sometimes when you play against the meta. You have to have an answer to things like Zoe and TF. Some decks don't have it, and they suffer because of it.
Honestly, really solid looking hand here for Pepsi Cola, setting up that Eye of the Dragon on curve, having Deny and Bastion for some very neat protection should an answer arise for Pepsi Cola for Lee Sin. It's looking like a very nice setup hand for Lee Sin, especially drawing into that Pill Cascade, giving the player more fuel that can also cycle through the deck. And if he also finds the moment to play that Mentor of the Stones, once Pepsi Cola gets those gems flowing, Lee Sin is looking extremely scary here.
And both decks seem to be, developing their game plan. I think none of them can complain. You have Draven turn 3, you have Zoe, you have, Eye of the Dragon, all the usual suspects in the early turns of this matchup of these two decks. Biggest thing to watch out for, of course, is Lee Sin as the win condition. It is already in hand. Sometimes players have a hard time drawing this card. We saw in the EU Masters with France, not finding Lee Sin for so many turns. It is kind of the win condition. Zoe can help, kind of create an alternate win condition with her level up, but Lee Sin is the main guy in this deck for sure.
100%. I really like this opener for Pepsi Cola, though. Not only did he get the turn 1 Zoe, but most importantly in this matchup, he got that Eye of the Dragon on curve. He's going to be able to easily trigger it every turn, and that can represent a 2 health gain every round, and that makes the difference in this matchup. In case anybody new is watching, Draven Jinx is a deck that thrives to win as early as possible without letting the opponent do much at all. So if you're able to halt it so early on like this, you just really nullify most of its power, and it relies on units like, the Joker, according to Draven right there. You need that overwhelm, but Equinox just back-breaking counter here for First Pink Beaver. This first game is looking amazing for Pepsi Cola.
Yeah, Equinox is a very, very strong card. Sometimes overlooked. I think at the beginning when the Invoke package first came out, wasn't really that big of an option. But nowadays, there's so many followers with very, very strong effects, not just champions, and that makes it so strong. We see it here. It looked like an incredibly menacing overwhelm unit that's going to destroy your Nexus. Suddenly a 2-1 without any keywords. Pretty damn pathetic, if you ask me.
Yeah, kind of embarrassing. We see this attack, keeping the spider in the back. Pepsi Cola, First Pink Beaver really debating here whether to go all out or preserve that body that could potentially get buffed later down the line with Vision and even potentially enable another crowd favorite later down the line. Like with this sort of deck, you need to work to keep a relatively sizable board, right? Like you need to select your attack. It's not just attack with everything all the time. Constructing a strong board state is really important, and it's absolutely essential for First Pink Beaver to have any chance whatsoever this game. This Eye of the Dragon is so punishing here. Can even be potentially buffed with Pale Cascade, and there's the second one as well. Down goes Lee Sin with Bastion and Deny Backup as well.
And Lee Sin, a champion that sometimes you don't see played, on turn 5, on turn 6, because it is a bit dangerous to play a win condition and maybe not have enough mana to protect it. But in discard aggro, they kind of play their own game plan. They kind of, they have one objective, which is to go face and go wide, and they don't really care too much about the opponent's strategy, so they don't have many ways to remove something like a Lee Sin. So I think you're safe playing it early, getting it down the board, and making use of its challenger and barrier effect as soon as possible.
Yeah, I really love that setup with the super cool start chart into the Moonlight, getting that Lee Sin to 4 mana so that he could potentially back it up with something like Bastion or Deny. I love that decision. I really like this Pale Cascade as well. Pushing 3 damage, also giving Challenger to Lee Sin, getting rid of that Flame Chomper, which is a big nuisance because those things are very scary. They're very good to set up very nasty attacks, and getting rid of it and not taking any damage back is just a fantastic use of Lee Sin's challenger ability here.
And like you said, it removes kind of that wideness on the board, which you have so many cards that synergize towards that. Some decks that are aggressive in the first few turns, and then they try and finish you off with burn in the later turns, kind of like Pirate Aggro, for example. But this is a deck that sticks to the board and always sticks to the board the entire game through, and it really wants to go wide as much as possible for cards like Vision, cards like just a lot of cards in general.
We see First Pink Beaver really debate here as he needs to try to get as much damage as possible, but I just don't know how likely this is. Like, you have double elusive units right there. You have the Zana, you're going to potentially search for something, but the moment you drop any of these 1-drops, you can't play the Augmented Experimenter. You don't have... You're 1 mana away from being able to utilize Get Excited into Augmented Experimenter. So no matter how you approach this, yeah, you have to use this turn to empty like your low-cost cards, cycle through your deck a little bit, and then drop the Experimenter next turn to level up Jinx. But that's a very delayed level up for Jinx. Unless he goes for the Zaunite now and discards the Experimenter, but the problem is, like, you need to draw something to discard. Like, this is really awkward. This is really awkward for the discard player. Very, very awkward turn. Because the moment you drop, you have to leave Zaunite for last. Like, you have to go for the Axe first and then drop Zaunite, because you have to go for the level up this turn. You just have to.
Yeah, discard aggro is a deck that is kind of tricky because it seems like an aggro deck, which are usually pretty easy to play in most card games because they have less decision making. But discard aggro is a deck that has a bit more nuance. It's a bit more has a few different things to it, like leveling up Jinx, etc. And it is a bit harder to pilot well. You have to have the right hand at all times, basically, to have the right synergies with discarding, with buffing, etc. But when Jinx does level up, that is scary. The value you get from her.
You're sacrificing quite a bit, though. You're sacrificing the Augmented Experimenter, which is a big thing, but you have to. You have to level up Jinx this turn. You cannot wait for a level up afterwards. But that Bastion onto Zoe is absolutely massive, because not only does it protect her from that removal, but it gets her to 2-2. A 2-2 stat line, which means that the Rocket incoming next turn will not knock her out. It seems like a Zoe level up is imminent, and that will be game over for First Pick Beaver, because the moment he drops something with Lifesteal, or at the Eye of the Dragon generates an ephemeral unit with Lifesteal, the entire board gets Lifesteal, and you're gonna kill him tomorrow at that point. So this is really, it's do or die next turn for First Pick Beaver, pretty much. He needs to get rid of Zoe. He needs to kill her before she levels up.
That tends to be the case many times against Lee Sin, usually because of Lee Sin ending the game the next turn. But in this case, like I mentioned at the start of the game, Zoe is a possible alternate win condition that we could see happen in this game. It is, again, a champion that it's very cheap. It has a very strong effect right away. But if it lasts on the board and you're able to level it up, then it's huge value for 1 mana.
These are good draws, like this is like, you have a lot of damage output here, but man, you gotta kill that Zoe. Like I think you, okay, he's not going for the kill. Like how far away is Zoe? Like I would assume she's pretty close at this point, right? Like I can start counting. I'm a little bit lazy, but okay, I'm gonna count a little. Okay, so we got Eye of the Dragon.
I don't think that's a good idea, Magua. I think you're not going to make it. As much as your brain is very big, I think it might not be big enough to go through every card that's been played until now. There's the Lee Sin level up. We do get, the game is telling us, it's helping us out. There's Lee Sin leveling up, so 8 spells have been played. And once Lee Sin levels up, things get very dicey. We don't see the Overwhelm on him just yet. No Zenith Blade played on it, so that is at least, a small silver lining for Beaver.
This Zoe must be like, it has to be like 1 or 2 away from leveling up at this point. I think, like obviously the Eye of the Dragon has been repeated. Pale Cascade won't contribute to the level up either, but that Mountain Goat will. So I would like to see like how, I'm pretty sure that Zoe's on the verge, man. And like what we do see First Pick Beaver having to get excited to prevent the level up, right? Potentially, but if it's like 1 away, then he should go for it now. There's no more threat of deny. Like that get excited will knock out Zoe. But if he drops Mountain Goat and it's not enough for the level up, I think you definitely get excited here, right? How much damage is this? How much damage is this? Yeah.
Overwhelm now on the Lee Sin.
12 there? 12, that's 15 damage, right? Like I can't see the quality's a bit.
That's 14 damage coming in, 2 from Zoe, 6 from Lee Sin times 2, of course, with the Dragon Kick and the Overwhelm coming through as well. Once the unit is kicked and Jinx goes back to hand, of course, that is, Lee Sin does a lot of things pretty well. He's pretty powerful, a very used champion. We've seen him a lot in the meta the past few months, and this is why. Jinx back to hand. But
that's so clutch, though. Getting the Rocket back again. This can knock out Zoe before the level up. This is so clean.
And this is what Beaver was waiting for. This is all calculated.
This is great. Oh man, that's amazing. That's a really, like, just taking the hit, because as the discard player, you have to risk it, man. You got to go all in. You got to go. You have to get lethal this turn. We see stuns. We see stuns, double hush, and deny. So Pepsi Cola has enough tools to survive here. Like that double deny, which is enabled this turn. No, sorry, not double deny, but that deny hush backup is great. Like this is not enough, first of all, and I would expect a deny here from Pepsi Cola.
Not because of the get excited effect, but because of what comes after it with Jinx on the board already. It just makes sense. The deny here, you stop anything that can happen, basically. There's the level up, and there's the Rocket coming through as well.
The question is, do you just preserve deny for the Rocket? Yeah.
I guess it is more damage.
You prevent, because the Rocket kills your Zoe, and weakens the Eye of the Dragon even further. Like you definitely go for deny here. He's out of, like, that's the thing. Discard aggro. It's very scary with Jinx, but it's also predictable in the sense that once they have to empty their hand pretty much every round, right? And you have the information that they have nothing left, and that allows you to not have to think so much about your sequence match. Okay, that double vision. Well, this is another Rocket technically.
And this is what I talked about with the hand sometimes being clunky, sometimes having to have the right hand. It is sometimes they hit you with the god tier hand and you just can't do anything. It is that kind of deck where it's so strong in its synergies. But sometimes if you have the clunkiness, then you become in trouble. But yeah, there's a Zoe, there's a Lee Sin, and there's the end of game 1 going to Pepsi Cola. Predictable ending there. There was nothing really that discard aggro could do. I think, like you said, it's either you kill him this turn or you die the next one. It's kind of that, last minute thing basically. And discard aggro is in a deck that has that much interaction outside of things like Get Excited, etc. It's a deck that kind of, like I said, sticks to its own game plan. And if it can't fulfill that game plan, then you probably lose very soon.
No matter what you're playing against discard aggro, the matchup will always be the same. It will be a race, right? Because discard aggro, people sometimes underestimate the power of its late game. A leveled up Jinx is a ticking time bomb, right? And you have to fight that with speed. So the thing is, that opening from Pepsi Cola was just ideal. Turn 1 Zoe, turn 2 Eye of the Dragon, enough fuel with Pill Cascades to cycle as well so that you're able to trigger the Eye of the Dragon consistently. And he was just able to shut down his onslaught. At one point early on in the game, he had a broader board than the discard aggro player, which is never a good thing. And he was just consistently able to halt down First Beam Beaver. First Beam Beaver had some good opening potential, but that was a very nice shutdown game for Pepsi Cola. And now we see the mono Targan with a splash of atrocity from Pepsi Cola to take on this discard aggro. How much health gain is Pepsi Cola packing in this variant? Because Aphelios is potentially very good in that regard to generate the Severum and start getting all that health back. Like, Aphelios is just so damn flexible, man.
Yeah, Aphelios is a very strong champion. I mentioned before, he made a huge splash on the meta, and it's for many reasons. He's obviously very strong, but also he's a lot of versatility. Similar to Zoe, you can build so many decks around him, and this is one of those decks. A deck that used to be called Aphelios Waiting Room. It was kind of the waiting for Aphelios to come in because there was no viable champions in these region combos that made sense for this deck. Yeah. Now that Aphelios is here, the waiting room is long gone, and his time to reign is here.
Yeah, this is not the first variant of Targan with a splash of atrocity. Atrocity turns out to be a very neat finisher, especially combined with a region that has access to stuff like Spell Shield or, Celestials with Spell Shield, right? Like, it's a very neat way, reliable way to end games. So now that they have an early game engine in Aphelios and a very good support champion, in my opinion, in Diana. Diana doesn't get enough credit. Like, she's fantastic in this deck. She really helps you, especially in these matchups, like early on. She helps you stabilize in the board, which is really important. As we see the Nightfall invoke right there from Pepsi Cola and an all-in attack. No axe into Flame Chompers, preserving that for later. We also did not mention how the suit-up draw was a little bit... It hurt a little bit to see, like that suit-up draw, the turn that he went to develop the House Spider. It happens when you play that card, though. It's one of the risks, right? But it may become a discard outlet at this point.
Exactly. This is a deck that you can play these situational cards because if it doesn't work out, you don't draw them in the perfect time, you can just discard them. That's the magic of this deck. You have the chance to kind of fix your hand a little bit in some ways. But a similar opening, House Spider into Draven, you tend to see that a lot against discard aggro, and we're going to see it here in this game as well.
That's a neat draw there with the Poro Cannon. First Beaver has the potential to go very wide here. The question is, does he want to pass over initiative? Like, you could also be looking at an open attack here because you can set up double summons at burst speed, right? So maybe Poro Cannon is not ideal here. Maybe just going for the double axe and having the suit up backup still, right? Going for maybe double axe on Draven even, because at the same time, like, how does Targan, besides Hush, how does Targan deal with Draven at burst speed? It's hard, right? So, but they do have.
That's one of the problems with Invoke in general. They have a lot of removal in terms of slow speeds spells, but they usually don't have that many answers fast speed, which is what maybe Shadow Isle tries to fix a bit with Atrocity, but it is still kind of a weakness. We could also see an Axe go onto the Chomper to try and remove this 3-1 and then just attack with everything else. If you expect a Pill Cascade in response to help it, you do see 7 mana still available for Pepsi Cola. Maybe not the best option. Like you said, double Axe on Draven.
I love it.
And it's a strong play for sure.
Yeah. Great attack. This is a lot of damage, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at a total of 10 damage, dropping down to 16 potentially, and even threatening a level up, because after this you go for the Get Excited face, and then you go for the Poro Cannon onto the axe generated by Draven, and you level up Jinx. So this is huge. This is really big for Beaver.
it's not just the damage on the board, which is already great. It's the board setup as well. You already have both your champions on the board. You already have, Draven leveled up. You have Jinx leveled up. Exactly. So, I mean, you did all your homework. You're getting into, turn 6, and you're very happy. Discard aggro play, this does not happen very often where you have a full board, your opponent's at 5 HP, and you have both champions leveled up. If you lose this game, maybe you did something wrong here because this is looking like a very good position for Beaver.
By the way, very important, sequencing. Just going burst speed to avoid Hush. I love it. Even though he could set up the level up anyways with the Get Excited, he values the Poro Cannon more instead. I'm not so sure about that. Because Get Excited to the face, it puts him at rocket range, right?
It would have, yes. I'm not entirely sure what he was playing around, or if he just valued the board more, or if he knows he's going to get lethal anyway and he wants to have maybe a safer, wider board.
No. It's because he can trigger Jinx now because of the Jinx buff. By doing it this way, not only can he level up Jinx, he gets the rocket this turn. God,
exactly,
this is why these are the players.
And we're the casters. Right. I tend to say that every tournament, hopefully sometimes, near the end of it, but I guess first game, sure, I'll take it as well. Mogwai.
Yeah, Jinx laughing at us as well. We see they get excited there for lethal too. This is very hard to stop. There is the Hush, but that's not enough.
That's not enough. No deny here. This is not Lee Sin. There's no Ionia here, so it's very hard to stop a spell on the stack unless you have healing. We could see potentially a Pale Cascade would be drawing something, but with 4 mana, would be tough to find any kind of answer here. We'll see what the option is here from Beaver. There's a Pale Cascade onto Diana. Attack token turn is here for Pepsi-Cola.
Now that he's below Starship, though, you go for Get Excited. The patch from Beaver is for him to go below 5. Now he goes for it. Now you go for the kill.
And the draw was Aphelios.
Yeah.
So nothing really too relevant for surviving this tournament. That's what you need to do if you're Pepsi-Cola. You have one more Pale Cascade potentially.
Guiding Touch doesn't do it anymore. Now Beaver knows it's 100% lethal, but he should go for it once he goes below 5. Once he's below 5, he should just go immediately for the Get Excited for the win. It's over.
And 8 mana.
Beaver knows it. Beaver knows it.
8 mana to work with, so you have enough mana for Get Excited. That is for sure. 8 is more than 3. So Get Excited to face will do it here for Beaver, and will equal out this series already. Yeah. Best of 3. So, like I said, this is do or die. Whoever wins this next game is going to pass, and whoever loses is out of the tournament already. 30 minutes in, 1 hour in, the dream is over, and you have to think about next season.
But this is a great series to start things off. This is a really, really good series. We see the power of Lee Sin there on a great curve, because in tournaments lately we've seen a lot of Lee Sin bricks, right? But we haven't seen as much Lee Sin go perfectly, and that game was a good example of that. And then we get a good example of discard aggro going perfectly, which is incredibly scary. Beaver took no damage whatsoever to his Nexus right there. An absolutely dominant victory for Draven and Jinx, the captains of Narcissism, as we're going to be venturing into round 3 here with an Aphelios mirror match with Diana versus big boy Tahm Kench.
I'm not surprised. I think this would have been an outcome at some point in the tournament, but I'll take it first game as well. Aphelios, of course, very, very, important champion now in the meta, so I'm not surprised to see the final game for these two players in this tournament, or one of these players in this tournament, is going to be an Aphelios mirror of sorts with Tahm Kench and Diana, two very different decks, of course, but both using some of the similar cards like the Temple, for example. And yeah, gonna be a tough one. Gonna be pretty value driven, I think, this game.
For sure. Something very interesting that I want to point out is First Pick Beaver kept the Boxtopus in his hand. That's not something that you generally see, because you want to mulligan them away so you can get them out with Crescendum. But that must mean that First Pick Beaver really wants to guarantee that challenger in this particular matchup. And it makes sense when you take Aphelios into account, right? As he cannot caliber him this turn. Actually, he can. Never mind. I'm bad at math. He played the... Yeah, he can. But he gets Gravitum instead, which is interesting. I guess he doesn't want to play into Astral Protection from First Pick Beaver here.
And there's Astral Protection right away.
That was intention. Okay.
Turn 3, you have a 3/8 challenger. That is a scary boy.
Yeah.
Boxer, Mr. Pablo here, got a huge upgrade this meta with Aphelios helping him out, finding a home for him outside of, a few other decks like the Tahm Kench Raka we've seen a lot. And already, a very scary card to deal with already. Just turn 3. It's just a massive unit with a great keyword.
But it's also as if it seems like Pesicola was anticipating this and is holding on to that. Like, that's why he took the Gravitum instead of taking the Calibrum. You know, he got the Gravitum because but he sees. I mean, there is Pale Cascade and there is Hush. So, and that Spell Thief is fantastic. Because Spell Thief into Pale Cascade. Oh, he just Pale Cascade immediately. He doesn't get the draw, but I guess he doesn't feel like he need it. But this now, if Beaver has any buffs, then he could just hush them away. So he preserves Ophilia this way. And one of the things about this matchup is this region combination that First Ping Beaver has, specifically this deck, doesn't ping. You know, they don't ping. They have Calibrum and that's it. So Ophilios being on 1 health is pretty much the same as Ophilios being at 3. And that's a very good turn for Pepsi Cola here.
And both players bringing down their key cards on turn 4. Temple for Pepsi Cola, huge value engine. The earlier you play it, the better, because you get that mana regen +2 after playing 2 cards every round, and the +1/+1 on your highest stat line unit. And of course, we see Beaver with a Tahm Kench on the board. The acquired taste already starting to, every turn you're going to see this coming again and again and again from Tahm Kench.
Gotta watch out though, because that Veil Tempo, the moment we see Pepsi Cola has no plays there, but that Veil Tempo could give it +1/+1. So if there was some sort of buff, but ever since the nerf to Pale Cascade, you really notice it, man. Like Pale Cascade no longer is useful to get some surprise trades or kills on something. You know, that +2 power was massive, and it really is noticeable in scenarios like this, because it's one of the few ways that Targon has to kind of like creep in some damage out of nowhere, right? As we see Ophilios goes down, and there is the Crescendum. Crescendum going to bring out the 3rd Boxipus for First Ping Beaver, as he has the 2nd one in hand.
So that is the magic of Ophelios and Crescendum with the Boxipus, is the fact that it kind of circumvents the weakness. Normally, it's a play effect, so when you play the card, it gets the reduction to your health, which is something that synergizes with the rest of Targon, with decks like Tahm Kench Soraka for healing, etc. But in this deck, you just summon it out of the deck, and it doesn't have that play effect, the opportunity to get that weakness. So it's just straight up a 3/4 with Challenger for 2 mana, which is very, very strong.
Very powerful. Yeah, gonna lead off. One of the things you gotta keep a note with Ophilios is you do want to generally lead off with the moon weapons, especially on your attack token turn if you don't plan for an open attack, because you want to make it so that your first play is a moon weapon, so that whatever your opponent, if your opponent somehow forces you to play something, burst, speed, or fast, you've already played your moon weapon, so you can generate the other one. Because I see a lot of newer players keep their moon weapon and play something else first, and then plan on playing it second, but then the opponent does something and they have to react, and they miss out on their moon generation, right? So gotta keep it's pretty basic stuff, but it is very important to keep that in mind, because you definitely will see these players like not make those mistakes ever. Like I feel this is something that top level players have really gotten used to, and we've seen the potential this champion has, because at first nobody knew how to play him like perfectly, and now people just, he's pretty figured out, and he's just such a meta force here. As we see a pass from Beaver.
And this is something that we see from top players quite a lot, the priority passes, trying to bait your opponent into playing first, into showing, their card or their game plan for that round first, and then you can react to it. But sometimes those players think, hey, this pass maybe favors me. I'm not going to be the one to make the first move. I'll just pass as well and accept it.
Well, this Diana is strong, man. This Diana is packing 5/5, very, very scary threat that can, as of right now, knock out anything on the board. Gonna be looking to target that Tahm Kench potentially. The thing is, like, every single unit on First Ping Beaver's board is really valuable, because it's either really useful challengers or 2 very menacing engines, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see what Pepsi opts to target here, as he does have access to Atrocity this turn potentially. You could use it in a pinch to eliminate something if he really has to, as right now he hasn't really been able to push any damage. So Atrocity is either going to be played early on as a removal or going to be held on as the ultimate win condition.
There's a Guiding Touch being used on Tahm Kench to try and maybe keep it alive if some attacks come in from Diana, possibly. Tahm Kench, of course, a champion that found a lot of success in Tahm Kench Soraka, because there was so many ways to protect it. We'll see if there are those ways in this deck as well for Ping Beaver. We see that the Pale Cascade with the Nightfall effect activated in hand, or the Moonlight Affliction actually to just stun both champions.
I was expecting Moonlight Affliction, but after a Pale Cascade. I was expecting a Pale Cascade first to bait out something from Pepsi Cola and then go for the Affliction, right? But ultimately, Beaver opting to go for that now, perhaps wanting to leave up mana for either the the 2-mana, the Tahm Kench spell. What was it called?
Unacquired Taste.
Unacquired Taste, or even the Moon Weapon potentially as well, even though it doesn't make much sense to play that here. But he definitely wants to keep his options open. This also is the turn where we are very likely to see Wiggly Burblefish get into action here.
Another card that, like Aphelios in the champion side of things, became very relevant. Burblefish. The moment the card came out, I already thought, hey, this is going to be pretty strong. It started finding a home in some go hard lists, but with TF Fizz and with a few other decks like this one, it has really found a home, and it's a very, very strong card in the current meta.
I really like how Sunblessed Vigor has started to get a lot of play lately, especially as this meta has navigated towards these low-cost, relatively vulnerable engines in Aphelios and Twisted Fate. Sunblessed Vigor is +2 health for 2-mana at burst speed that is also granted, right? And ever since the nerf happened to Pale Cascade, I feel like this card has had more of an opportunity to shine, and it's seeing a lot of play lately in these target decks.
And there we see the Falling Comet picked for Pepsi Cola. We talked about the very strong slow speed invoke spells. That's one of them. It can obliterate a unit, so see you later if it gets hit by that. Yeah, and like we mentioned, Targon is very strong in keeping things alive and doing a lot of things, but it cannot deny spells altogether.
Exactly. And this is gonna hurt. We're definitely gonna see the Falling Comet this turn. Targeting the Priestess is fine because her effect is a Daybreak effect, so she won't be triggering her again by summon. But we are going to see the first capture from Tahm Kench go back to Pepsi Cola's board, and that is none other than Aphelios, which is something that Pepsi Cola really wants to see back, especially considering Bieber has his own Aphelios. Right now, Pepsi Cola has a lot of climb to do, even though he has a lot of momentum on his side with the Temple. He's running out of gas. And we see First Spin Bieber here has a hell of a lot of different options. Like, so many plays available here with the pick a card as well. Like, Bieber is never going to run out of gas this game. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it's a deck that has a lot of value just from the Aphelios weapons, the Temple, etc. Sometimes you have problems with Temple where it gives you a lot of stats. It gives you +1/+1. It gives you mana regen, but it gives you so much mana you don't have cards to play. Pick a card kind of fixes that, able to draw you into cards. Even without TF, it's still, I think it's found a place in a lot of decks and has become a very strong card in this season of Runeterra.
I think one of the things that Bieber is concerned about by dropping Wiggly Burblefish is setting up for a Meteor Shower. Meteor Shower would be a very strong play to menace not only the Tahm Kench, but also the Wiggly Burblefish. And we see a lot of mind games with Initiative Man. We see both players. Bieber is really working hard to make it so that Pepsi Cola gains no use of his mana. But I'm not sure if this is the best approach, because he has such a massive card advantage that he should be playing for tempo, Like, he should be trying to... But, I mean, these passes seem pretty well-timed, though, as this Falling Comet has to happen, because the moment Acquired Taste goes down, Tahm Kench levels up. So he has to go down this turn. It's safe, though, for Pepsi Cola, because he does have that Hush in the back. And we see Bieber trying to fish for something, potentially maybe a Bastion or something in his deck. I'm not sure if he's playing it. But he finds Star Shaping instead. This Tahm Kench is going down, and Aphelios is returning to Pepsi Cola's board as well, which could potentially receive a buff from the Temple after the second play right after that.
And this is important with also just the players obviously know that a card was invoked. They have to play around certain cards because they don't know which card it was. Now that this card is played, you have more information that, okay, he doesn't have any strong invoke spell anymore. I can play into things less or play into things more, which is why we see priority passes as well. You can you get a lot of information at this very high level where players know what cards to expect, what cards to play around at certain mana levels, and they know when to make those priority passes to try and play around their opponent's game plan or bait them out into doing things they don't want to.
Yeah, exactly. We see Bieber really pondering here, and ultimately gives the pass, gives the go. Yep, Aphelios is back, and so is the 1-2. It's a pretty weak board, but Cola does have a full board state here.
And that's the downside with Tahm Kench. You have to be able to keep him protected, or else there's a huge downside once he gets knocked down. Yes. Tahm Kench Soraka has so many ways to do it, and it's a deck that's built around kind of protecting Tahm Kench in many ways with Bastion, etc. And this deck maybe not as versed in that. And the biggest problem is that you couldn't. If it's just by damage, by damage pings, you have ways to protect it. But with something like an Obliterate effect or an Invoke spell effect, you can't really stop it.
We see the Moonlight. This Moonlight is very interesting because Pepsi Cola may be using it to bluff something here. If he's running like Bastion as a one-off, or something, he could be using it to bluff the Bastion, because ultimately it seems a little bit unnecessary to go for the Moonlight there onto the Star Shaping, because you would go down to 3 mana anyways, so you can carry over 4 spell mana, right? So I think that's a psychological Moonlight right there. if that even makes any sense. Like that's intent. That's in like Pepsi's intention there. He has to do something to navigate around this massive card disadvantage. This pick a card feels a little bit unnecessary for Beaver. It's like he already has a lot of cards.
But maybe not the right ones. I mean, this is a matchup as well that we saw the first 2 games. They ended pretty quickly. Discard Aggro and Lee Sin both have pretty clear-cut game plans that turn 6 or 7. They're online and ready to go and ready to win a game. Yeah. But this is a deck that I've casted a few tournaments already with Aphelios in the meta, and the timer might be on the spotlight this game, because these decks can really take it really far, where you have a lot of value and you have a lot of mana regen and card draw, but you don't have ways to very quickly end the game like Lee Sin and Discard Aggro. Yeah,
this is the slowest deck in the game. Like Aphelios, anything that has Aphelios is slower than other stuff. Like that's at least through my experience. But that's what's so fun about him. Like you play so many combos. Like I'm not surprised he's so popular, man. He really feels great to play. And he's super rewarding. And
I'll just say that an average tournament before Aphelios and after Aphelios, with certain players that are known for taking their time, like Fresh Lobster, it lasted 3 hours more on average on 2 separate occasions. So I don't think this was an actual thing with Aphelios. But we have a timer now in Runeterra. We're saved.
You guys are ready for a full day of Runeterra, baby.
We're saved by the bell with the timer. So hopefully, we see on the left there, it is counting down players. We see Beaver, they're already in the red.
3 hours?
30 seconds. So
are you serious?
I'm very serious. This is something I lived through in recent weeks. So,
oh my god, dude!
The timer will be important, I think, in many of the matchups today.
Riot, what have you done? Oh, jeez. We see the attack here, triple Boxtopus. This is like every attacker has a purpose for Beaver here. This is a really, really strong board state for Beaver. And I get that quick attack, making Aphelios unblockable. You can challenge the. I like this, but then we may even see a Pale Cascade onto the Boxtopus challenge in the Aphelios. So if he does go for that, he will miss out on the card draw from Pale Cascade. But at this point, do you even care? Like I said, you're not running out of gas. You're just not running out of gas. I would go for the Pale Cascade onto the Boxtopus. And
maybe not because you expect to kill the Aphelios, but at least you want to get an answer out from Pexicola as well, because it's with 13 mana available, pretty unlikely you're going to kill Aphelios with a +1 attack buff on the Boxtopus.
Beaver really, really wants that card draw though. Beaver, he dreams big. I'm not sure it's necessary though, especially with that tempo right there, but.
And he has a few fleeting cards as well that he has to maybe put on the board now and get the value from them now.
I would 100% play a Temple, honestly, because that's the one thing that really is giving Pepsi a potential edge, right? The fact that he has 2 more mana to utilize and the continuous buff going on every round. So if Beaver can match that, but it seems like he doesn't care at this point.
The Hutch comes in, so continuing to try to answer this Aphelios, recognize that it's one of the reasons you play this deck. It's a very, very strong card, but Spell Thief.
What can you get here?
And you can get a Hush right back, or a
but it doesn't matter. None of these matter because the Boxtopus is a 3/4 on his natural state.
But you got
Aphelios cannot.
You got a +4/+4 on Aphelios because of the Temple. The Temple came in mid-combat and just does not care about anything. You don't have to accept it. It just happens. It's burst speed.
He didn't go for it then. He didn't try to save Aphelios. That's very interesting.
Well, he maybe could have, but yeah, it wasn't the option there for Pepsi-Cola.
I mean, he could have gone for it with the Hush, right? And he has a lot of mana, but he decided against it. Maybe he just wants to let it go, and perhaps he's looking at. You can't look. I mean, Great Beyond is a legit win condition with that Moonlight Affliction in hand. Great Beyond with Atrocity may be Pepsi-Cola's path to victory here. Yeah, that's exactly why he did not go for that Hush. Holy crap!
And this is one of the things in this deck where you have to find a win condition. This is how you do it with the Invoke package here for Pepsi-Cola.
You can't grab at him, right? You have to take away the Spell Shield. The Spell Shield will enable a potential Hush onto this. But the thing is, if right now, Beaver has no Hush. He does have health gain though, but that health gain is not as relevant until the attack hits. What is the Great Beyond's power? Because
it's at 11 right now, 11 attack.
11.
So you'll be able to heal up over the 11 once Atrocity is played if you can't stop it off your top deck.
Yeah, he's safe. Like Beaver is safe, but this is the way Beaver wins. Pepsi wins the game. If this is and he has to go for the attack immediately, which means that maybe a preemptive. Oh no, he's not going for the open attack. I mean, okay. The Trickster is interesting actually because it allows.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty sparkle fly.
You can also Crescent Strike and stun both of the elusive units as well.
Yeah.
Cheaper than Moonlight Affliction, does a similar thing, just silences the units. It's really the same thing here at this point.
Yeah, this is very tricky though because next turn's Beaver's attack is looking very scary. So I think if you are plus this is gonna tell. So it's Infernum. Did we see what he phased in?
We could have seen it, but I was not quick enough. This is, of course, Aphelios, for those that don't know, is a champion that's very complex. It has 5 different moon weapons. When you pick one, it pays into 2 different ones, kind of like a pentagram order between the weapons, and you have to pay a lot of attention. It's a very complex champion to play properly.
Yeah, Pepsi Cola going for the win condition here, going for that hit. That's 12, correct? Which will drop him down to 6. Wait, that's 12?
That's 12 coming in, 12 attack coming in.
Wait. He can't stop this. Oh my god, he can't stop this.
Yeah, he can. He'll start shaping. He'll start shaping up to 11, actually. So just enough to not be able to stop it.
Why? We thought it was at. Even if it was at 11. No, because if it was at 11, he would have put himself out of range. I thought he was at 11 attack. Oh, the temple.
Yeah, it was at 11. It got the buff from the temple.
Oh.
There's the Zap trying to find the Hush, and he finds the Hush.
Oh, he has just enough mana to survive. Are you kidding me? Wait,
everything here is calculated, Mogwai. He can Hush the Great Beyond to a lower attack value and then start shaping as well this turn. He has 8 mana to work with, so he has a perfect amount and then go all in next turn with a full board.
Of the cards at his finest, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ultimate top deck. Oh my, Bale. Let's go with that, Bale.
And of course, you had to pick a card in hand to find cards, but you don't draw them until next turn, so you couldn't just draw the cards you needed. This turn, Zap was the only card that would do it this turn as it came down, and there we see it. And you even have Zap as an elusive blocker, so really, there's all the damage gets mitigated here from Atrocity with the Hush as well, and with the elusive blocker you can just throw away here that isn't stunned. We'll see if a Crescent Strike comes in. You would have to play a Crescent Strike if you are Pepsi Cola. That means you're down to 2 cards in hand and only down to 4 mana to work with. So Pale Cascade can find something else, but then you're down to 2 mana, so not much to do there with that amount of mana.
He's going for it. He has to. Oh man. This is such a good setup for Pepsi as well. That draw really.
There it is.
And there, even if he had mana for Pale Cascade, it would not be enough. Oh my god, that Hush draw was amazing. That was amazing for Beaver.
And now you survive here. That's what we were talking about before. And now we're thinking about next turn already, which is, either has to be an open attack or else Crescent Strike will really stop the game plan here for Beaver. So we'll see what Beaver decides on and what options and what cards he plays around.
It's important to note that it's not like he just top decked that out of nowhere. Like he played a Zap Sprayfin, right? So the odds were pretty decent. So he was trying to fish. Like Beaver was trying to find that card. It's not like he drew it randomly, right? So he did find it though, and that this game is nuts. This series has been insane, dude. It's been so tight.
He doesn't go for the open attack. He has to go for, he's trying to maybe find lethal this turn with this attack, but he's going to be punished by Crescent Strike. Of course, he can overwrite the units that do get stunned, but we'll see if he's going to want to do that. And that being said, with the Great Beyond removed, that was the win condition. That was the huge all-in from Pepsi Cola. Now that it's removed, even if you're at 3 HP, you feel fairly comfortable if you're Beaver.
Beaver has to kill. Like 100% Beaver has to find lethal here. I think if you go Crescent Strike, you definitely tackle Aphelios. Or the 2 okay. Interesting. Why these 2? I guess it makes sense because they are the challengers anyways. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, you can chump block the, but the thing is, Infernum can be threatening. Yeah, there's, Nat Gravitum as well. Like this Pale Cascade, like that temple is terrible for Pepsi Cola. Pepsi Cola needs to find something that can somehow keep him alive here with that Pale Cascade.
And Temple's a great value card, but in this situation just doesn't do enough. It's a card you want to play early on, get a lot of value from it, but it doesn't do anything at burst speed at the exact moment you want to play it. So we'll see how Pepsi Cola goes for. Only Pale Cascade in hand that he can use here with 8 mana. Going to be left with 6 mana after the draw. Is there anything you can draw that's going to maybe save him?
There could be, like right now we're looking at a situation where Pepsi Cola is playing this so well, man. It's crazy because right now he doesn't have to commit anything. This Pale Cascade is not lethal. He misses on lethal by 1. Right now, with this open attack, he needs to grab him. And now you go for the Pale Cascade. And you potentially draw into something more useful here. This is it. He needs to find the unit here, though. He needs to find something. Oh, that's good.
He finds a Nightfall Invoke.
That's good. That's really, that's great. That's great. Play it immediately as to chump block that, and you're living on 1, man. You're living. Oh, that Immortal Fire! Oh my God! Can he? No, the Immortal Fire is actually not good. You need the Crescent Strike. Yeah. How does he get this lethal though? How does he push in this final damage?
You can't jailbreak because you can't obviously override a unit that's being summoned. You have to have a play effect to click on the actual box to push, so you can't play a unit that way. Obviously, with 3 mana, you cannot play Tahm Kench anymore. You can pick a card, but like I said, it doesn't draw you cards this turn. It's an effect that draws you cards the next turn that will be fleeting as well. And obviously, 2 low mana for Cosmic Inspiration, and some less vigor gives you health, but not attack in this case.
Man, this has been a treat. Like this series, both players, like we're seeing why First Pick Beaver is #1 in the ladder. Like very, very strong, consistent play from him. But I'm very impressed with Pepsi Cola this series. I think he's done some really good setup, and he's made very few mistakes. There's always mistakes to be made, but just fantastic play by both of these players, really showing what they're at the top of the food chain in this game.
That being said, Beaver now has so many options. He has a stack board, he has all the threats, and he has a card draw now as well. Whereas Pepsi Cola is the opposite. He has 1 top deck now.
No health.
It's going to be a Diana, which is not going to really do enough here.
Not enough. Like he needed something to draw. No health gain for Beaver. No way to counter potentially direct damage. So an Atrocity top deck for Pepsi Cola could still do it.
There's the Crescent Strike coming in.
Very important to note, an Atrocity top deck for Pepsi Cola could still win the game. Because there's no counter. There's absolutely no counter in Beaver's hand right here. Despite him having all those different resources, nothing will stop an Atrocity lethal.
And of course, this Crescent Strike, he knows that there's going to be an open attack next turn, so no point saving it for any reason. He can play Diana now this turn, and he can also just get the effects from the Veiled Temple, the buffs on the Diana as well, so that's maybe the reason why. Yeah. But it's going to be pretty hard to stop the huge attack coming in next turn.
Like I said, it's Atrocity or bust. That's what Pepsi it's working for. How many Atrocities do they have in the deck? 2 or 3?
I believe it's normally at least 2 in this kind of deck. The way it's built,
it's definitely 2, but I'm like at least 2, right? But I'm not sure. It could be 3, maybe.
I'll let you know in just a second.
We do know he's drawn and played 1, so there's at the very least 1 Atrocity left in Pepsi Cola's deck, and that is the only card that will win him this game.
It is three Atrocities in the deck, so. There are at least there's 2 more left for top deck.
Okay. Well, it's down to that. It's down to like Pepsi has to draw it and also has to have it so Beaver doesn't draw into like a Star Shaping, for example, right?
Astral Protection and Sunblessed Vigor, the most important Burblefish of all time, getting all the protection.
Oh, well. I mean, Atrocity still does it. Atrocity still does it with that Priestess. Heart of the Cards. It's all nothing. Nope. That's it.
Finds a Moonlight Affliction, and that's going to be game for Beaver. Pepsi Cola going to be eliminated from the tournament, so one of the favorites already out of it. Beaver, though, I mean, we talked about it. Maybe his name wasn't as relevant in the big tournament scene, but if you've been playing on ladder, you've been seeing him on the ladder. He's been #1 every single season. Currently, one of the top players on ladder 1 or 2 right now. And it goes to show, he has definitely the very clean play to eliminate a tournament favorite and advance to the next round as well.
The thing about Beaver is that he wasn't really the most prevalent competitor early on, but he's been around for a while, and you can tell that he's getting better because he has made it to the #1 in the ladder in the past, but he's never been as present in the #1 rank as he has been this season, and he's keeping that momentum going, man. That was a very tough series for both players. I saw very Like honestly, I can't remember many mistakes at all, and I'm just super impressed by their decision making, their way to plan ahead, and I love that setup from Pepsi Cola. Like he was getting beat on that last game, and he got really close to that cheeky lethal, with the Great Beyond and Atrocity, really showing why Atrocity is the card to splash in that Targon Allegiance sort of lineup. So very, very impressive play by both of these players. Pepsi Cola is eliminated, but should not be very upset, in my opinion. He did great, and I'm very excited to see Beaver in the next round. What a way to start things off.
I think also a great way to showcase, different strategies, different decks. Kind of it showed the strengths of Aphelios, of certain champions as well, and things like discard aggro, very aggressive, Lee Sin, more combos. So I think this series really had it all. We saw it come down to 1 HP and 3 HP on both of these players, and very nuanced play as well, not like super obvious all the time. Very, very interested stuff. But again, that was game one, or the first round done. We'll be going to round two in just a bit, but first we'll be going to a break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in 5 minutes.
I've been thinking
Welcome back, folks, to the Cosmic Creation seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra. I'm Mogwai, joined by my boy Panda, and we are ready for round 2, the top 16. What a first series we got to cast between Pepsi Cola and First Bim Beaver. That last game was clutch as hell, and they really highlighted a lot of the strengths of some of these top decks, as well as 2 excellent players went at it, and we see Beaver advancing to the top 16. I don't know how you say top 16 in like finals thing. Yeah, I tried earlier, but Panda got mad at me, so I'm not gonna say it.
Not correct. You can say round of 16, round 2 works, top 16. There's so many ways to do it, but not the way you said it. It was definitely a weird English moment from Mogwai. But right away we see, of course, we saw a great series. We also saw how cutthroat this tournament is. Pepsi Cola already out of the tournament. Beaver, a very, very hard opponent to face round 1. I think that was by far, the closest matchup. Just looking at results and stuff from the season. And right away, Beaver making it through. Gamebreaker also not advancing, another big favorite in this tournament. So a lot of, really, really good players. Asher as well, you mentioned before, from Duelist and from Gwen and from a lot of different games, also eliminated. So a lot of players already out, half the players to be precise.
Yeah, Badge Attack, man. The Czechia representative as well has gone down, had an unfortunate series. We've seen a lot of very popular names go down in the first round here, but we see some very strong names pushing forward. Ultraman right there, one of the most powerful players in the ladder, very consistent, and one of the strongest voices of Team Leviathan, really pushing, getting a 2-1 win against a strong opponent right there, advancing to the top 16. We also see, I recognize names like SWAT Blue, who's been around for a long time in ladder. Sergi Duvamos, representing Spain, has won his game as well, in a 2-0 fashion as well. So really excited to potentially see Sergio live on the line as well. We have a lot of very interesting matchups set up here.
Yeah, Ultraman, like you mentioned, one of the bigger players because he was so dominant on ladder. I think it was maybe 2 seasons ago or 1 season ago, he was just the undisputed #1. Streams as well, so maybe a lot of people have seen him on the Twitch trajectory as well, just streaming the game and really dominating at the top end of the ladder. Sharp, a player that maybe you guys won't be so familiar with, but he is Spanish, so we have a bit of a bias, someone to root for there. He did also recently play last Friday in the Fight Night Invitational tournament that happens every Friday, where some of the best players in Europe are able to compete. And he made it to the grand finals. He lost against Lobster in the bracket reset, but he showed that he's not only a strong player, but he's strong in this exact meta as well. He has a good read on the meta. He has brought, I think you saw and you were mentioning, an interesting lineup, though, different to what I saw.
We won't spoil, but as soon as we see it, we see it. And there's quite it's gonna be, we got a cool series for you guys this time around. It's gonna be interesting.
I think that's a good way to put it. As soon as we see it, Mogwai. Thank you for that very concise analysis.
10 out of 10.
Fantastic. But we see it here. This is a very aggressive lineup. This is my kind of lineup.
Yep.
Whatever you do it fast. So if you lose, you go get breakfast, you go get a late lunch, whatever you're doing in Spain at 2 p.m. But right away we see it here. Pirate aggro, once again becoming a strong contender in the current meta with a bit of a spin on, it's not the exact same pirate aggro as before, but still a pretty known deck list. Discard aggro, we've seen this many times before, and spider aggro. As you noticed, aggro is in the name of all of these decks because this is a very, very aggressive lineup.
There's a few things that I like here. I like the new variant of Pirate Aggro incorporating Death's Hand and a triple set of the Crackshot Corsair. That's a card that got buffed recently that people didn't talk too much about, that has sneaked its way into this lineup that really helps you get that plunder and really does add up quite a bit of damage. Caesar Rise more than one turn. She's getting in a lot of damage. That's really going to make your Decimates game-winning later down the line. This is a very nasty deck. You see the curve is very low, and there's a lot of stats for little mana as well. House Spider being a fantastic deck, card that we see in this sort of deck, and we see in this card Draven as well. And then on the right there, we see that Spider aggro, which is going to get pretty enhanced with this upcoming expansion, by the way. We've seen some Spider reveals recently that are very exciting, including a 4-mana Noxus Spider that gives all allied spiders +1 on attack. And, this deck is going to be even better, and it's already getting back to play because Spider aggro has been around for a long time. It's not something new, but it hasn't been as relevant for a while, but so it's nice to see it, and I think it will get better very soon, and we'll see how, Sharp is able to put it to work here as, his lineup just screams one tail. I go face, fast, and I end games quickly. I don't want to see what you want to play. I want to, advance the rounds as quickly as possible and deny my opponent's game plan.
And looking at the deck list, we see a total and a maximum of 9 House Spiders. Is it confirmed the strongest card in the game, Mongwai? Because, I mean, we're seeing it. 3 copies in every single deck list. Definitely means that, Sharp is all in on this House Spider. A very strong card in aggro list. Of course, you go wide, you get stats, and it's just very good value for the play. Of course, gets very punished by huge board clears like Avalanche. So we'll have to take a look at Ultraman's deck list to see what kind of counters he may have to a very aggressive lineup like this one.
The reason why I like the matchup here is because both lineups are extremely different. We go for an all-in Smorky strategy from Sharp right there, and we look at Ultraman's lineup, and we see Go Hard. I was making sure because I didn't see the Go Hard. I couldn't find it. We see old school Go Hard with a one-off of the box. I love that. Ultraman bringing back this deck that everybody hated before the big nerf, and he's saying, this deck is still good, and I'm gonna win this tournament with it. I would see Fiora Shen right there, which is not surprising. A lot of times when you bring a lineup, and you're like, you know what? I need a good, solid third deck that can defend itself against pretty much anything. Fiora Shen is the list for you. And then on the right, we see, of course, Targon paired with Ionia, though. I'm in perhaps one of my favorite variants of Aphelios in Aphelios Karma with a one-off of Homecoming, which I think is extremely underrated as a card right now. Big fan of this approach at Aphelios, as I feel it can definitely outvalue other variants of Aphelios running around. I'm a big fan of Ultraman's lineup in general. I think it's very well thought out.
And of course, the players could not prepare for specific players or matchups. The bracket was generated today, as well as the decklist submission was today at noon. So no one could really prepare. They have to prepare against the entire field. In this case, Ultraman finds a matchup where he has 3 decks that all have some form of health gain. They have some form of life. So we see one of Spirit Refuge. We see, of course, in Aphelios Star Shaping, and maybe with Karma, 2-time Star Shaping, heal 10 for 5 mana, maybe down the line. And we also see things like Go Hard and Withering Wail, which is a huge board clear, as well as the box. So didn't know he was going to face Sharp in round 2, but he's chanced upon a pretty good matchup on paper where it seems like he has a lot of the key counters to aggro. That being said, aggro lineups are decks that, with the right hand and with your opponent having maybe missing out on some cards, there are ways to just chance upon just a crazy opening where you just win the game in 5 turns. So we'll see what exactly happens, but a lot of key cards here like Twisted Fate red card, like the box, like Withering Wail, to counter a lot of this go wide strategy from Sharp.
Really like the lineup from Ultraman. I think Sharp is going to have a bit of an uphill battle. I do expect a Go Hard ban for Sharp onto Ultraman, because I do believe that is the best deck. We see a full set of Go Hard, which, like you mentioned, drains, alongside a couple of Withering Wails and the box. The box is terrifying for Sharp. Like, I think the Sharp, as soon as he sees that box, he's just gonna be like, nope, get this out of here, because that can completely board wipe him if timed properly. And the fact that he has to play around the box and Withering Wail is a headache, man. It's much worse than having to face off against a full set of Withering Wail. You know what I mean? Because it's very different scenarios, and both of them can hit you really hard in, like I said, different ways. So it makes it so you can get punished for going all in one turn with your board development, or you could be punished for spreading out too early by Withering Wail right there. So Fiora Shen and the Karma is definitely what I expect to be played by Ultraman, and we're going to be looking at the bans soon. But before that, we got something pretty exciting to talk to you guys about. Panda.
Let's just let it come in. We're going to see a card review. We saw some leaks already in the first 2 tournaments in the Asian regions, but we'll see the continuation of that happening right now live.
I told them not to show me, so I'm going to 12-year-old reaction on my own. So hopefully
check out the new card reveal for the Shurima expansion coming up right now.
History forgets, but the Black Rose remembers. My move. A perfect puppet. What a treat. Smoke and mirrors.
Those cards are sick.
And right away, we saw 2 cards there. We saw a pretty great effect in copying that deny. If there weren't already enough denies in the world, we're going to have a few more. We saw as well some reputation. The keyword that was mentioned yesterday in Sivir's reveal is shown here as well, with the dealing 5 damage on 4 separate occasions to get that the keyword going basically. But we're going to see more, of course, in the NA tournament. We're going to see a recap of what we've seen in the Asian regions. We saw in the 2 tournaments before this seasonal. We're going to see them later on as well. Just a recap here. It's already been revealed though. And in NA, we'll see the full picture of what we're seeing. But if you hear the voice and you see, kind of the flavor of the cards, you maybe know already what to expect.
I think a few have already figured it out, and I just gotta say I really like this reputation mechanic. We have to see how easy it is to enable. From a competitive standpoint, it does feel a little bit demanding to have 5 attack units have struck 4 or more times, but I believe with all the new tools that we'll be getting with this new expansion, that's going to be easier than it seems at first. And it's a very, very nice threshold to me, because from that point onwards, we're seeing cards 2 mana draw 2 cards. We see that card that can copy denies and many other things. Like, that's going to add a lot of very key interaction, and I'm really excited. I think Reputation is super fitting for a region like Noxus as well. I love it, especially when we have cards like Triferring Assessor, amongst other things. It's really dope, but obviously I would like to see a bit more. I guess we gotta wait, right?
The reveal cycle is 24 hours, where the first seasonal starts in Asia, and then it's every 6 hours a new region competing for that champion spot. So it'll all end up in NA. We're third in line, but again, it's going to be a big reveal there as well, and just the full picture to see how everything makes sense. Like you mentioned, when you see a keyword, if you think about it not making sense with the current card pool, that means there's probably going to be cards that are going to be added. They're going to start making it, much more clear how the keyword works and why it's going to be viable in certain archetypes and decks. But we're going to check out picks and bans now in this round 2 match between Ultraman and Sharp. Belgium versus Spain. A great matchup here. Ultraman, of course, known from the Gwent scene, was a big competitor there. From TLG, like you mentioned. Sharp is from Fraternity, a Spanish Runeterra team. So both players have practice partners. They've prepped for this tournament. They've played a lot, like I mentioned before. And we'll see what the ban ends up coming. What ban comes through here. Elise, we see it in her own little spotlight. She's by herself, just taking the whole picture there.
Yeah, taking all the square. Ultraman, it's important to note, was the team. I'm gonna say team captain, but not necessarily. He was a very important member of the Belgium team in the European Masters, and Belgium eventually succumbed to Spain in the preliminaries. So Ultraman could be looking at a bit of a, at least a symbolization of a vengeance, right? Like getting that win back for his country. But ultimately, Ultraman here is for himself before anything else, and he is trying to advance to the quarterfinals and trying to capitalize on what seems to be like a very advantageous archetype matchup right here. Again, I do expect Go Hard to be banned for this event, and I do think Ultraman, honestly, I would just ban away Draven, discard aggro, because it feels like the more menacing of the 3. It's the one that can high roll the most. So that's the one that I would remove out of the way, especially if I'm expecting a Shadow Owls ban from my opponent. So I'm going to go ahead and go with that. Go Hard and discard will get banned here, and we'll see Pirate Aggro and Spiders versus Fiora Shen and Karma. I'm excited to see some Karma. It's been a while, Karma Aphelios. If you're a fan of long games, oh boy.
Listen, Miguel. I'm gonna remind you that Spooky Karma versus an Anivia deck game that we casted for the I think it was the last season of the EU Masters.
Oh my god,
that lasted 2 hours. So let's not jinx it. Let's hope this is the only Karma deck we see today. The timers are here to save us. At least they're gonna limit the amount of time a game can go on for. But Karma's a champion that obviously plays for not just the late game, but the latest of games. Turn 30 is the ideal threshold when you're playing Karma in your deck. And aggro is the opposite. Aggro is looking to, Sharp is trying to, get this over with, for good or for bad, but get it over with very quickly with a very aggressive lineup. And we'll see what bans come through. I want to quickly mention though as well, Belgium and Spain, not usually seen as these powerhouse countries in Europe for esports in general, but in Runeterra, Belgium is very linked with France, of course, in prep, language, etc.
Yeah, yes.
And we saw even in EU Masters and in many tournaments, a lot of players from both Belgium and France working together, and a big community in France as well. But Spain, I'm very surprised to see, has an enormous community in Runeterra as well, with so many accomplished players, so many strong teams as well. They're not huge professional teams. They're kind of
Up and coming.
smaller teams, up and coming teams, of just players that have like-minded goals and like-minded strategies working together to become better and better. And it's great to see, of course, and it's great to see the showing up in this tournament as well in the seasonal. With I think we were 6 or 7 Spanish players, so it shows that putting all this extra effort in prep, in fostering kind of a community kind of spirit, also ends up paying off when it comes to results. We see a lot of Spanish players making a name for themselves in Runeterra right now.
Yeah, I mean, how many have qualified here? Like 6 or 7? Like a very strong number considering there's a total of 32. By the way, look at Sharp's lineup. It reminds me of the Spanish flag. A lot of Noxus, a lot of red, and even some yellow in there as well.
You're figuring it out, Mongo. That's the message. You decrypted it. Well done.
Yeah. God, I'm good.
Detective novels. You supposed to get the end of the book, but you got it at the beginning. Your brain is so huge, man. How do you do it?
That's the second time you said I have a big brain, so must be true. Hell yeah.
And look at Ultraman's lineup, not the Belgium flag colors, so not quite working out there. He's failing your theory right there.
More of his thing, but it is true that Belgium and France are like very good friends in at least in Legends of Runeterra. Like I've seen they even had this session after the European Masters in which they had some scrimmage. Some like exhibition games, right, between the French and the Belgium teams. With
we saw a show match like 3 weeks ago between some of the best Spanish players and the best French players.
Yes,
and Spain won. I'm not going to say anything, but
Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah.
But Spain did win, and it was a very close one though. A lot of the players in this tournament are actually participating in that show match, actually. So Sergio Tubamos was one of them, a very strong player from Team Aretuza. So again, these are players that some of them are going to be new names, of course, but the players we're highlighting for these future matches are players that, if you've been following the esports scene here in Runeterra the past year or so, when it comes to community tournaments or even official tournaments like the seasonals and the EU Masters, you're going to be seeing a lot of familiar faces because these are consistent players that have proven that, it's a card game. There's some variance, but it's not all luck. There's a lot of skill involved. And if you're good at the game and you're prepping and you're at your A game at all times, you're going to be showing up to these tournaments and can even maybe make a living out of being a Runeterra pro in the future.
That is definitely what many of these are working towards, and they work really hard, man. It's very important to know. Like it's super easy to just they just play the game every day. Like they put in the hours, man. They put in the effort. And here we go. We didn't see the bans. Okay. So we didn't see the bans, but we see that Go Hard did not get nerfed. I am shocked.
That is shocked. Did not get nerfed. Did not get banned. I think you're getting some PTSD there. Go Hard did get nerfed, Mongo. Don't worry. It's okay. It's okay, man. Okay. Go Hard is in hand there. Of course, the card that you want to find as soon as possible to start getting its cycling effect once you play a copy to go back in the deck, etc. The nerf that did come in for those that have been somehow poofed off of the planet for the past 2 months, the final pack your bags now cost 5 mana instead of 1, which is maybe something that makes a lot of sense. Maybe shouldn't have been in the game for 1 mana before, but it is a bit more balanced now in the end game.
Oh, it's perfectly fine right now. I'm a big fan of the version. I'm really happy that it's still viable. It was very annoying because it was so prevalent, but I really like Riot's approach towards balancing. Like they're never happy with eliminating an archetype. They always want to make sure that it's still playable, but more toned down. And I really like that Ultraman is showcasing that Go Hard is not out of the picture. I love that phrase, idiots.
And Go Hard, of course, the sooner you play the card, the better. So we saw it right away when it was a good unit to kill. You can kill off a unit. We see 2 crowd favorites in hand, so already kind of stopping that synergy a little bit is great for the Go Hard player. The attack comes in here because, Flame Chompers have 0 attack. This is an awkward hand from Sharp. We mentioned it before. If you high roll the God tier hand, fantastic. You're maybe going to win the game with this card aggro. Like you mentioned, it's a high roll deck in some ways. If you don't draw the best hand like this one we're seeing here, it's a bit clunky. You end up having 2 Flame Chompers that can't block. You're down to 14 HP turn 4. You don't have a wide board for the crowd favorites. It gets kind of awkward.
Yeah. This is why I personally I'm an advocate for 2 copies of Crowd's favorite, and I like to focus a little bit more on vision synergy with the likes of the used cask salesman, or according to some people, me, because you can have draws in which you just don't find your swarm, and you draw like 3 copies of Crowd's Favorite, and it gets super clunky, right? So we're seeing Sharp struggle a little bit, but it's not so much this that he's struggling, it's the fact that he's queued into a horrendous matchup. Like, I'm really shocked that this deck did not get banned. It is the perfect counter to this, for example, like the Withering Whales, even the Doom Beast. Like, Ultraman is just not going down this game ever.
And it's about the hands as well. I mean, perfect sequence of cards in the hand for Ultraman. He got the TF red card last turn, able to kill off 1 unit and lower all these other units to the exact threshold where if you play Withering Whale, both of these Flame Chompers are gone. The Crowd Favorite is down to 2 HP, so would trade off against any of these 2 attack units. And you found the second Go Hard so early on already to drain some damage from one of these units as well. If you do play Withering Whale now, it stops the challenge effects, but you overheal because you're already at 20 HP.
I like this decision. I like this play by Ultraman. There was there's a pretty tempting Withering Whale right there, but I believe we're gonna see Doom Beast instead, or maybe even Sub. We're not gonna see Withering Whale here. Like, you can get more out of it. You can block here with the Fortune Croaker onto the Crowd Favorite. Honestly, I would go all in with a block here. Block everything. Or maybe not necessary, actually. Oh. That's dangerous. That's definitely dangerous.
It's not something we see every time, but Whirling Death can be a very strong card. It found a home in the Darius Draven deck that we saw a bit with Targon, that Overwhelm deck. And we see why here with the spell copy with Draven in hand. It's a very strong card. TF is gone now. And the board is looking threatening for Sharp, but Ultraman is still very healthy.
Yeah, and that Doom Beast is gonna bring him back up to 20 and drop Sharp down to 10. But it is important to note that there's an Augmented Experimenter. Augmented Experimenter on Sharp's hand. He has to go for the salvage instead. I think this is definitely a better play. You need to cycle through your deck and see, get as many options as possible so you can go wide. You can always play Doom Beast next turn anyways. So fishing through your deck is very important. There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You can't really back it. I mean, you could lead out with the Wiggly Burble Fish here to pass a little bit of initiative, but I don't think Sharp is going to commit to that, so he's going to go for it immediately. I really like this. This is great.
What's not to like about a huge board clear that takes down Draven that's leveled up already? Now, of course, looking at the hand for Sharp, we have the full information. It's a bit awkward if Ultraman doesn't play anything right now. He might just priority pass at this point with Sharp. Yeah, I think he has to play this first.
Yes, he has to do it. I agree.
And now at this point, Ultraman can play his Burblefish if he wants to for just 1 mana, so huge discount, get some damage in. And already we're talking about Sharp being the aggro deck, but Sharp's at 8 HP, so maybe the places got switched here because Ultraman is being very aggressive in his playstyle.
We do see House Spider with the this would be a fantastic like setup for Sharp if it wasn't for that Withering Whale in Ultraman's hand, which was completely denied this. We see him discard the House Spider because of that, and honestly, I think this has to be Experimenter.
Come closer. I don't bite.
Elise comes in as a blocker. We see the second Experimenter, so they're here trying to make some trouble here. Of course, you're at 5 HP if you're Sharp, so you have to be careful about elusives. I think that's the one thing you have to care for the most.
I love the shakedown. I really love the shakedown. Into Doom Beast is a very nice setup for Ultraman. He can also go for the Crawling in My Skin card. I forgot the name.
Crawling Sensation.
Crawling Sensation. Linking Park.
I like your version better. I like the singing version better. I think they should add that voice line the moment you play the card. See if the community notices.
All right, here, not quite the level up though. 1 spider away. So this is, Ultraman is running out of gas. It's important to know, like he's running out of steam here.
And this is a deck that normally has a lot of gas with TF and stuff, but with the current hand, he's having a bit of trouble here. We'll see how he wants to block. Of course, you do have to not take too much damage, but you are very healthy for Ultraman, so I think you're fine not having to chump block just yet. Maybe trying to go wide next turn if you find the right cards.
Man, that Withering Whale is worth gold, though. That Venge is also nice to have. It stops a Jinx. It shuts down a Jinx. Yeah, he's going to go for the Vulnerable. Very nice attack with Elise here. Setting up the some damage. Man, just 1 away. Just 1 away. And this puts him at Doom Beast range. It's important to note that, the Spanish deck here, I look at those 2 regions, like...
The Get Excited comes in to save some of that health.
Yeah, very important. because otherwise he's at Doom Beast range. He can't afford that.
The tables are kind of flipped here now. Sharp usually wanting to play Get Excited to face and trying to go aggressive and trying to burn his opponent down, but Ultraman is sitting in a very comfortable 17 HP, and Sharp is the one that has to worry about his Nexus health. And like you said, there are some ways to burn like Doom Beast. So the top deck, the Yu-Gi-Oh would have been there if not for Sharp saying, "Hey, I don't want to get Yu-Gi-Oh game 1. That's not the way to start the series off. I'm gonna play safe here, play the Get Excited on the Elise, and make sure to not just knock down this champion, but also not take that 2 damage last turn."
Man, Sharp really debating here. Will he go for the Zonite onto the Battlecaster right there? Yeah, he does. He sacrifices it for the sake of fighting something else. There is a Get Excited, but man, it's not doing anything here. This Withering Wail. Withering Wail is so tough.
There's a bit of a problem sometimes when you see 9 mana still playing Withering Wail so early, because you think my opponent's just gonna, replay his hand, but there is no hand to replay for Sharp, so pretty safe playing the Withering Wail there. And we see it here. Get Excited once again going to have to be used to save yourself if you are Sharp, because Zap Sprayfin plus the Doom Beast would be a kill. Instead, the Get Excited comes in to, for a second round in a row, help Sharp survive.
Yeah, this is over. Card draw. All he needs is another Withering Wail. And
he finds 2 Doom Beasts.
It's over, folks. It's over.
Sharp doing everything he can to stop the Yu-Gi-Oh moment, but Ultraman does not care. Just top decks both answers instead. Double Doom Beast, double kill here, and Sharp goes down in game 1. Ultraman leads the series 1-0 up. What a game, and really shows how Doom Beast is a card that I think was never really complained about or seen too much in the meta as a problematic card, but is a card that is so good at what it does, such a good value for 3 mana, with a very easy proc effect with Nightfall, of course, and Go Hard. And it shows it. It's a deck that you don't have that much burn outside to pack your bags, but all of a sudden you're at 3 HP and you die to double Doom Beasts.
Yeah, it's an amazing card. Like, it really flew under the radar at first. Like, when it was revealed, people were talking a lot more about like more flashy cards like the Everglade Stalker, and there were other toys coming out at that time. And Doom Beast was just kind of like, a common sort of like Nightfall card. Okay, whatever. It seems decent. And then little by little, it started seeing more and more play, and people were like, you know what? This card is amazing. It's a 3/2 stat line that allows it to block it Fearsome and apply pressure. And that 2 drain swing is so good in so many different matchups, to push damage or to even save up health gain. That was a very dominated game for Ultraman, which really highlights why I believe Go Hard should have been the ban target there, because that was a very easy win for him.
Yeah, clean play from Ultraman, but also just a matchup that was very much in his favor, I think, with Go Hard. We saw the game plan for each card aggro crumbling, turn 4 already with so many heals there for Ultraman in hand. But again, much of the same happening here. Eye of the Dragon, a card that is able to generate lifesteal Dragonlings every single turn if you play 2 spells. You have Guiding Touch as well. You have Deny to stop some spells from coming in. These decks are kind of almost built to have some answers to aggro.
Yep, and I'm going to point something out real quick for anybody who may be confused as to why Ultraman went with that attack there with the Eye of the Dragon. He was bluffing a Pale Cascade, so Shark can never really block there, because the Pale Cascade removes the Battlecaster, and that's a very important unit. Oh, and instead of going for Ophelia, he's going to go for the, I assume, the Calibrum immediately? Or maybe the Crescendum, maybe. He could go for the Crescendum here. I think
could be a Calibrum, but remember, this is with Ionia, this is with Karma, so there is no box Stipus in this case, so you can't just challenge the Draven, for example. So it's a bit of a difference.
I love that setup.
And of course, with the Axe being hovered, you can't really block with the Eye of the Dragon or the Aphelios, because the Axe would give the +1 attack to the Battlecaster as well. So you have to be very careful there. Now, Ultraman obviously has a lifesteal and has ways to stop the game plan for Sharp, but at the beginning, a strong start for Sharp and already down to 14 HP for Ultraman.
If he gets another Eye of the Dragon here, this is huge for him. Oh boy. That's fantastic. This Calibrum is going to not only eliminate that Battlecaster, but also proc both of these. We may see us get excited on one of them, but it also doesn't feel great either. Yeah, you definitely Calibrum here. Yeah, even though you're sitting up a little bit, like I don't think you're happy with this pass. You're okay. Never mind. He's happy with this pass, but he doesn't get the Ephemeral here. Yeah, and now we're gonna see the Calibrum 100%. Once these Poros start down.
I stand for that. I gotta work with this Joker.
You 100% Calibrum now. You target the Battlecaster, and you get those nice Lifesteal Dragonlings.
And this is kind of the fortress already being set up for Ultraman. Double Dragonlings every turn, double Eye of the Dragon, and a few ways to really, cheaply get rid of this unless you want to play double Get Excited on both of these Eye of the Dragon. So the blockade has been set up here by Ultraman, and it looks like it might last, quite a few rounds. So these Eye of the Dragons, again, a champion that maybe isn't, or a follower that isn't considered, incredibly strong, but I think has always been underrated in what it does, with the attune value as well, able to help Ionia survive in the early game and mid game so much, where then Ionia really turns on late game with Karma, with Lee Sin, and can end games very quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing about Eye of the Dragon is that for the last few months, there haven't been that many decks that use her besides Lee Sin. So, but she's a phenomenal 2-drop, and a deck that really justifies her. Like she puts in the work, and with Aphelios made her so much better. Because Aphelios allows you to consistently meet that requirement with these cheap spells. They're so useful at the same time. That alongside Guiding, Touch, and Cascade allows you to chain a lot of these 2-mana spells. And then you get that Aphelios level up, and the Moon Weapons cost 1, and these Eyes of the Dragon will be generating Dragonly walls for the rest of the game. It's a really nice board setup right here. Ultraman looking at a very fast Aphelios level up, which will be absolutely devastating for Jinx Draven, and we could see a 2-0 dominant performance here by Ultraman. These Dragonly are amazing.
This is a minor problem, though. You do have limited board space in Runeterra, so with 2 Dragonlings coming out every turn and the Temple on the board as well, you could be in trouble. But of course, your opponent's game plan is 100% just aggro. They don't have really anything else. So the priority here should be, I think, the Dragonlings and the lifesteal every turn, because it's a hard fortress to penetrate. I've seen games with double Eye of the Dragons, and let me tell you, they go on for quite a long time, and most of the time, the player with them on the board does not end up losing.
Double Eye of the Dragon plus that Star Shaping in hand, and double Notify to counter those 2 Get Exciteds. This is looking amazing for the Belgian player.
And we have, of course, the versatility of the Aphelios Moon Weapons, where you're able to play Gravitums to stun the crowd favorites. You're able to do so many things to stop the game plan. You can even play, Severum for the lifesteal as well. So a lot of these weapons are going to help out Aphelios.
Here we go.
And when Aphelios levels up, he's even scarier with the discount on the Moon Weapons. Again, you're going to have so much mana, even with the mana regen from the Temple as well. So things might very quickly get out of hand here for Sharp and in hand for Ultraman.
Definitely expecting Calibrum to hit that weakened crowd favorite, as he's healthy enough, and with that Star Shaping. Okay, never mind. We could see it target that Battlecaster now. I think that's ultimately better, because you can still hush away those crowd favorites, right? It's not easy, but I think ultimately it's more damage. Like the Battlecaster is representing more. We just go for the Overwhelm.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, it's not an easy call, really. It's not, but I would go for the Battlecaster. Yeah, I like this decision.
And there is the Battlecaster in the end. We are on turn 6, of course, Karma. Turn 10 is where she really goes off. So we'll see if we make it that far, or if kind of aggro strategies. The thing with them is that they have a very explosive early mid game, but in the late game, that's where they're not really designed to survive to that long. You want to end the games on turn 6 or 7. If you don't, you lose. If you do, you win. So once we get to the late game, we'll see if aggro just crumbles on its own. Maybe you don't even need Karma to take over to end up winning the game for Ultraman.
Yeah, I agree. I think one of the main reasons as to why Aphelios is so good. People talk a lot about Graviton because send them, right? But I think Calibrum is pretty insane considering the region Aphelios is in. It gives Targon something that it hasn't had before, and that is damage to deal with units. Outside of Invoke into stuff like Meteor Shower, there's not really anything for Targon to deal damage. It has to combine with other regions. So when you combine with something like Ionia, you lack like pings, right? And ways to deal with units quickly. But Aphelios with that Calibrum allows you to slowly but surely pick off the opponent's board as you slowly build up your own. And I do feel like that's one of the main things that really makes this region combination go beyond Lee Sin, right? And I really like it. I really like Karma Aphelios. It has a lot of potential, and Calibrum is a very important component of that.
And there I mentioned the board space problem, both Dragonlings being banished to the Shadow Realm the moment they come out because there is no space for them to join this party. We're going to see some chump blockers here from Ultraman now opening up some space. And it's part of the landmark design as well. Landmarks taking a spot on the board balances them in many ways as well. So key part of the landmark design is having that bit of a downside as well. We saw it in Plaza decks even, where you couldn't have, a bajillion units with Challenger and +1/+1. And it's much of the same here with Temple. You can't have a super wide board.
This is very interesting for Ultraman. He does have access to, he can potentially set up Karma and Deny. That's one of the tricky things about Moonlight, right? Like, he doesn't even need Deny because he has Notify. We're seeing a potential double. Yeah, I would target Karma, but the problem is double get excited, and one Notify was dropped earlier, and we're gonna see. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Yeah, this is actually fantastic for. Oh my God, this is really strong for Sharp.
And this is something that you think about and you say, okay, there's no way he has double get excited, but in this case, it is going to be here.
And double axe, which means Jinx is leveling up this turn. Karma is going down, and Jinx is leveling up. This is really big for Sharp.
And this is something that I'm sure Ultraman considered, but again, it's a card game. You're going to expect certain low outcome, low probability things to not end up happening, not to have double get excited in hand exactly, but that is what Sharp had. So a perfect hand for this exact situation, able to take down Karma and not have to deal with her, which is a very, very strong card if we ever get to turn 10 and she gets enlightened.
He still does have another Karma though, so it's okay for him to lose that one. The biggest problem is the Jinx level up, and that was pretty much unpreventable. So there's not really, something that's preventable. There's not much you can do about it, right? So we do see, a nice setup for Ultraman. Double Dragonling there with the Gravitum as well. They can prevent some blockers and force some, awkward trades and some more health gain there with the Guiding Touch as well. But that leveled up Jinx with a augmented Experimenter top deck, which is just the god of top decks here for Sharp. Onto that Vision as well, going to empower those elusives. Like, this card has quite a bit of steam going on here. Like, this game is not over yet, even though it's still looking very good for Ultraman.
Yeah, Ultraman attacking here again with the Dragonlings. I think only really opening space for the Dragonlings on the attack token turn, defense token turn, just chump blocking because it's fine as well. And in this case, also attacking with Aphelios because of that quick attack. Again, because these deck lists are kind of pretty set in stone, discard aggro, you know what they run. There's no way to really buff health. That's not a deck that tries to prioritize that. It's safe to attack with quick attack units. A lot of play patterns are pretty obvious if you're experienced in these matchups and against these decks. There's the Experimenter coming down, Reckless Research being activated, trying to take down one of the Eye of Dragons, and will be denied here.
Ooh, yeah.
A very strong deny target.
Very strong. Also stops the rocket. Like, that deny is huge. I honestly, like, that deny was like very obvious, but I was dwelling so much on the Jinx setup that I kind of missed that right there. But yeah, that's obviously like you always deny there, and I really like this Karma setup as well. That Notify is really neat. Ooh, that's really good.
Ultraman is showing us, he must have played Yu-Gi-Oh at some point in his life. He has some of that in him because that is not normal. Double Doom beats the end game one and find the Notify on this turn as well. We'll see how relevant it will be, but considering how Jinx works and the fact that the Rocket is 1 mana, I'm gonna guess pretty relevant, Mogwai.
Heart of the cards, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing that a lot throughout this tournament, and Ultraman very, very happy about that Notify pull right there. Gonna counter the Rocket, as we do see a pretty menacing attack here from Sharp, but the thing is, Ultraman has all the defenses he needs. He has a Hush, and he has health gain with Star Shaping as well, and Guiding Touch. Like, this hand is too much, man. This hand is, he's unbreakable here.
It's similar to game one where he seemed to have all the right answers, but I think it's just the lineups in general are just really favored for Ultraman. Notify comes in. Sharp, I think it's better if he doesn't know that was generated by Karma. I think it's better if he just, in ignorance is bliss, as they tend to say. I think that's the case here for Sharp as well. It's better if he doesn't know because that could be a pivotal part of this, the result of this game too. And of course, it's game 2. Ultraman's up 1-0. If Sharp loses this game, he's already out of the tournament in the round of 16. So it's a crucial moment here for both players.
Yeah, we were saying how Ultraman's lineup seemed to be very well geared. That's why I really like it, because it seems like a lineup that's designed to take on pretty much anything. Like, it feels very balanced, right? But it's also a hard counter to anybody who tries to bring aggro. And we've seen aggro getting more and more popular in these recent tournaments, happening. So, and on the ladder as well. So Ultraman is like, he's had a fantastic read on the meta, man, with this lineup right here. Like, I think it's like, as of right now, it feels like the most solid one to me. That Go Hard deck just shuts down anybody trying to bring an aggro lineup. And it's also very menacing to other top tier decks as well. Like, it's super well thought out. And this Karma is going to flip next turn, and that's going to be all she wrote. As you mentioned earlier, Star Shaping heals 10 now and gives you 2 win conditions. Pretty good.
Thankfully, you can heal above 20. Just, we'll see if the devs change that in the future to help, our girl Karma out and make her,
she needs it. Yeah,
she needs help. She's not powerful enough when she gets enlightened. She needs a little bit more. But there's the Concussive Palm as well, a great tool at stopping, units. And it's great when you're going into, a lot of mana, 13 mana on turn 10, to have a diverse set of answers and a pretty large hand here. So you have a stun, you have lifesteal, like you said. So you have a lot of different tools here if you are Ultraman.
David, I don't know about you, but I feel that's the most powerful sown seeds I've seen in my life. Like that,
it can be considered quite strong, yes, at the current board state and the current turn timer. But I don't think you need it because you have so many other tools with Karma leveled up and Temple on the board and Aphelios and at an 8 out of 8 with, just look at this. Look at what's happening here. It's looking pretty damn scary if you are Sharp looking at this board. Overwhelmed now on Aphelios. He gets the buffs as well. 11, 12 attack coming in.
Yep. That's how his deck wins, by the way. And in case anybody's wondering, well, what's the late game? You have Karma and Aphelios on the board, and you profit. And believe me, there is a lot of profit to be made. Like these two, just every single moon weapon that you play will be duplicated. And for buffs like Infernum becomes the best card once you've leveled up. This 3 damage is just not quite there, unfortunately.
Trying to do something, but in most matchups, when you play out this board, if you're the Discord aggro player, you're going to be winning because it's a threatening board. You have Jinx leveled up, you have Draven, you have crowd favorites, but Ultraman from the beginning set up the fortress with double Drangling with Temple. He had really everything to help him out.
Severum or Infernum, one of the two, to buff Karma.
Well, you can go just Infernum for the kill, right?
Yeah, but he's gonna target Karma now. Like you go for the Infernum onto.
There's no way to kill this Aphelios.
You
just go for the.
Yeah, it's lethal, right? No, because if you go for the buff onto Karma, you can save her, but he's just going for lethal here, and you're right. There's nothing to stop it. But you could buff Karma first with Severum, which gives more health. Mm-hmm. And you're out of the rocket range, right? But you don't care at this point. Like you mentioned, this is too strong. Yeah, we see Sharp just completely foregoing the rocket. It's like I'm clearly not gonna win with this, and now this Severum just seals the deal.
Not even double whirling death, but not quite enough.
Not by a long shot.
It's by one because we have an 8 attack crowd favorite. Could have attacked twice for 16.
That is a big sad boy right there.
We see the double whirling death here, so it's almost enough. By one, you would think, there's no way you can stop this, but all of a sudden...
Except there's like a Concussive Palm and a Hush, so...
That's true.
But yeah. Fake emo. Hashtag fake emo for the win. Ultraman gonna get a dominant victory here over the Spaniard Sharp, taking down the aggro lineup with ease, with what I believe may be one of the best lineups that we've seen in this tournament. I expect big things from Ultraman as he advances to the quarterfinals. And he's looking very promising, David.
Yeah, right away, a strong showing. Of course, the lineup does look extra strong when you line up against a matchup that is going to be favored because your decks have answers to aggro. It's going to obviously highlight the strong points of the deck, and it could have problems against other decks possibly as we move along the tournament. But definitely against aggro, it maybe doesn't. I think Ultraman wasn't thinking, right, everyone's going to bring aggro. I'm going to bring a deck that counters it. But he was thinking, I'm going to bring this strong lineup, and if it counters aggro, that's definitely a bonus. In this case, we saw why it was a bonus with just a very easy win against Sharp. Not because Sharp's a bad player or Ultraman played so incredibly well, but because the lineup was already very much in his favor. Preparation
is the most important thing for this. We see that be mentioned a lot from the likes of Poprovac. Can't pronounce his name.
Poprovac. My God, but you just keep doing your thing. Anyone from Czechia, you just immediately just butcher the names straight away. First try, just all right. You're on the chopping block, and boom. But moving into the second, it's just still the round 2 is still top 16, but we're going to be seeing a second game here. It looks like it is 1-1 or 1-0 currently in favor of Boom's Life. against Nunubot. Nunubot, also known as Mikaela. She is from Sweden, and she is a very strong player as well. But it goes to highlight, in the seasonal tournaments, her highest rank right now is Diamond. So it shows how some very strong players that don't have time to grind ladder. She's 37. She has probably a full-time job. She doesn't maybe have time to grind ladder all day long, as some of our younger players do. Still able to perform in the open rounds and make it to the seasonal tournament.
That's such an important note, because a lot of people don't understand this. People are busy. People have things to do. They have jobs and they have a family, whatever it is. And at a certain point, responsibilities happen, right? And grinding a ladder, like some of these pro players, like they spend the entire day playing on ladder, right? And that's not something that everybody can do. But what this seasonal tournament format does is it opens the door and says, hey, if you're good enough, you don't have to grind many hours to qualify for our tournaments. And that's what I really like about this initiative, right? And having it happen in client as well is really neat. And we get to see a player that we didn't really know much about in Nunubot here, representing her home country, what the hell, her country in Sweden. And looking at a bit of a rough situation here, though, because she is down 1-0, and if she does lose this match, she is out. But it's looking like a very strong board state for her, sitting at 20 health and looking at a 6-7 beefy box this challenge on Pierces of Fate to prevent the level up.
Yeah, a lot of great answers here in hand. Obviously has a great setup already, like you mentioned, with Bactopus Aphelios and the Temple already on the board. TF is a very explosive deck. It can get out of control. We see a red card here to eliminate some elusive blockers. That could be a huge deal if a Mind Meld is found. If you have a lot of elusive blockers, you're going to be in big trouble. We see another Burblefish in hand for Boom's Life, and also a counterfeit copy, which is not in the main deck. It can be generated by Burblefish, of course. One of the cards that maybe isn't the absolute best card to generate, but it can be pretty good in creating 4 more Burblefishes in your deck. You cycle so quickly with this deck that it means you're going to probably find them again. And it can become a cycle of Burblefishes if you play one of those 4 and then you draw another counterfeit copies and just keep going.
Yep. If you run stuff like pick a card, counterfeit copies becomes really neat, because you, like you said, you go onto Worky Blubberfish, you go for a pick a card, and then all of a sudden you got all these free fishes representing lethal. Like they rack up damage really fast. But we do see Cosmic Rays.
I was about to mention that might be a pretty good answer to a lot of what Boom's Life is going to want to do in the next few rounds. Once he really develops a huge board, there could suddenly be an invoked answer that you don't really play around, because you can't guarantee it's in the deck. It's not a card that you main deck, obviously. It's a card you invoke, and it could be a little surprise that Boom's Life is not expecting.
I feel he's going to go down here. Not really much Nunubot can do. It is important to note that before Nunubot is able to go for Cosmic Rays, she either needs to go for the Messenger's Sigil and draw a Messenger, or go for the Star Shaping and invoke something else to enable the Cosmic Rays, because the Cosmic Rays demands that you behold a Celestial. We see the Sigil right here to get the Gravitum before Aphelios goes down. Gravitum, a very important card in this matchup, stopping one attack, especially if your opponent is going for like a Mind Meld setup or something like that. If you really need. Down goes the Blinky Burblefish. This is looking like a scary attack here next turn from Boom's Life.
I would have liked to see a counterfeit copies on the Burblefish, but it looks like we did not see that. So not opting for that, kind of crazy 17,000 Burblefishes in your deck kind of strategy. But it is looking like a scary strategy, though. Zap Strafing comes in 6 mana, so not quite enough to play a Mind Meld if it is drawn. But we do see still a few great options here. And TF, of course, the level up is always a consideration. Get Excited is in hand, though, for Mikaela, for Nunubot to try and answer as well.
Even with the Veil Temple's help, there's no way for Nunubot to enable Cosmic Ray this turn, so she has to go for the Gravitum right here. Take the hit and follow that up with a Star Shaping to heal up the damage, and set up for that Cosmic Ray next turn. That's what I expect here from Nunu. Let's see.
Like we saw last round, she had 2 Burblefishes to try and block some of this elusive damage coming in, but they were both taken down with the red card from TF, and now there are no Burblefishes to answer. So this elusive army, not only is it very strong, but unlike elusive decks, it's kind of very easy to just continue finding more and more elusives, cycling through your deck, always having card draw. So it's why TF Fizz has really taken over the ladder in the tournament scene in the past month and a half. We see Stress Testing as well, a card that was recently added and has found a place in this TF Fizz deck just as a way to kind of cantrip and cycle your deck. And really just, it's almost like running 3 less cards in your deck, so making your deck that much more consistent while allowing for some very explosive TF level ups if you find the right combination of cards.
Down goes the attack right there. The level up on Fizz, looking at a total of 8 damage right there. Getting Nunu down to 11, and now is when you go for Star Shaping, get the boost on the Boxtopus, and pick up. Honestly, you could even go double Cosmic Rays, really.
That's one solution. Just if you have a chain of Burblefishes, you have a chain of Cosmic Rays to answer. All is balanced in the world. But some very strong options here. Of course, Star Shaping and just the Celestial cards overall. Very strong power curve on them, but you have to first invoke them, and that's the downside where you have things like Solari Priestess, certain cards that maybe aren't great on their own, but when you add in the invoke card and how strong they are for their mana cost, it makes sense to play them. It's why we see invoke having a lot of success in so many different deck types.
We see the Scourge instead. Nunubot trying to find a win condition rather than a consecutive answer to a spread out board state, which makes a lot of sense. Like I definitely, it's not an easy decision, but I like it. Scourge is a very legit finisher, especially when you have such a beefy Boxtopus that you're building up. You are going to give it +2/+2 win over 1 when you attack with the Scourge. So we see the Cosmic Rays go down immediately next turn? I would expect it, honestly. How close is that Twisted Fate level up?
It's been around for a while.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess it's pretty close.
Yeah, double like Zap's Prayfin went down last turn. So
doesn't level up just yet, but you do have Get Excited into Stress Testing to draw as well. So that might be an option if he's really close here. But of course, Nunubot has been sitting on this Get Excited for a long time. So unless you level him up burst speed, there's gonna be counterplay involved for.
No, I was gonna say you gotta play Cosmic Rays. I would drop Cosmic Rays immediately. Yeah, yeah. This has to happen now. You still have mana open for that Messenger, which will be pretty much free thanks to the Temple. So you still have the likes of Pale Cascade and Get Excited open for play this turn. You wipe out the board, and you have a challenge that threatens anything else that your opponent may want to develop afterwards. There's a lot of daring Poros there, though.
Look at that animation, so clean. And I mean, if they ask you, how do you counter TF Fizz? That's one way to do it. A very clean, just 6 punches thrown out, and all of those cards disappear. You do, like I mentioned before, you can kind of all of a sudden regen your board with this TF Fizz deck very quickly. You're able to play a lot of very cheap elusives once again, but it's going to be not quite as menacing as before.
I think you pass here. I think you 100% pass here. I think if you're Nunu, this is a great pass. Like you're making your opponent burn so much mana. You have to you're not getting enough damage this turn. That chump blocker stops you. Like you have to build up for a lethal next turn. So I would always I think this is a great pass. Yep, I love it. I love it. Great decision there by Nunu. Great call.
The Mind Melt comes in for Nunubot, so she's the one that now has the option to maybe play this out next turn for a little surprise, huge lethal, because so many spells have been played. It's obviously pretty late into the game now, but we're turn 10, we see 13 mana for both players, and it could be a huge Mind Melt regardless of having elusive units or not, if you are Nunubot.
There's the Get Excited to the face. Boom's live trying to finish this game as it's hard to tell what he'll be able to do with Spell Thief, right? Like when it comes to this. Oh, we're gonna see right now. We don't have to speculate. We're gonna see. Oh,
Mystic Shot, pick a card, and Poroken are the options. Mystic Shot may be the cleanest answer to something like TF if it does come down, which is one of the kind of the card that can really take over a game if it gets out of control.
Yeah, and elusives as well. Like Burblefish, for example. Like there's a lot of stuff that you knock out with Mystic Shot. Like it's definitely the card that you go for there. Alongside Get Excited, it does give Nunu enough to guarantee survival this turn. Also important to know that Mystic Shot will knock out the Sharptooth, which is otherwise a pretty menacing card otherwise, because it is pretty strong. So we could see, I think this is the turn to set up the Scourge.
10 mana still available. Pill Cascade to see what options you have. What maybe the best thing to do here is you maybe want to be careful about committing 10 mana to a unit and suddenly having no mana on your opponent's attack token turn. So maybe see first what they want to do, and then you find out, hey, is this any kind of lethal? Is it kind of a very big advantage for my opponent if I just play a 10 mana unit by itself? If it is, then I can just maybe wait and play more patiently, because I think Nunu Bot, she is playing a more value-based deck where she can play it slow and just overwhelm his opponent with value in the next few rounds.
One of the important things to note about this matchup is if you're facing this deck on ladder and you're not facing one of the best players in the world, then a lot of times a very neat strategy against this deck is to basically pass into them a lot, wait for them to attack, because most players playing this deck really feel this sense of need to attack every turn that they can, right? So you can use that to get some information out of them and be able to set up some very strong plays yourself after they commit. But at this level of play, things change. Even though this deck really wants to attack every turn, you will see a lot of mind games with the initiative system, which is what I love about this game, right? Like you can see like last turn where we saw Nunu get Boom's Life to basically burn all their potential commitment that turn with that path, right? And now we're seeing Boom's Life being able to set up a stronger attack here, but Nunu at the same time is building up a decent enough board, has good enough answers with this potential Mystic Shot. Could happen here, but she's gone for the health gain, and that's basically what she needed. These Poros, there are many, but they're very weak. Until Mind Melt happens,
and there's the Mystic Shot. It's 2 mana, and it saves your messenger. It also stops your damage from coming through, so a pretty strong effect there. Ballistic Bot comes in, usually played early on in the game to provide discard fodder and some ignitions for some Nexus damage, but in this case, you have to play it out late into the game. We see the Scourge coming down, 10 mana, 12 attack, and ready to give everyone some nice keywords for this huge attack. And it's going to be a pretty big attack here with the low health blockers from Boom's Life.
What's funny is that the 1 mana, the petal right there can be utilized to enable Get Excited here, which could mean the difference between lethal or not. We do see Mystic Shot and Get Excited from Boom's Life, so he can try to chain them right now to eliminate the 2 weaker units for Nunubot, so that she doesn't get that extra overwhelm power, and could potentially prevent the lethal here. But the thing is, that Boxipus alongside that Get Excited is looking to be lethal for Nunu, and I don't think there's anything Boom can do to stop it. Like even with this disruption, it's just not enough. That Boxipus is way too thick. It's been around too long. It's fought too much. It's gained too much experience. It's unstoppable.
And it has too much health to be taken down by the Mystic Shot and Get Excited in hand for Boom's Life. So again, this is a deck, TF is, that it had its chance to really blow out the game once Cosmic Rays was played to answer that board. Now this is the second version of the menacing board that's being played, but you're running out of cards if you're Boom's Life. So this is kind of the do or die moment. If you survive this in top deck, Mind Meld next turn, great. You maybe win the game. But if you don't, you're running out of cards, and this is you're running out of fuel if you are Boom's Life, whereas Nunubot still has a lot of great answers in hand, a lot of great cards to play with as well.
Here we go. Looking at that sweet lethal, and I love how that Dust Petal is going to enable the surprise Get Excited with a Tembo. I love that, because he can go for the lethal this turn, and that's one of the good things about when you face Piltover and Bilgewater. There's no target there, so there's very little potential healing. I think only Citrus Courier, I think that's the only card that heals as of right now with that Reaching combination. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain that's the case. So if once this damage goes through, once that Boxipus connects, it's over.
And it's already lethal right now on the board, with 3 damage coming in from Lunari and 10 from the Boxipus. Get Excited can be used, of course, to take down the Lunari and try and save that from happening. Only 2 mana available for Nunubaba, like you said. Good combo into Temple and find mana for Get Excited as well. So there's going to be a lethal here presented for Amikala, for Nunubot, and she will be able to win this game, we believe, at this point. We'll see what ends up happening here.
Yeah, it's looking like a clean victory. Nunu seems to be very knowledgeable of what to expect from every region and everything, and I think he honestly just let this go through. Exactly, you get the hit, the guaranteed hit first. You put him down at 2, and now you dust pedal into Get Excited, and you go for the win. Also, like that Daring Toro, like, yeah, you have all the knowledge. You go for it here. This game's over. Yep.
There's the dust pedal, the nuanced play here, knowing that you're going to get the mana regen from the temple after playing one more card, and it's a very low mana card in dust pedal for 1 mana. So there's a Get Excited, and there is the game 2 win for Nunibot for Micaela. So now she is tying this series 1-1, and we're going to be going to a final game 3 between Boom's Life and Micaela to see who can end up winning this series and move on to top 8 already. This tournament is with single elimination best of 3. It moves so quickly, so you better get ready to move with it, or you're going to be out of the tournament. And already almost moving down to top 8.
Very, very good showing. We didn't get to see the first game and how that went, but that was definitely a good showing for Nunu. She sequenced that really well, and I didn't see any mistakes right there. That setup at the end was very neat, and I thought it was pretty a pretty aesthetic win in a way, right? Like that dust pedals built up for the Get Excited on the top was a really neat way for Nunu to get that game back. And now we see Fizz Twisted Fate versus Miss Fortune Quinn Scouts. I'm actually excited to see some Scout action.
Yeah, it's kind of the old versus the new. Scouts has always been a very strong, aggressive deck that could really do some crazy things, and TF Fizz maybe is that new deck that people have been latching onto the past month or two, where we saw some JR01, the Asian streamer, coming to the EU ladder and taking over with TF Fizz, and that was kind of maybe the seal of approval, where everyone was like, all right, we saw that the deck was a concept, it was a good idea, and now we see the results, and they're like, okay, that's all I need. Give me the net deck. Let's go on ladder. And there was a week where I would see nothing but TF Fizz, and that's how Anivia was born. That's how card games work. It's constantly evolving. But TF Fizz, even with Anivia being in the meta, it's still a powerhouse in ladder and in tournaments as well.
Very good opener for Nunu here. We see a very nice curve. You always love seeing that Misfortune into Grizzled Ranger. That just feels great, man. Even though we do see Twisted Fate to be able to do anything. Red card, the gold card potentially even as well. But from what I see right now, there's no answer to Misfortune right here on curve. Because there's no Get Excited. There is a Mystic Shot right there. It is fleeting too. So we're gonna see, because Nunu definitely does want to try to play on curve here, but now that he's drawn the Scout and Valor, she has some utility, or some usage rather, for her spell mana. So a pass here is also justified, because she can still generate the Scout next turn. But she definitely wants to be playing Misfortune here, so she just goes for it. She's like, hey, I'm not worried.
And Misfortune is one of the focal point of this deck. It's so strong, especially against this elusive deck, that there's so many units with 1 HP, and we see here both on the board with 1 HP. You can't really block either, so it becomes quite tricky. And I think you want to play the Grizzled Ranger on turn 4 as well with the Scout attack to have that extra synergy with Misfortune.
I think Boom's Life may set up a red card here. We could see Mystic Shot onto Misfortune. No, he doesn't. Okay, I would have liked that play a lot, because that play denies the Grizzled Ranger next turn, because if Nunu plays Grizzled Ranger and her Misfortune is at 1 health, she'll be losing the Scout and Misfortune to a red card here. So I really believe this Mystic Shot is.
We'll see what the option is here. Looks like you may be right. Mystic Shot being hovered by Boom's Life. We'll see what the target is. Does he want to get the unit kill? No, he wants to weaken Misfortune down to 1 HP, setting up in advance the TF red card next turn, like you mentioned. So the Boom's Life obviously does not have access to the opponent's cards, but it's almost like he does. These players play these matchups and have
that much more impressive. Like the fact that
they have so much familiarity with the certain matchups and cards that are being played, that they know the play patterns and they know what to expect and what to play around a whole turn in advance. But all of a sudden, an interesting meta card here. You don't always see it in Scouts decks, but I have seen it included in some decks. When you play against TF Fizz, for example, where they're playing 0 mana spells, 1 mana spells, 2 mana spells, the +1, suddenly a 1 mana spell being doubled to 2 mana is huge, because you play so many of them that it really adds up over time.
And you see that, guys? You see that Lauren Protege setup? That is exactly because of Twisted Fate, because of Boom's Life Mystic Shot play right there. He denied the Grizzled Ranger play from Nunu here, which would have been really powerful, right? This Misfortune, it seems like it's going to go down. Like, Boom's Life is not going to let her stick around and level up. Yeah, there it is.
She's just that powerful. If she sticks on the board, it really gets out of control, and especially against this elusive deck where you have, like I mentioned before, so many 1 HP units that can't really block at that point either. So it gets a bit tough here. But now TF is on the board. TF has support with pick a card ready to go to try and find him, some card draw and find that level up very quickly. There are, of course, answers in Nunubot's deck. We'll have to see if she has things like Single Combat or just things like Sharp Sight, for example. But we'll see how exactly she can take out this TF, because if TF levels up, it's not game over, but it's pretty close to it.
You know what this means? This play means? This play means the Stony Suppressor is going down. Stony Suppressor is going down, so he's going for the Valor play first. Yes, this is the play to go for, because now, even though Twisted Fate will draw a bunch of cards, every spell will cost 1 more, which makes things really it makes things hard. And he's got the challenges as well.
Exactly.
And repost. They're repost.
There's a get excited though. So there's a Mystic Shot.
Can he afford that? That's 7 mana. Keep that in mind. If he does that, he cannot level up Twisted Fate this turn.
He only has to target the unit that is currently going to be damaging TF, of course, or trying to challenge TF. But
he's got a Scout Challenger, so he leads off the attack with Valor here, and then he tries to protect Valor. Valor goes down, but then he's got that Lauren in the back to kill him.
That's true. Yeah, there's not enough counterplay here because
this Suppressor is amazing. This Suppressor stopping. He can't play that Zap Sprayfin this turn because of that. Like this is.
He could have played a Grizzled Ranger first and have still mana for Grizzled Ranger and the Riposte, but gonna opt. Actually, no, yeah, because it's 5. Yeah, he can only play Riposte. So this is the way to do it. You challenge first now. There's an answer from Boom's Life. You can now Riposte if you want to, and then you can still challenge with the Prodigy next turn or next attack token.
You have to Riposte here. Like it's because if they do have another answer, you have your challenger anyways. So this is you definitely Riposte here because you wanted the man. You want to be like, hey, we need. No, I would have gone for a Riposte, man.
It is still also just fine to do it now. Onto the result ends up being the same.
Oh,
you don't have the mana for it.
Oh no! What are you doing? Nunu? No.
I mean, this is a lot of damage coming through, but now with your own Stony Suppressor being a obviously affecting the entire board and both players, you now have 4. You don't have the 5 mana to play Riposte because it's discounted. It's nerfed down to 5 cost instead of 4. So Get Excited comes in, kills the challenger from Nunubot, and she cannot kill TF this turn. Boom's Life is down to 6 HP. That has to be said. He is in a weakened state, and TF isn't leveling up just yet because the second figure card was not played. But there was a chance to kill TF there. Possibly Nunubot is opting to just go for more damage instead, and opting to do it that way. But I would have played Grizzled Ranger first in that case.
That Cithria could be game winning though. That Cithria could be everything because he is gonna Boom's Life is gonna get the level up. But the +1/+1 boost from Cithria will leave all of his units out of red card range. And they will be fearsome, which means that only the fish can block. Unless no, never mind. Both can block because Twisted Fate can. Yeah, this is really tricky.
And we'll see what cards Boom's Life draws right now. He has to draw cards that he can play Burst or Fast Speed on the stack.
Is gonna make it awkward though.
That's the whole point of this card. Yeah, it is to counter TF Fizz in great part.
Nunu may still get the win here. It all comes down to his attack. That Rummage is really big for Boom's Life. That Rummage is huge. He needs cards like that can be cheap and played at burst speed, so they can get all the Destiny cards out there. But this is Nunu's all-in attack, and Boom's Life has to find a way to enable the gold card. He needs to enable the gold card here.
You have 11 mana to work with, so it should be enough. You have things like Rummage to discard, double stress testing. I mean, you have the perfect hand right there for that. And then you can see what happens after that burst speed play. You have Pick a Card as well that you can play for 4 mana still. So there's going to be enough mana, I believe.
Well, why? I think it's justified to set up Misfortune here, don't you think?
I think she was worried about, like you said, the red card damaging her one attack unit or 1 HP units.
Yeah, that's true. You have to open attack. Yeah. I take that back. Wait. No. If Boom blocks like that, it's over. Yeah, exactly. Like you can't block like that.
There's going to be iterative improvement on Burblefish, the great synergy combo there for another 0-mana Burblefish. Red card comes in, not doing anything. Now you have to play one more card to get the gold card onto Cithria, bring her back to the board, and get only two damage coming into your Nexus this turn.
Yeah, but this is very easy for Boom's Life right here. And Repose is not enough. Repose misses out on a lethal by 1 because of that block. If you blocked the other way, it would have been over. But Repose does not do it.
And you have 11 mana to work with if you are Nunu bot, but she only has one fast speed spell.
Wait, no. He could have reposed. Dude, he could have reposed it on one of his 4 attack units and eaten up the gold card and connect with Cithria for the win.
I believe that is the case, yeah. I believe that would change the sequencing because it is by attack first.
Oh, no.
But it is a very nuanced play there. That's something that I miss personally, casting and looking at all the cards in hand. So that is, I believe that would have been a possibility, though. You are right, but it is a play that I understand why Nunubot might have missed it. It is a very intricate play to find that lethal possibility.
So serious.
Boom's Life, down to 4 HP now.
I played a lot of Twisted Fate, and one of the key things around him is like navigating around the gold card. Especially if you're an aggressive deck, the gold card is the biggest problem once he's leveled up. But Repose can help you do. Oh, that would have been amazing. But honestly, Lulu did not see it, and that's on the player. Like at this level, you're facing the best players in the world, man. Like you need to see these kind of plays if you want to win the tournament. Like it's as simple as that.
Yeah, the same way she saw the Dust Petal Dustin to get excited at the last game, where it was kind of not a super obvious play, but if you've played enough of the deck, it's a play that you expect to see at this high level. So I would have been surprised if we didn't see it. In this case, she did miss that kind of more intricate, more high IQ play there. So again, it is tough. There is pressure. There is, some of these players maybe haven't played on the big stage, on stream, etc.
Exactly. People are watching like that. That affects you, obviously.
And TF Gold card is a card that has. For me personally, I've had many times where I target one unit and then it gets stunned anyway, and I'm like, oh wait, I forgot that this is happening. So I mean, it does occur to players a lot as well. It is a bit confusing, not super obvious, but we see it here. Survives that turn. TF still on the board, still doing his thing. 10 minutes to work with, and blue card coming in here.
Is over. We're gonna see Daring Poro into Mind Meld. You can actually play Fizz and Daring Poro into Mind Meld if you want, and that's enough to find elusive lethal here.
We don't know what the counter is right now for Mind Meld, but it should be enough to give these 4 elusive units a pretty big attack here, and only 11 HP left for Nunubot. She doesn't have a sharp sight either.
Yeah, exactly.
To try and block some things. She has obviously 12 mana to work with, but again, not enough versatility in the hand to have an answer for this Mind Meld. Mind Meld, like Harda was memed a lot, in the past, but has found a home in TF Fizz and has become a very, very strong card in the current meta.
This is looking like a very nice lethal setup from Boom's Life, and there's nothing Nunu can do. But to be fair, Nunu has had 2 backbreaking misplays this matchup. She played that last game very well, but definitely has. I like that. Anybody who's a fan of the Lux emote,
That's a +1 in your book.
In my book, yeah, for sure. But excellent sequencing by Boom's Life. This was not an easy game by any means. He had to work hard for it. This was a very tough series. Nunu missed out some key plays that could have been the victory, but an excellent game nonetheless. And Boom's Life to the quarterfinals of the Cosmic Creational Seasonal Tournament.
And 10 attack is definitely enough to do it there. 30 attack coming in, no sharp sight. Even if there was 2 sharp sights, there was maybe a chance to survive at 1 HP, but then you would have the red card next turn from TF, and there's no life gain in Scouts. So would have been very tough, but yeah, crazy game we saw there. Like you mentioned, some very intricate possibilities for counterplay that maybe one of the players did end up missing there, but Boom's Life takes it 2-1, moves on to the top 8, and Michaela Nunubot is out of the tournament. Like we've seen, a lot of great players, Sharp and Pepsi-Cola, also were eliminated. It's a tough one. Like we mentioned at the beginning, it's a very gruesome and grueling tournament. If you miss that one game, you're basically out of the tournament.
Yeah, those were 2 great games that we just witnessed. Because I do want to reference the matchup that we cast before this one, right? The Sharp versus Ultraman. That was a very good choking. I'm really right now. Ultraman, in my opinion, has the best lineup in this tournament that I've seen so far. It feels so solid. Like, it covers aggro really well while covering the other matchups greatly as well. And Sharp just got completely shut down, because we do see players that just go all in with the aggro strategy in card game tournaments. It's if you're good at those decks and you build them properly, because they need to be like the distributions need to be perfect in that sense, so that deck goes well against the field. But if you do that, it's a very legit strategy that can just overwhelm everybody. And it's nice to see that Ultraman had that in mind and halted that. And that was a very dominant series for him. And this last one was very exciting, very tight, like reminds us of the Pepsi Cola Beaver matchup in the first round, down to the wire. But ultimately, Nunu did miss out. Those couple of plays did end up mattering. And we saw her opponent definitely play a little bit better and earn their spot in the quarterfinals. What was the name of the other
Boom's Life.
Bloom's Life, yeah.
It's and maybe not, as fun as the name as Nunubot. Nunubot, I talked to Michaela before. It was because she made an alt account on League of Legends. Nunu is a champion in League of Legends, not quite in Runeterra yet, but he could maybe join at some point. He's a big kind of Yeti type.
Oh, is that the mummy? I thought it was the mummy for a second. Never mind.
And she had that account as an alt account on League of Legends, which ended up becoming her main account on Runeterra, and now she's kind of stuck with the name. So that is why. And Bot, of course, being on the bottom lane in League of Legends. So an interesting name for sure, maybe more memorable than Boom's Life. But he booms his way to the quarterfinals and finds a spot there as well. Looking at the bracket here, we see some strong players. Pink Beaver still made it through to top 8. Boom's Life, and our boy Sergio Vamos, Spanish player, has also made it to top 8. So we see him performing at the level that I think I expected from him personally. We see Ultraman, of course, we saw him make it. Trish Fangirl, Norwegian player, coming in. He was in the EU Masters as well with Norway, with Marcus playing in that team. And he makes it to top 8. So we see some repeating players.
Yeah.
And at the bottom, we see Swap Blue, a name that I also recognize from Ladder that I think you also were familiar with. And Petish, a Russian player, coming in as well to try and win this tournament.
Yeah, Petish has had he hasn't had an easy run by any means. Facing up against Asher round 1 and being able to take a 2-1 victory against him. Honestly, these quarterfinals are very lit. A lot of high level here. Very excited to see how. I really hope we can cover Sergio Tuvamo's game next, because I'm really, really excited to see this player in action. He was really good in past card games, and he has been trying for a while to establish himself in Runeterra, but he's always been missing out by a little bit. He didn't manage to qualify for the European Masters, and he's had other attempts as well. But he's getting better and better in this game, and I think now is the best time to see what his gameplay is all about, as it would be a shame if we missed out on him. And no, there's no caster bias whatsoever. Well, maybe a little bit, whatever.
A little bit. That being said, we might jump into that game. We'll find out after the maybe 5-minute, maybe 10-minute break. I debated you guys before. I'm sorry about that. It's going to be a break of some amount of time between 5 and 10 minutes. Let's go with that. And we'll see you guys in just a bit, so stay tuned.
so good inside. When I hear that music, it gets me on my feet. Makes me wanna dance all night. Don't make me remember everything you did. 'Cause I don't wanna hurt inside. Feel it in my body, feel it in my feet.
Welcome back, folks. We are in the quarterfinals of the Cosmic Creation seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra. It's your boy, the most professional caster in the globe, Mogwai, joined by Panda to balance things out a little bit. How's it going, man?
I'm gonna go with a yikes on that one. I'm not sure about that, but
Thank you.
I'll
Appreciate it.
accept it. I'll give you some confidence. I'll say yes, Mogwai. That is what I was about to say. You're correct. That is 100% a truthful statement. But what is a truthful statement is that it is now top 8, and there are some of the best players at it right now. Most of these players have gone 5-0 in the open rounds and have made it 2-0 until now. So on a 7-win streak possibly against some of the best players in the world in best of threes is no easy feat. It is very hard to do. You have to have, of course, a lot of skill and maybe some luck as well.
Yeah.
But again, very, very impressive to see these players make it all this way. And it's definitely not all skill, all luck rather, because we see a lot of names that we would expect to see here. First Swing Beaver, a very strong ladder player, currently one of the top players on ladder in the world, in Europe right now, possibly number 1, making it to top 8 in seasonal, shows that there is some amount of consistency being rewarded here. 32 Bombos, like you mentioned, very strong Spanish player. Ultraman and Trish Fangirl, both players that competed in EU Masters are now here as well in the seasonal. So a lot of overlap with some of these players, proving that they can perform consistently regardless of the format in this seasonal tournament as well.
For sure. Not even those, like even Swap Blue as well, a big veteran in this game. He's like, I remember Swap Blue being on the ladder ever since I started playing Legends of Runeterra. Boom's Life, we just saw defeat Nunubot in a very clutch series, very hard fought series of games right there. And we don't know much about Huebi.
Hubi
Right.
is his name. He's a German player. He lives outside of Stuttgart. And fun fact, Mogwai, right? Let's see if you can guess this. He plays a very unusual sport. One guess. What can it be? Very unusual.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
No, he plays underwater rugby. You are never going to guess that. Don't ask questions. Just accept it.
Why didn't you ask me that? I thought I would know about it or something like that. Okay.
Underwater rugby, yes. I was as surprised as you were.
It's safe to assume that he plays Fizz or something, right?
We'll find out. We'll find out. Doesn't make sense, though. But looking at the decks here for the Russian player for Pedish, we see Victor. This is not what I expected to see in top 8 of seasonal. This is a champion that was ridden away. He did get a bit of a buff, but I didn't think it would be enough to allow him to see competitive play. But we see Victor Aphelios. Maybe Victor is a side character in this deck. That can be said. He isn't the main guy. It's Aphelios, but still. Interesting inclusion. We see Ezreal Draven coming back from the dead. It was put away to sleep a month and a half ago in the meta, it seemed like, in tournaments. But here, Ezreal and Draven are once again to try and make an impact in this tournament. And we see TF Fizz, not so surprising inclusion here.
So Pettis, like Sharp was with all Noxus in his lineup, we see Pettis being very, really likes his Piltover and Zon. Piltover and Zon being present in all 3 decks in different shapes and form. I really like the Ezreal Draven list. It definitely dropped in usage, but it's still extremely powerful. And it's a lot of good matchups running around, especially if you can avoid the likes of Shadow Owl's base controls. Aphelios Victor is a very powerful Aphelios deck. Victor is a very nice alternative win condition that kind of has a similar role to that of Karma, but it's a little bit. And we're gonna take a look at the opposing lineup right there. But I'm gonna say, like, I really like. I'm already pretty biased towards Pettis right there. Like, I love that PNZ lineup here, and we see a more standard approach from Swap Blue here, leading off with the Fiora Shen, which is a deck that we have seen quite a bit throughout this tournament. But this one is a little bit different. This one's greedy, my dude. This one's got 1 Tiana Crown Guard and double Bryce Steel formation, packing in the big guns in the late game with that one-off of Relentless Pursuit, which I really like as well. We see the infamous Bilgewater target combination with triple Boxipus and Twisted. Is Twisted Fate in there even? I don't think so, actually. I don't see him.
Twisted Fate is in the Fizz deck, cannot be repeated, of course, and we see Zoe instead. We saw Tom Kench take that spot earlier on in the tournament, but now we see Zoe taking over here. Obviously, also a very strong champion that has seen a lot of play in so many different decks. Very versatile champion to play since she came out. And Fiora Shen, also important to note, no Spirit's Refuge, so no real attempt at trying to counter aggro, which could be a weakness if this player advances and does maybe face a more aggressive lineup, or it could be, you know, a weakness in this matchup even as well, if it would be key to find that card. But no Spirit's Refuge included in that Fiora Shen deck list. And the third deck list there, we see TF Fizz once again. Very usual, I think, net deck, let's say. It doesn't change too much between...
I do see a one-off of Death Ray. I don't know if
and the double Aftershock as well, which is actually a landmark targeting card, yeah.
Swap Blue is bringing very standard decks, like nothing crazy here, but they definitely are, you know, personalized in a way, right? Like I said, the double Bryce Steel formation alongside Tiana is kind of like a late game curve that we don't generally see too often with Fiora Shen. It tends to be a little bit, you know, less. And also, like the Death Ray, you know, even though it's just a one-off, that card can turn into 3 cards, right? So it really can make a difference, especially in some mirror matches potentially. Like Death Ray is actually really good in the mirror with Twisted Fate Fizz, because, you know, one pink can kill, you know, something like a Burble Fish or a Daring Poro, then the next one kills a Zap Spray Fin or something else, and then you got another one that can kill something else. So you got like one card that converts into 3, and all of those trade with the units because they are so frail, right, due to their powerful keywords.
Yeah, that being said, we're going to have another little special card reveal happening. It is not, you know, first in the world, because we did see it before. If you guys have been watching the tournaments from Oceania, from that region at the, you know, start of the day for them, not so much start of the day for us, kind of the end of last day, but it has been seen before, but maybe most of you have not seen it yet. So stay tuned for this little bit of a card reveal coming up.
Now?
Right now.
Let's make this a night to remember. The prettier the rose, the sharper the thorns. This is the fun part. Everything's easier behind a mask.
Yo, I love these cards. I love, we have a 3-mana 5/1 to really work for that reputation alongside Guile. And in case you guys are wondering, Guile is there's like a card in Noxus for each of like the leaders of Noxus, right? You have Might representing a statue of Darius. You have Vision, which represents Swain, and Guile represents LeBlanc. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe
Detective Mogwai, how did you do it? Please tell me your secrets. How do you figure everything out so quickly? That is a good guess. We'll see if that's confirmed. But right now, that's a reveal that we already saw before, so nothing super new. Some of the viewers have maybe already seen that on Reddit, on Twitter, on social media already. But still, now we're seeing more of the bigger picture of reputation, like you mentioned, and seeing some more cards being added to the pool as well.
Really exciting stuff. Very. There's a lot of aspects of this expansion that I'm looking forward to. I don't know about you, man, but the Lysandra looks so cool. Like, I love everything about the entire archetype design around her. I also like her from like a lore perspective. I like the idea of, like an Ice Queen sort of villain. I really like that card. I love the Nexus with the Tough. And then there's also like a lot of really awesome Shadow Owls tools that we're getting for like sacrifice sort of archetypes as well, right? All this, besides Shurima itself, I just, man, this expansion is looking great. And here we have the 3 lineups that we mentioned prior. We're still waiting for the upcoming bans for both players. It's harder to predict in this case. Like, we've seen Fiora Shen take the ban quite a bit, just because it's a very well-rounded deck that can, as you mentioned, can really take on anything. So it is a pretty safe ban, but it is also hard to believe that neither Aphelios nor Twisted Fate will receive a ban here from Swap Blue's lineup. When it comes to Pedish, I'm not really sure what Swap Blue would like to target here.
Yeah, I think looking at SwapBlue's lineup, they all look like decks that, are scary. Like you don't want to face, that you want to maybe ban and not have to deal with them. Whereas Pettish's lineup, you see a Victor, you see Ezreal Draven back in the meta, you're like, maybe I can take a chance with these decks. They're not that important. Of course, matchups do matter, of course. You have to see what decks of yours line up against your opponent's decks and what's the best option as well. But looking at SwapBlue's lineup, that would be a lineup where I look at it and I think, I don't want to play against any of these decks. These decks are all, incredibly strong, and they can even win against matchups that maybe aren't as favored as well. They have, I think, pretty split matchup percentages against pretty much the entire board of Runeterra decks.
I do believe Ezreal Draven may be the ban target here. It has a really good matchup against everything. Like it's really solid against Fiora Shen due to stuff like Ravenous Flock and the ability to just rack up a lot of value. Try to even Prob Leader if it doesn't get countered is really devastating and against any sort of like Targon or non-Ionia deck. So I would definitely expect that to be banned for, if not, it's going to be played. We do see Victor versus, this is the standard, the Aphelios Zoe for SwapBlue, right?
And it's a very slow hand here for SwapBlue. Double Temple, and we see an Aftershock already. They're ready to answer one of the temples, so gonna be no answer here on 2 mana to answer Ballistic Bot or the Mountain Goat. Ballistic Bot comes down to get those ignitions going as soon as possible, and now Solari Priestess can come down at the very least.
Yeah, and this ignition prioritizing the Ballistic Bot over the Mountain Goat, despite the fact that Mountain Goat had a very nice open attack potentially here to generate a gem, but this guarantees the ignition into Aphelios eventually. But no, double 2-drop. Okay, this is really good for Pettish. This decision is really key. You can follow it up with an ignition here, and he doesn't like this. This priest is a very bad blocker, so we're gonna see Aphelios instead.
Aphelios coming down with the Moon Weapon, of course, but not enough mana to play it all out this turn. Only 1 mana available right now for SwapBlue.
This is a very big deal because that means he cannot set up the temple next turn and develop send them, which means that we may see the temple go down on turn 5 instead for SwapBlue here.
The attack here from the Ballistic Bot, if Aphelios does block, there is that 1 mana Thermal Beam ready to go with no real counterplay for 1 mana available for SwapBlue. So SwapBlue has to instead respect that and take the pass there, instead take the hit rather onto the Nexus. 14 HP now on the Nexus for SwapBlue.
You definitely cannot afford the temple here. It would be even more devastating now that we know that Pettish is running Aftershock and has it in hand, right? So Crescendum is very clear here. You play Crescendum. Unfortunately, no matter what you do afterwards, you can't really play the Calibrum this turn, which is something that you definitely would want to be doing here. But right now, SwapBlue is a little bit thirsty for mana.
We could see either Ignition or a gem being played into Thermo Beam for the Boxtopus, but of course, I mean, it's a risk because there's still 3 mana up for SwapBlue, and you could have Steel Cascade.
Exactly. This is a very nice setup. It's basically Pettish saying, hey, you want to use your Challenger? That's fine. You're going to lose your Boxtopus in the process. And SwapBlue was none of that.
And if he were to attack, then you could play Aphelios after the fact and develop that without being at the risk of being challenged by the Boxtopus. Instead, there is a pass by SwapBlue. So we move on to the next turn of this game. We're on turn 5 already. And the board state looks pretty equal, except SwapBlue does have, a pretty strong champion in Aphelios with already one Moon Weapon being played, and the Boxtopus with Challenger.
I think Veil Temple is going to go down here for SwapBlue, which may be responded to by Pettish with an Aftershock. Then Sunblessed Vigor can go down onto Aphelios, I would believe, but there's also a possibility of him prioritizing the Challenger, and thus he will be able to get his Moon Weapon and be able to play the Moon Weapon at the same time this turn. So even though Aftershock is happening here, it's actually not devastating for SwapBlue at all. This actually, wait, did I miscount? Because yeah, I miscounted. I'm sorry. I acted as if like Veil Temple count itself.
Yeah, Sunblessed Vigor comes down, buffs the Aphelios up. You can still buff up the Boxtopus with Pill Cascade here, and obviously that's going to be very, very strong for this turn. It helps it be able to.
Oh, the Ballistic Bot, you mean, right?
Yeah.
He actually preserves it. Looking at the potential of just dropping Aphelios himself here, I think it's very likely. Going for this attack, be like, hey, you want to trade your Aphelios into this? Yeah, you got to block at this point. You're taking too much damage. It's too dangerous.
And these are, of course, attacks that on the board right now, it doesn't look like, it makes sense to block with the Aphelios, but these players know that at this level, if you're attacking just openly like that with the Mountain Goat, you have counterplay to be able to buff its attack and kill the Aphelios if it does block. So both players with Aphelios on the board. Swap Blue down to 12 HP, but has an Aphelios with 2 extra health. Is that worth 8 HP? I'm not so sure.
This temple, yeah, that Aftershock was really neat. Ultimately, and the thing is, you do have the temples here. You do have the ability to start setting up a little bit, but it's still a little bit scary because you're at 12 health, right? So if your opponent goes really wide, which is very possible, be it within them, even go for another moon weapon with the gifts from beyond right there and fish out another 2-drop from the deck and try to go for a wide open attack here. We're gonna see Solari Priestess go down. Swap Blue really just not finding the moment to set up the second Veil Temple. These triple Veil Temple draws have been a little bit awkward here for Blue.
And Fizz TF was banned on both sides for the bans for these players. So we won't be seeing any Fizz TF this time around. For this round, I expect we will be seeing it later in the tournament though. So any fans of Fizz TF, do not worry. But in this matchup, they are both banned, and I'm not surprised. Very, very strong deck in the current meta. Temple for both players, so a lot of mirrored plays happening in this match until now. Both players playing Tempo, both players at 6 mana right now. Ignition coming down for Pettish, and he might just try and burn down his opponent with Ignitions. I mean, it's a viable strategy with this deck. You do have some burn possibilities.
I think in the matchup, Pettish has all the tools he needs to really work for a win here because him playing Piltover over Bilgewater gives him quite the upper hand in many different aspects. Like one of them, for example, being able the ability to interact with the opposing landmarks, right? Him having Aftershocks to deal with the Veil Temple while preserving his own. He also has access to more removal, basically more control options, which is very important as well, since both decks revolve around engines, right? So if Pettis does things right, I'm thinking about Victor. Victor could be extremely scary in the late game. Victor could really go off. It would be a really good draw in such an uninteractive matchup like this one, right? Or at least a sort of matchup that's slower at interacting with champions. Like you have to interact with them via invokes, basically.
And with his Aphelios currently on defense, but with lifesteal, so really stops any attempt at an attack here from Pettish. This attack token turn. We'll see what Pettish can do here. Thermal Beam's not going to be that useful because it's already 8 HP for Aphelios, so very, very healthy, very hard to remove. And the Temple will continue giving him more and more stats. That's why we talked about, kill spells being very important, but damage-based spells falling off a bit when Temple is in play.
Exactly. Like, now, I mean, Piltover's resource, like, Thermogenic Beam is still reliable, but that Aphelios is not going down anytime soon. A little bit beefy, so we may see Pettish having to commit to something like Star Shaping to deal with it. But it's important to know that SWAT also has access to those kind of invoke plays, but he does not have them in hand. He has a Meteor Shower, and that's it. Veil Cascade will protect the Aphelios, though. And next turn onwards.
And looks like a Thermal Beam is being set up here. You sacrifice Ballistic Bot, you give your opponent life steal, you let him heal for 5 HP, but you take down the Aphelios. So you gotta, you have to give if you want to receive, and the Ballistic Bot is sacrificed, but Aphelios goes down.
You have to go double temple, double temple into Burble Fish and try to go over the top. But again, you have Star Shaping, you have Hush, you have Pings as well. So it's very hard to see SWAT Blue developing a board that actually sticks. And it's also very hard to believe that this Zoe will level up as well.
Well, I mean, she has 2 bodyguards on each side of her. That may be helping her out.
Yeah, but
I would Thermal Beam for 8 right now. Just get rid of it.
Just get out of here.
I don't want to deal with you.
Not giving her any chance whatsoever. Okay, here we go. Let's see what happens. Very interesting game, shaping up really nicely for Pettish, who has the more original Aphelios choice out of the two. That's one way to put it. Here goes Crescendum.
And I believe this may be the third. No, okay. There's two options here. So some decks have only box to push for the consistency, and it makes it so that sometimes, well, you don't have any more 2-drops. But in this case, we see a Mountain Goat come out, and we see a big hit here with Meteor Shower onto this Aphelios, taking it down, removing the buffs.
Nullifying the Veil Cascade defense. What a great play there by SWAT Blue. Really getting that Aphelios out of the way. and resetting the state of the game a little bit. Even though Perish does have more value in general, and that Hush is gonna say no to Zoe. We're gonna see some star shapings next turn as well, and gonna preserve this Mountain Goat. Perfect, beautiful Pale Casket here.
It shows how these decks have so many versatile answers to everything. We see champions going down left and right. There's really no one safe. I mean, both Aphelios have been taken down already. One Mountain Goat survives. Now Burblefish tries to contend here on the board as well. There's a aftershock for one of the temples, of course, but there's too many temples to deal with. You've already taken down one, and there's two more on the board. How did this end up happening? There's a problem here with these temples. They're just multiplying.
Yeah, this aftershock also seems like it's not worth it, but it is. Like you got to stop this. Like you gotta, because it's not just like the extra mana; it's also the buffs. Like the buffs do stack up, you know.
On elusives, they can get out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, and I think we may see we could have seen a Bastion there to try to get the boost from that. Honestly, I think that would have been. But I mean, they have Calibrum, right? So it's gonna be easy for the opponent to deal with that. But it's there. We see Boxipus go down here.
And now the temple counter back in an equal balance for both players, one temple for each. And this is the point of the game where I mentioned it. With temple, you get a lot of mana back, you get a lot of stats, but sometimes the problem is having the cards to play because you might just run out of cards, especially if you're not playing TF and not playing a version that has, a ton of pick of cards and a lot of card draw. You have sometimes problem where you have too much mana in the late game. And both decks, like I mentioned, have a lot of answers to everything, so they can stall out the game very easily until the late game. But we see in hand for Perish, double star shaping, able to not only heal, but also give you some card advantage and some very strong card advantage as well, which might be crucial in this game.
SWAT gonna go for Bastion to protect against the Calibrum. We see Aphelios is leveled up. The moment Perish draws another copy of Aphelios, he will be able to get very cheap moon weapons going off, and that's gonna be very hard to stop. You did mention before that both players, these decks are very interactive and they can deal with threats, but I would argue that Perish's deck does this on a whole nother level. I don't think Swap Blue will be able to handle another Aphelios, and I don't know if he'll be able to handle a big beefy late game win condition like the Immortal Fire, which is exactly what Perish is going for there. Yeah,
and it doubles up as a blocker for this Burblefish that could have been a potential, maybe not win condition, but definitely something that can lead you towards that win condition with the temple buffs as well.
Yep, SWAT's running out of gas. He's running out of gas, and he has not dealt enough damage to threaten lethal here. We do see Mind Meld right here, but he cannot combine. He can't. Wait. Oh, but that Mystic Shot could be everything, because if he goes for this Mind Meld, he could try to set up a lethal with that plus the Moonlight Affliction.
Well, you don't have mana for both?
Yeah, with the temple you do.
Right.
Yeah,
the temple.
So he's thinking about that. The thing is, Perish has a Mystic Shot, which can stop this. It can kill the weakest Boxipus to prevent the lethal. It depends on how big Mind Meld is, It depends on that, but if he can go for that, that Mystic Shot could be life-saving for Perish here.
Well, it can't be. It has to be bigger than 20 for it to be lethal this turn, right? With one unit being removed and 2 units left, and still having the goat on the.
Wait, he just goes for the. Okay, that was more dangerous. No, but no, he still has the Mystic Shot. That's so smart. He still has the Mystic Shot enabled.
Yeah, temple enabling plays for both players, not just one. Parity for both players here, and we see Mystic Shot, we see Mind Meld being countered.
Shot down. That was beautiful for Perish. Like he dodged one hell of a bullet there. One hell of a bullet. Oh my god.
And that's a big Boxipus, but it is temporary. It will only last this round. There's a Moonlight Affliction coming down as well to hush this Phoenix from doing Phoenix things and reviving from the ashes.
Wow, that was Swap Blue's game-winning play, and Perish had none of it. That's a great top deck for Swap Blue, though, but he won't be able to play it now. He has to wait one more turn, which means he may have 2 turns of nothing. And I don't know if you can afford 2 turns for nothing at this stage. I don't think you can.
And this is what I talked about. You have maybe these last few turns where you're using up your last few cards, where you have a very strong turn with Mind Meld, with Moonlight Affliction, with the mana to do everything, but then you just run out of steam. And we see it here. Pick a card will help with that, but like you said, you can't do anything this turn. You have to just sit and watch, basically.
Emo Boy is online. I repeat, Emo Boy is online, and we're going to see what moon weapon is he going for. Let's see the Crescendum, naturally. Crescendum can switch out into potentially even I don't know why you would want Severum here. But
It's either Ballistic Bot or going to be a Mountain Goat here. I'm going to assume those are the 2 drops. And Mountain Goat does come out from the deck. So 2 Mountain Goats, Bodyguards for the Aphelios, and full-on attack here with Pill Cascade backing up the 3-attack unit to try and take down this Boxtopus as well. And make it very awkward for Swap Blue, because next turn he has to pick a card into a card, but that means he can't play any cards either. So again, 2 turns being a spectator. He's joining Twitch chat and just looking at the game from the outside and saying, well, I messed up somewhere down the line, because if you're not making 2 plays, 2 turns without any plays, that is something has gone terribly wrong.
And the Fangs, talk about a cool card. I don't know, I really like the Fangs, and right there, just allowing him to spread out. Gonna go for the pick a card, and gonna hope for the, the secret Bilgewater 20 damage atrocity that doesn't require any units on the board.
I was gonna say, I don't know what you're hoping for, Mahwai, but it's finding a top deck that are gonna Yu-Gi-Oh out of this board with this currency.
You never ever give up. Never. Okay, you give up.
Those are going to be a lot of cards that you cannot do anything with on faster burst speed in response to this open attack, and that will be GG in game 1 for Pedish. The Russian player takes this game 1, and Swap Blue, the French player, will be trying to fight his way back in this best of 3 series, trying to win the next 2 games, go for the reverse sweep to try and win this game and move on to the semifinals of top 4 of this seasonal tournament.
No Victor, man. I cry every time, dude.
No Victor, we got debated, Mogwai.
Our one chance.
I told you, he's the side character. Don't get excited. You were like, no, he's the main guy. I'm telling you. How many times do you see Aphelios? Many times. Victor, 0. It's right there. It's obvious, I think. Victor, he had a chance to make it on the big stage. He told his mom, I'm going to be on stream, but does not show up in the end.
Okay. All right, so we got that win there for Pedish, and he's got Ezreal Draven. I'm telling you, dude, Ezreal Draven is phenomenal here. Ezreal Draven this is ideal. I think you definitely prefer the Targon matchup, I believe, because Fiora Shen, Nopify and Deny, Deny for Tri-Beam and Nopify for anything cheaper can be a little bit annoying, right? And barriers can be tricky. You are more vulnerable, even though I still believe it's a good matchup for Ezreal Draven. Ideally, Swap Blue has to bring in Fiora Shen now, I think. And this is a really good chance. Like, Pedish could be looking at a 2-0 here. Oh, he brings Targon? Really?
He brings back the same deck he played. Of course, if you're the losing player, you have the chance to replay the same deck that you did not get a win with, or move on to your second deck if you think it has a better matchup. Either way, you have to win with both of your remaining decks in this best of 3 type format. So, and of course, Pedish, 1 deck with a win, 1 deck with a ban. He has to play Ezreal Draven. No ifs or buts about it. And right away, like you mentioned, I think it's a pretty good deck into this matchup. It has a lot of answers like Aftershock. It has a few tech cards as well that can do well.
Is he playing Aftershock in this deck?
He is. He was playing 2 copies, I believe.
Nice. Very nice. Ravenous Flock, we saw there. Scorched Earth as well. Scorched Earth is amazing. Is he playing Aftershock and he's playing Scorched Earth? I think he's playing Scorched Earth. Or maybe both.
I'm gonna double up, Mogwai. I'm gonna clear your doubts.
Man, this Scorched Earth feels so damn clean, though. It feels great. Feels so good.
Our friend Mr. Pedish is playing. He is not playing.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Phenomenal start by Pedish. Ideal. Like, already, establishing more dominance, pushing damage, denying the temple. And you got Swap Blue really with his back against the wall here. He needs to rebuild. He needs to play this again. And there's a back-to-back top decks, baby. It's meant to be. That second Scorched Earth, just as he draws that second temple. Pedish is like, no, sir.
And there are exactly 2 copies of Scorched Earth in the deck, no Aftershock. So,
baby.
2 cards, 2 answers find their way into the hand for Pedish in the first 5 turns of this game, and really stops a lot of what Swap Blue wants to do. Not only stops, but trades for it with a mana advantage, 3 mana for the removal, 4 mana for the temple play. So things going very much in favor of Pedish to try and get this game 2 win and close out this series.
Perfect draws here for Pedish. Really diverse hand. He's got the Arachnoid Sentry Ravenous Flock combo. If he would wish to go for that, he can even go for a Draven level up with Whirling Death as well. Considering the matchup, you don't really fear anything at fast speed, right? So I really,
Hush would be a possibility.
Yeah, Hush. But I mean, like, anything that can kill him immediately, right? Like, even if he gets Hush, he's still dealing 3 damage. So it still doesn't feel great as a Hush. So this is pretty great for Easy Draven. And that's one of the things that I love about Runeterra, man. Like sometimes when new metagames shape up, and certain decks establish dominance, all of a sudden like decks that kind of like fall out of place a little bit turn out to have like a very good spot in the meta all of a sudden because of the shift, and people haven't realized that quickly. And I think Easy Draven kind of falls in this category, especially in a tournament environment, right? It has a lot of good matchups against some of the top decks here, and we're seeing it. That Static Shock, perhaps working for an Ezreal level up right here. There's Speak of the Devil. There he is.
We'll have to see what Swablu can do with this mana, and all of a sudden you can play a 1 mana Flock into 1 mana Thermal Beam to get away these blockers. 2 more targeted spells for Ezreal. You're losing some amount of card advantage, sure, but I think you're pretty happy with the cards you currently have, and it's going to enable a pretty big attack here. Pill Cascade is in hand though to counter maybe one of these 2 plays.
I mean, nothing will counter Ravenous Flock though. That's the power of that card.
Yeah, but the Thermal Beam onto the 1/1 possibly.
Yeah, of course. I'm not sure if you could Thermal Beam here, but I'm not sure if you go for that, honestly. Like, I think you can preserve
Okay.
and open up a block because Pill Cascade is a thing. Also, guys touch as well. So I really like it preserving that Thermal Beam for later, and you still get some nice damage here. Clearing the board once again, just not letting Swap breathe. We are gonna have to see the gold here, but even then, that's very manageable. That's very manageable for Pettish here. But it's the best. It's the highest. Like that Wiggly Burble Face is still at 6 mana. Like I'm telling you, like Swablu just has not had any room here to relax. You know what I mean? And that's great for Pettish here. Pettish can just keep up the pressure, drop another Draven. Exactly. Great.
This is the thing with Ezreal Draven. As long as they have card advantage, you can take down some few threats, but they're just going to keep coming back again and again with just very good tempo. That's kind of the whole thing about this deck, is that it's able to pressure you so effectively in the mid to late game. Even with the fair nerf, which is maybe a reason why it fell off a tiny bit, I think it's still going to be a very strong deck in the late game.
I like Ezreal into Thermogenic Beam here, honestly, or maybe even Mystic Shot. I think that's you could also even go Ignition, Ezreal, and Thermogenic Beam. I like that lineup play a lot. It's so good.
We'll see, of course, if you want to take the 3 damage, so then just take the care of this after the fact if you're fine being a 17. Again, this deck from Swablu isn't known as the more aggressive deck or the burn deck. It's kind of the opposite, so I think you're fine taking that. And now with 0 mana available for Swablu, it gives you a very clear pattern of what you have to do and when you have to do it.
With axes as well, this is looking great. How like Ezreal must be relatively close to level up. I think he's
1 off.
4 or 5. Yeah, he's like one off for sure. And we can go for an attack here that can even be boosted by axe. I see no reason not to open attack here. This is almost lethal on its own.
I mean, double Mystic Shock, Static Shock in hand as well. You have 5 attack. Yeah, this is gonna be lethal. It's gonna be GG. I think.
You gotta keep sharp star shaping in mind though. Like
that is true. That is true. But I mean, you have a whole lot of burn. If it's not this turn, it's next turn basically. And Ezreal is very close to leveling up as well. So once that levels up, then you have 4 axes to get burst speed kills as well. So and there's the straight attack onto the Nexus. Pill Cascade can be played now. Has a unit on the board to try and find for 5 mana the Star Shaping. Does not find it. Finds only Affliction and surrender.
Wow.
Pettish takes the series 2-0 super quick here. If you believe in Victor, then you get the win. That's how it works. And Pettish, representing Russia now in the top 4. I think maybe the first player to make it to top 4. We'll have to see the rest of the bracket in a bit. But very strong play from him, and I think very strong decks as well that he brought with clearly thinking that, hey, Temple's going to be a problem. I'm going to bring decks that can answer Temple, and he was able to answer them very quickly in both matchups.
This is the second series that has surprised me when it comes to bans. I was very surprised early on with Ultraman's matchup, but I think it was a big mistake not to ban his Go Hard when he was facing that full-on aggro lineup. And I kind of felt the same way here when we saw the Ezreal Draven go by and not get banned itself. I understand the other ban that happened was, I understand Twisted Fate Fizz is a threatening deck, but I felt like Ezreal Draven just matched up so well against everything that his opponent had for him, and we saw a very strong performance by it was Pettis, right?
Yeah.
It reminds me of Anthony Pettis. Really like that fighter. And yeah, like great lineup. Very good read as well. And he's giving me some Ultraman vibes when it comes to his lineup. Ultimately, when it comes to card game tournaments, yeah, obviously gameplay and sequencing is very important, but I believe the most important thing is preparation, and that's where most of the tournament is won. And I do think that Ultraman and Pettis have done a very good job. They've definitely done their homework for this tournament.
That being said, there can be times as well that sometimes you don't have the right matchup. Someone has a matchup that counters yours, and all your prep goes out the window. So there is some variance involved, not just in top decking certain cards or having a Yu-Gi-Oh moment or 17 like we've seen today, but also just some matchups not panning out the way you would expect. You can make a read on the meta and on the tournament what to expect, but again, it's probability to not guarantees. So it's not always so easy to see that. I think we're gonna be hopping into Ultraman now for this next game to see how his round or how his top 8 match is going against his opponent, who I believe, well, we'll see who it was. I can't remember right now from, I think it was Boom's Life actually, maybe, or I'm not sure. Yeah. We'll see. We'll find out.
The Boom's Life was facing yeah, Trish Fangirl is Ultraman's opponent. This is like, these two go way back to the beta stages of the game. Trish Fangirl was able to defeat BS Cal. And we saw Ultraman last round take down the aggro, master, I assume, in Sharp right there. And this is going to be a very interesting one. I have no idea what Trish Fangirl's lineup is like. We'll see that very shortly. And we also see Swap Blue going to be facing off against Leah HC there. Very interesting. Really cool semifinals are shaping up right here. But I really want to jump into this Ultraman game soon. So we got the matchup here. Here we go.
And we see it right away. Of course, we're jumping into a round that we just casted the first time we just casted the same round. So we're already in game 3. This is a do or die moment for both players. Trish Fangirl, 26 years old, from Norway. I like his style, like the hat and the mustache, kind of like a Fresh Lobster, in that same school of thought with a mustache there. And Ultraman, someone we know very well from his streams and from other card games that he has competed in. Very strong player on Fiora Shen and Trish Fangirl on Ezreal Draven. So this could be, you could be jumping into a time portal. 2 months back, this was one of the more popular matchups that we would see in the meta.
Yeah, it's interesting because Ultraman does have some good tools right there. I like the fact that he doesn't attack those. There's no reason to go for a preemptive Sharp fight, and getting value out of the River Shaper is more tricky in this matchup, definitely, because it is very frail and very easy for the opponent to remove. And we see a lot of initiative mind games happening right here. We could very well see a tracker into Shen with the Nopify or Sharp Side backup for removal, and that could allow Ultraman to get a really nice attack going on here. Ultraman, one of the most established players in the game. Those impropulator lineups are going to be very important. If he builds them up properly, those can lead to some insane value. But as I was saying, Ultraman is a highly competitive player, but also I feel like one of the players that is at that level that has one of the best attitudes. Like he doesn't get too salty, at least from what I've seen, and he's always aiming to improve. And I really like his approach and his attitude in general towards the game.
And of course, the Rummage being played first, just in case you draw a Tri-Beam to get all those counters on both. And in this case, it was the case that he drew the Tri-Beam here. I have to say, I miss Tri-Beams. I miss seeing these cards cast in tournaments. Yes, it's always fun to have a bit of variance. Maybe not for the players, but for the casters, definitely makes things more entertaining. But there was a huge kill with a beam onto Shen and the trade here, and that's going to be some damage coming through, but not really the boards that you want to see if you're a Fiora Shen player going into turn 6.
Definitely not. A bit of okay. Now that curve got a little bit less awkward. Like double getting, you could go Green Glade into Screeching Dragon. I'm surprised we see the Screeching Dragon first, though. I guess Ultraman wants to keep both Nopify and Sharp Sight enabled this turn, so he doesn't feel the need to do that. Okay, we could see a double Ravenous Flock here.
I mean, it's a possibility. And you're not really strapped for card advantage right now. You have a lot of options, right, with the Tri-Beams the next few turns as well. So you're fine with just throwing out 2 cards for this value here. And we're seeing it. We could just see also possibly just one Ravenous here and then just Static Shock maybe next turn.
Yeah, we definitely could see that, but that gets very easily countered. Ooh, that Pursuit, but he can't play Cithria, Pursuit, and Notify this turn, and that's a little bit. That's quite heartbreaking, actually. Man,
We could see a Sharp Sight here to counter.
You need to Sharp Sight, and you need to Sharp Sight on the Fleet Feather Tracker instead of the dragon, because the dragon can get killed immediately now, while the tracker will be able to be picked up upon attack with Ravenous Flock, but cannot be Ravenous Flocked in response here. So if you are going to go for the Sharp Sight, you want to go for on the Fleet Feather Tracker, and we see that Ultraman says no. Ultraman is preferring the Relentless Pursuit route, and I really like that.
But that might be a problem because we still have mana now for the Ravenous Flock onto the Cithria, which now if you would play the Sharp Sight, that is an option.
Yep, that's really gonna suck for. The moment he commits to it, you can't commit to it. I like that. I like the decision by Ultraman. It was tempting, but you need a broader board to really go for that rally effect.
Not just that, but you need maybe more spell mana. I mean, Fiora Shen lives on going into a turn with 12 spell mana to work with, and already a board developed where you only have to think about using your spells to really get that deciding blow on your opponent once you counterplay their spells on the stack. But Trish Fangirl, of course, not going to allow Ultraman to have that opportunity, going to continue putting pressure on the board and trying to take down his opponent's units when he doesn't have much mana to work with.
Okay, we see River Shaper here. If it is targeted by something like a Mystic Shot, we could see a respawn single combat, which I would really like because, okay. So when we see a Sharp Sight here, I would go Notify, to be honest.
You can Notify, you can Sharp Sight, and you can single combat. All are valid ways to get some value out of the Cithria before she does die, if she does die, but you can definitely prevent this if you're Ultraman, and Cithria is a high value unit. You want to keep this thing alive.
Yeah, this is a very key decision for Ultraman here. He's definitely pondering about we see the options there. He opts to go for, he really wants to keep that Notify, because Notify can counter the likes of Get Excited, Scorched Earth, more... It's hard to say more impactful than Ravenous Flock, because Ravenous Flock is kind of like ridiculous impact for 1 mana, but there are definitely better targets. And we see Triss really working for those Trivium Probalators, which Ultraman cannot counter. And that's very scary.
And yet another Ravenous Flock finds its way into hand for Trish Fangirl. So if you survive 1, okay. If you survive 2, great, but you won't survive the 3rd.
Yeah.
The Ravenous Flock comes down. Very strong spell, 1 mana, deal 4, but Notify, actually you will survive the 3rd because Notify is there to stop it.
Yeah, you got to go for this now, but it does get it out of Ultraman.
And this is where Mystic Shot maybe comes online.
Yeah. If Mystic Shot happens, we will see I like the fact that he's attacking first. That's really clever. We could just see a block here, but you miss out on so much. You can't really afford that. Like this is a very nice attack by Trish Fangler, not revealing their removal yet, and being like, hey, you want to use your Cithria to trade so I can hold on to this, It's so clever because Ultraman can't give that Cithria away. She is so vital for that next attack because he needs to get that Fearsome on those 3 units. He needs to get that River Shaper a bit thicker so it can't go down as easily because that River Shaper is what's definitely was not counting with that. I think
maybe considering blocking with River Shaper, giving the River Shaper the +2/+2, just trying to maximize the card draw because you are down to 2 cards in hand. So maybe you're thinking, hey, I need to get some help here, or just trying to get the single card draw here, and still staying with 4 mana.
There's no Sharp Side left though, so he just
right. Never mind.
Yeah, he just sacrifices here now, and there it is. Ah man, that feels bad. You got to use that too. I'm surprised that we saw that. Like, I think that's a mistake by Trish. I think you let. I mean, maybe maybe not. Maybe he wants to do that before Ultraman draws his spell, right?
Yeah, before he can try and maybe have a spell that can help the River Shaper survive and get more card advantage. Because the problem now for Ultraman is the card advantage. Is the problem with Fiora Shen, where sometimes they just have great tempo and great plays in the mid game, but in the late game, if they don't draw to River Shaper or don't draw the right explosive plays at the end, they run out of steam against something like a Farron.
I'll end this. This could be a blunder by Trish Fangler. Like, how strong is that? How strong is that Trivium Propulator at this point? It's at least, if it's 3, it's over. If it's 3, this game is done. I think it's 3. I think we've seen Arachnoid Sentry. We've seen the Sump Dredger go down. Have we seen anything else for 3 mana?
I don't believe so. But we have to go back to the very start of the game because one of the Tribeans was there from the very start, I believe. And the second one was drawn off a Rummage. So I think they were both in hand before any 3-drops were played.
Yeah. Yeah, this could be it though, Panda. Like if Ultraman sequences this right, this attack is beautiful. You riposte here. But this is too risky. This is gonna be countered. This is too hopeful. I wonder if riposte on the on that was justified. No, like riposte on the weaker one.
Second, yeah.
The second Everglade, because you preserve 3 units, but you deal so much less damage. This Tribeam is gonna save.
Yeah, has to be at least 2. I'm gonna take down the Fiora here, and then you still have a chump blocker.
It was 3. And that's all there is. Yeah, Ultraman goes down. Yeah, Trish played this really well and was able to shut him down. And like I said, it is a slight matchup advantage for Ezreal Draven, and we see why. He's been able to shut down his board, not letting him really capitalize on that Cythria. And now it's time to have fun. Now Captain Farron will quite literally end, as he likes to say.
Get excited comes here, riposte to try and save, but now you have the second Tri-Beam with that another counter there as well to take down this unit. No cards in hand to counterplay here, and you get the unit back as well. It's going to be a 3-attack unit, pretty good here, 11 damage coming through. And then you're going to have your one-off lethal from Decimate plus Static Shock.
Yeah.
But yeah, Fleet Feather Tracker ain't it. It's not going to win you the game at this point. A bird against a Farron that has a huge maul is not going to do it, so... Trish Fangirl gets the huge win here in top 8, moves to the semifinals, eliminates Ultraman from the tournament. So the giants that we expected to be maybe the favorites here are slowly falling. And it is, of course, like I said, very, very hard to really make it through this entire tournament. It is a lot of skill involved, but also some luck and matchups and who you face. It's 5 rounds of the open rounds last weekend and 5 rounds of the playoffs this weekend. So 4 players left, Mogwai. It's going to be tough to call who wins it.
Yeah, very really good showcase of another example of like Ezreal Draven actually being a very nice deck to bring for this tournament. That felt like it must have been a very tight series. Both players have been performing really well. We focus more on Ultraman. I really like Ultraman's lineup. I think it was very, very smart and well planned, but he did run into another not so standard lineup from Trish Fangirl, at least seeing that Ezreal Draven that has not been popular for a while, right? And I think that's one of the things, talking about this meta, before Shurima comes in, we have a very diverse situation in which there's so many different strategies that it is, like you said earlier, harder to pinpoint exactly what. I mean, it's safe to assume Aphelios is going to be there, but there's different ways to bring Aphelios. You can bring him with Karma and even Victor as well, and not draw Victor ever anyways, but it's a very interesting semifinals that we have ready right here, and I can confirm, as we're going to be moving on to the bracket soon, I can confirm right here that it looks like we have a first Pink Beaver Sergito Vamos semifinals right there, and that is incredibly
has got to be the match we feature, because Beaver, we saw him round 1, top 32. He was able to get a huge win against Pepsi-Cola. He's made it this far already, so he's had quite a journey, but he's made it here. And Sergio Vamos, the last remaining Spanish player, we had 6 coming in. We only have 1 left, Mogwai. You have to cling on to him to try and get the win for us. But it's going to be a really nice match, I think, that we're going to see there. But we'll see the bracket in just a bit, just to confirm who the final 4 are. And talking about the meta, you were saying about how Shurima will shake up the meta right now. I'm thinking that at the pace at which content is being added to Runeterra with champions and new regions, etc., there's almost too many decks. There's too many good, viable champions. Really, I mean, think about maybe a few months ago, you already thought, hey, I can play 30 different decks and get to master. Like, really? Maybe they're not all going to be tier one, but they could all be pretty competitive. And it keeps coming and coming and coming. Every expansion, more and more champions that are very strong. You think, hey, Aphelios, hey, Zoe. These are all very strong champions that are being added to the game and making it to tier 1 decks. So it's going to be spicy and I think very diverse. Like you said, a lot of different options are going to make preparing for tournaments even harder. We're going to have, 10 different lineups that you have to prepare for.
That's one of the things about Legend of Runeterra. Both of us have a a large card gaming background, right? And we played all sorts of different card games. And one of the things that Runeterra brings to the table in that sense is that meta game diversity. In a way, it has spoiled us. Like I see myself getting angry at things that I just would not be angry at before when I was playing others, because you kind of get used to it, right? But it's kind of crazy, like the champion, the archetype diversity that we have right now. But it is a big headache for competitors. Honestly, as spectators, we love it and it's great for us. But it is a little bit tougher for them. But
It is what it is. I mean, if you want to make the big bucks and want to get, want to be, famous on stream and have everyone watching you play, you have to put in the time and have the natural talent, of course, and the big brain already there. But you also have to put in the time, the hard work, and, prepare, play scrims. We see players that are on teams making it very far in tournaments. It's for a reason, that you're able to prep with people that are also at your level and really start optimizing lists and optimizing play patterns. And it makes you one of a very strong player in the community. So we see that happening more and more. And as Runeterra Esport grows, as seasons are going to keep coming back, maybe some other tournaments in the future as well from Riot, like Worlds that was announced, going to have an opportunity for these players to make it big here as well. We're going to check out the bracket. Finally, the final top four. We've already, it's been so quickly. Ukraine versus Spain. So the Ains in that first match. And First Pink Beaver against Sergio Vamos.
Yeah, and then we got Finland right there versus Hungary, right?
Norway and Russia, my way. I like the confidence. You shot, shot 2 shots from your court. Half-court shots.
I am never going to reference a flag ever again. Can we
listen? It was close though. It was close. I mean, Finland and Norway are almost bordering, and Hungary and Russia are kind of close as well.
I know. This out.
So very diverse countries here, and not what you would expect. Maybe Ukraine and Norway not considered the biggest, countries. Definitely not the ones with the most players coming to this tournament, but Spain and Russia, always 2 pretty big, I think, countries and regions in the card games overall. And we saw quite a few Spanish and Russian players in the tournament. So Pettish and Sergio Vamos now carrying the torch for these 2 countries. And First Pink Beaver, as one of the stronger ladder players in the current moment, if you snapshot the ladder this past month, he's been maybe the strongest EU ladder player. And Trish Vangerl, 69, a great player from the EU Masters and from tournaments as well.
And a great name. Really lineup. I've become a big fan of Pettish. Like the little that we've seen from Pettish has been very impressive, and his lineup looks very fun. Especially because of that Victor. Maybe this time he will draw him. And obviously, Sergio Vamos is a player that we have been very excited to feature. We also do know his lineup. I'm gonna check it right now. Actually, I want to know what to expect. We see the Twist of Fate suite. We can see
it on the stream actually before we go to the break. So just a quick little tease for the viewers to think during the break. What's this guy bringing? What's he gonna ban? What's his lineup strategy? Just so you guys, this is the one player we haven't seen yet at all on stream. We're saving him for the end. We knew he was gonna make it.
Yeah, we've been hyping him up quite a bit this tournament, and I'm very happy to see him make it up all the way here to the semifinals. And we see a pretty aggressive lineup. It's pretty aggro, because you see Twisted Fate Fizz, and it doesn't come off like aggro at first, but it does play in that pattern. It's an elusive deck, right? And then that Spider aggro with Elise and Jinx Draven. This is perhaps the one player with an aggro lineup that has made it this far.
And I talked to Sergi, the past few days, just to know a bit more about his strategy and kind of his thoughts on the tournament, because we are good friends. We know him in person, you and me, from just being in the community in TCGs. And he told me that he thinks Spiders is very underrated, and it can really, I think, show up. I played Spiders and I made a big Reddit post on the guide, maybe 2 months ago. In the right meta, it can be super strong. It has just some great synergies and can be very explosive in how it plays out. But we'll talk more about this and about these lineups after this break. So stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
When you say you feel low,
honey, I got what you want. Give me all of your love, 'cause it's burning hot. It's what you do to me, babe, I can guarantee. Honey, I got what you need. Under the night sky, I want your eyes all on me. Don't tell me lies now, I always get mine. Don't play with me. Do you want it? Can you feel me? No, can you handle it? Right? Do you want it? Don't put your love on hold. I can't take it anymore. Put your love on me now. Trust me and you will see. Honey, I got what you want. Honey, I got what you need. Honey, I got what you want. Honey, I got what you need. Give me your love, no holding back.
Hello again. We're back with the Cosmic Creations seasonal tournament. I didn't put your twice in a row. Good for me. As I'm joined here by Panda, and we are at the semifinals of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. These players, all of these are technically quick maths, like 8-0, right?
Some players might have been 4-1s with tiebreakers, like Game Breaker, for example, maybe a few other competitors, but let's it sounds better, so let's go with they're on an 8-win streak.
Forever, and they're going to be facing off and just risking everything in these semifinals in this very dramatic encounter, as we are going to be covering the first match of the bracket of the semifinals, which will be Sergito Vamos, a player that we've been hyping up quite a bit through this tournament through our completely non-existent Spanish bias. We have been looking forward to seeing this player in action. Sergi has tried to, burst into the scene and make a name for himself in Runeterra, like he has in other games in the past, for quite some time now, and he has struggled to get there. It's cool to see that he's still a favor, like he still likes to play the aggressive styles, right? Like because I know that when he tried to qualify for the tournament, for the European Masters, I mean, like the team event, he was playing Pirate aggro, right? Like he's very, very into aggressive archetypes, and I do believe he is the only full-on aggro lineup player left in the tournament. As I'm not sure, I don't know that much about his opponent. He's like the opponent.
Beaver.
Yeah, it's more like the wild card here. It's the one player that we haven't really, I don't know anything about, honestly, and that we haven't covered any of their games. So
well, Beaver we saw in round 1 against Pepsi Cola.
Oh, sorry, I was confused with another one.
The Ukrainian player.
Yeah, no, but Beaver we have seen. Beaver we know his lineup, but we know that he's number 1 in the ranked ladder as of
exactly.
I'm not sure if right now, but very recently, and he's a veteran that's been playing Runeterra for a while. That's getting better and better. Both of these players have been around for a while, but they never were super successful early on in tournaments, and they've been improving, and now they're finally achieving greatness. Let's go with that, as they're in the top 4, man. This tournament is really cutthroat. Like, it's very, very hard to get such a win streak going on in such a diverse environment at the same time. So it's going to get more and more intense, and it's nice to have both of these here.
And we are looking at the top 32 bracket right now, which is not updated. We wanted to kind of see the road these players had to take to get here. So we can see that image off screen, and on screen we'll have now the top 4 bracket, which we saw before. First Pink Beaver against Sergito Vamos, Ukraine against Spain, and Trish Fangirl, Norway against Petish, Russia. And looking at the players one by one, for those...
I have to go there.
I had to go there, my way. You know how it is. Looking at these players, and just quickly explaining, first of all, the way the tournament structure works, because it is all in-game and it is all automated by Riot, which is obviously a fantastic feature. We saw it in Artifact as well, rest in peace. And also we're seeing it now in Runeterra, where you have the tournaments that are automated, and that makes it so fantastic for these seasonal tournaments where everything is so clean and easy, not having to use external sites. This also means that production and the tournament organizers cannot, speed up the tournament. The tournament has a set timers for when the round starts, etc., when players have to be ready, and you can't speed that up. So we have a bit of a break. We'll have like 15, 20 minutes until we can actually start and spectate the games for this round. So we'll take a chance to maybe go through kind of the path that these players have taken to get here and who they've defeated along the way, starting off with First Pink Beaver taking down Pepsi-Cola, which is one of the, I think, top favorites for this tournament. Definitely. We saw the match on stream as well, and it was, I think, very impressive, very clean play. And obviously, starting on the tournament with that win, I think was a huge confidence boost as well for Beaver. In the second round, he took down Nightmare Rock, or Nightmare, I guess is his old name, or his usual name. But he is also a Ukrainian player. So it was a battle of the Ukrainian players. I think maybe the only 2 Ukrainian players in the tournament faced off in round 2. Nightmare Rock is someone that I've seen a lot playing on ladder as well. His name was very familiar.
Yeah.
But he was taken down. And then Hubi, our underwater rugby player, couldn't transfer that skill set of underwater rugby with TF maybe. Couldn't do it for the tournament here, and was taken down by Beaver as well. And that was Beaver's kind of his road to this semifinal, to this top 4. Anything else you want to add with those names and those matchups? Do they sound familiar to you? Do they?
Not with the names specifically. Like, honestly, besides Pepsi-Cola, his 2 other opponents were more so unknown to me personally. Mm-hmm. I am very, knowledgeable of Beaver, though. Like I said, Beaver has been around since the very beginning, has been a pretty established streamer. He does stream in Russian, and he's very good. Like, he's always been, at first, early on, he played more meta decks than anything, but then he became, like, he's also, like, very innovative. Mm-hmm. And he's somebody that has a lot going on from not only as a player, but also as a deck builder. And we've seen, that was just nice series against Pepsi-Cola. So I'm very excited to see against none other than Sergio Tuvamos. Sergio Tuvamos, like I said, been hyping up this entire, stream as he faced Murd Nonak at the beginning and then defeated a solid roamer. These names, man. And then took down Boom's Life in the quarterfinals to get here to the semifinals. And I want to see what was First Pink Beaver's lineup exactly. I don't quite recall. How does it match up against aggro here? We see Draven Jinx, Twitter Faith, both have relatively aggressive lineups, but First Pink Beaver does have that Tom Kench Aphelios in there. Mm-hmm. And we'll see how this goes, but both are pretty aggressive. But definitely Cherki has the upper hand in that regard. And I really want to see that at least in action as well.
That being said, we will be going to another quick break while we wait for the in-game tournament timer to go quicker. We can't do anything about it. I wish we had the power to just speed things up, but it is not in our hands. Please understand that. And we will be seeing you guys I debated you guys last time, so maybe 5 minutes, maybe a bit more, but we'll be back soon and we'll finally get into the Runeterra action for the semifinals.
Can't complain. Wave. Everything is straight. Wave. I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the cleat lace. Beat flick with the bare face and a slick tongue. That's what she say. She look good. She a big tease when she biting lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back. She bring that my way for the team play. For Pete's sake, I'm above average, I padded my stats. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010 young LeBron James off the backboard, type of bad boy. Hold it down for the task force. If I run his fade, then you ask for it. Cross need to laugh more. I keep it 100 on dashboard. The live show needed passport, cause the beat bounced to the cap torn. Feel like I live it fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit, got a quick lit on a crash course from the tattered garment to the tabloid. Spoke how I live it to existence. Might be ahead of myself, but the bank account did jump up a couple figures. Feel like nobody could with this. I'm a flight risk. I play among the stars in the Hollywood Hill. The space station couldn't even get in touch with me. Praise faith that I stuck with it. Wave. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on a wave. Where everything I say turn into the real thing. I tell her run it up, cause you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the slums, with words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on a wave. Where everything we say turn into the real thing. I've been living like I'm famous. Like I don't show my face, as I'm jumping on the stage. Like I'm living in a daydream. Lost in imagination. She only want me when she fake. She quick to tell me I'm a fake. She never slowing me down. Heart rate dropping like an no sleep out. How you switch up, you always held me down. Wonder why I turned into a cold of me now. It could be worse, right? I got where I'm at without no work-life balance. You tell me that it's love, but I'm knowing that it's malice. Swap with me, God, cut us from the same fabric. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave, but everything I say turn into the real thing. Tell them run it up, you know it ain't a thing. We made it out of songs with the words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on the wave, but everything I'm saying turn into the real thing. Life is what you make it. I feel like a amazing. I can't see a way out. I've been stacking face down off canvases I painted. I just spent the rain day on drip I can't afford, but that's the price I pay for the memories I'm making. I've been going places. I've been shaking hands for a chance to really make it. This life is so abrasive, so I almost gave it. All this that I'm laying, it's only the foundation. I've been going crazy, just trying to find a way. I was in the basement, trying to turn the page. I was going through the phase. Nobody see my face. I was chasing at the paper, been all it for the ways. But everything again, ain't nothing left to lose. I've been breaking rules, I've been making moves. With everything to prove, now it's going how I see it through my lens. But it's stuck in my head, I can't seem to get away from it. I went out of my way, I'm trying to feel the eye again. I've lost somewhere in my head, I've been out here all on my own. Holding tight to the pledge, I'm somewhere near the edge of wishing we never met. I'm scared of being without you, afraid it won't ever know me. I'm out near the edge, and I can't get inside of my head yet. Looking like who I'm becoming, it's all I ever wanted. Never like me when you're sober, only like you when I'm lonely. Got me looking in the mirror for the self-diagnosis. Feel like they really nice me for they ever get to know me. They tell me that you need me, but your action didn't show it. Knowing that you play the angles, and I'm seeing through your motives. Put the weight down on my shoulder, found a way to hold it. I can't keep my focus, barely keep composure. Hard when I've been coping with all the pressure that I fed. Make it hard to hold my head, make it hard to get to sleep. Like I'm slipping from the edge, struggling to get a breath. Right the wrongs with the lead, life is not a guarantee. Just die by the clip, still prescribed to Dylan-esque. Now the way to flee the scene.
And after back-to-back breaks, we are here to stay, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the semifinals of the Cosmic Creation seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra. I am Mogwai, joined by Impetuous Panda. Panda, for sure. There's a lot of pandas out there, though, so you gotta keep the
There is. Somehow it's a name that gets, this is an OG name. I had it since I was like 13. So 13 years ago, I think I have seniority against most of these people, but a lot of pandas in the world, apparently.
Obsession with that nigga. I don't know. Just go with Mogwai. Mogwai sounds good. Anyways, we are here in these semifinals, and we got some really sick matchups for you guys. We're going to start things off with Sergito Vamos, the Spaniard, taking on the Ukrainian First Pink Beaver, who has established himself as the #1 player in the ladder this season, and really living up to that name as well, making it so far as to top 4. Very, very intriguing matchup right here, as both players have somewhat of an aggressive lineup, but Sergito Vamos takes it to another level with all 3 decks just saying one same thing: go face, and go face quick.
And Sergio Vamos, of course, he's a player that represents Team Amaritusa, so one of the competitive teams that also creates content, meta snapshots, etc., articles even for Runeterra. And it's great to see someone that we knew, I think, back in the day, even more as a coach role for a lot of players in the Gwent scene, and then in Runeterra scene, started competing more as well because he had the skill set and he had the talent for sure, but maybe didn't have so much time before. Now it seems like he does, and he's putting up, a big showing on ladder and in tournaments, but finally has a chance in this seasonal tournament. I told him, and before we started today, good luck. Great to finally see you making it into one of these tournaments. And he's not going to give away that opportunity. He's trying to capitalize on it, and he's already made it to top 4. So definitely excited to see what he has to bring to the table. We've seen all the 3 other players already on stream. Sergio Vamos is the only one that we haven't seen yet. So hopefully there's no caster curse involved. Hopefully it doesn't just implode mentally.
Jinx it.
And we get, I think, any of these players can win, make it to the finals. That would be great, but no bias really at the end of it. I mean, kind of not really. No, I think they all deserve to be here. But I just hope to see, the cleanest and then best play possible, and the least like polarized matchups or like huge game-winning top decks that might, ruin it a bit. But I mean, we'll see. It's a card game, and a lot of different things can happen. So definitely will be an exciting series, I think.
I mean, naturally, like I am rooting. Part of me is rooting for the Spaniard, right? But I do gotta say that my favorite lineup belongs to Pettish, and I'm super excited. I'm also like rooting for him as well. I probably shouldn't be rooting for anybody as a caster, but whatever. We have Sergio Vamos right here with his all-in Smork faces the place lineup here with Twisted Fate Fizz, which is a deck that we've seen all across the board with the triple stress testing right there. And then that's Aggro Spider. Like I said, this deck that will be enhanced with the Shurima expansion. So it is a great time to get back into this playstyle, especially if you like the fast deck list. And then we have, to end it all off, we have Draven Jinx, another phenomenal deck with a tremendous high roll potential as well. So yeah, so Sergio's game plan is very straightforward in that regard. How about we take a look at his opponent's lineup, which we have seen before, but it's good to get a nice reminder going on.
And right away we see Aphelios is a deck that I mentioned it can go really, really long. It's a deck that plays for value. It plays to, slowly choke out your opponent and slowly get the advantage as the rounds go on. You get more and more mana from Temple. You get Aphelios card advantage with the weapons. You have a lot of card draw, like pick a card, etc. So, and Tahm Kench for just insane removal as long as he can stay alive. We saw it this deck maybe came into the meta for the open rounds, and maybe again, Aphelios just came out, so it's had very little time to prove itself. But it started gaining more and more traction because of the format, the Riot Lock format, where you can play TF in both TF Fizz and the TF Aphelios deck. So you had to find a way to kind of split these two very powerful champions, and this is the way that many players have done it, yes. And this is the case for Beaver as well.
But when it comes to his top 32, this is the only case that we've seen where we have Tahm Kench replacing Twisted Fate in that deck for the sake of Twisted Fate appearing in the other one. Because we have seen some other players opt to go for Zoe instead. Mm-hmm. But I gotta say, I love the Tahm Kench inclusion, and I think that may be one of the reasons why Beaver here has made it so far in this tournament. It is an indirect counter to the mirror, and I feel like that's a very, very important trait to have. And I think Beaver's Targan Aphelios deck is really shining today because of that. His other two decks are very similar to what Sergio is trying to do. So it'll be very interesting to see if Sergio opts to go for a more like an aggro mirror match, or if he opts to let the Targan deck go through and try to capitalize on it.
And aggro mirror matches, of course, there is going to be skill involved, but undoubtedly, I think with aggro lineups in general, it happens that because games are so fast and because the play patterns of these decks are maybe not just go face, but you have usually a lot less decision making and a lot less avenues to branch how you play and how to adapt to different situations. It does make for maybe more black and white matchups and games where if you draw the right hand, then you just go off and win the game. So we'll see if that's the case here. It does happen, of course, when you have a Karma, for example, in your deck and you're playing 30 rounds. There's a bigger chance to mess up, and there's a bigger chance to make big brain plays 5 rounds in advance and win the game. With aggro, where games are ending maybe turn 5, turn 6, there's a smaller window there. So it's math really. But hopefully we still see a very close series between both of these players.
Let's draw a line with how many IQ jokes we can go with these aggro decks, because I have met certain aggro enthusiasts in the past that are very sensitive and they're like they're I mean, to be fair, it gets repeated a lot and it's not true. Like, there is a reason why we have high level top tier Draven Jinx players, right? Like, there's a lot of nuances to the deck that don't really they're not obvious at first, but it's really nice to see a top level player pilot one of these burn decks. I mean, honestly, it's not my favorite strategy. Like, I prefer long drawn out Aphelios matchups because I'm a bit of a degenerate, you know. But I was almost saying I shouldn't say that. But I really like the lineup here, and I think Sergi has a strong chance here. I think he may have the more solidified sort of lineup here, and I think he can capitalize and make it a little bit awkward for Beaver if he lets that target through. If he doesn't, we're in for a chaotic ride here, honestly.
We'll be seeing a very quick reveal that we saw in the Asian tournament, the regional tournament that's happening over there as well. So quickly move on to this reveal and see what you guys think.
I'm quite adaptable. You won't want to miss this. Don't believe everything you hear. Don't worry, I won't say a word.
God.
And that was not an exclusive reveal, but a reveal nonetheless. I'm gonna give you guys some insight. We're watching this video, and Mogwai's reaction to the card flipping and duplicating is whoa, what the beep was that? That's all I'm gonna say. So that is the truth behind the scenes. What I'm listening and what I have to hear from Mogwai, these explicit words.
That card is amazing. Like that 2-drop and the also like we saw like a cheaper Concerted Strike in a way, with a bigger requirement, but Noxus is getting like actual, you know, Demacia levels of combat-based interaction, and that's amazing. Man, this is really high. Like now I have to move on, which is the hardest thing to do, but whatever.
But no, I think you make a point. I think it's not just adding, you know, the same like more overwhelm units, more go face units, but also adding levels of interaction that some regions were very clearly needing compared to others that had maybe a lot more ways to counterplay, etc. This gives Noxus as a region a few more cards that when you're playing against, you have to think, hey, does he have mana available for this? Is this going to be a problem? So it's great to see, I think, as well, just the design perspective of the dev team from Runeterra.
Every region that they're revealing with this expansion looks super exciting. Like there's nothing, because honestly, with Targon, there was a few things that I wasn't as interested in from mechanic perspective, but here it's like everything. It's like Shadow Owls has a bunch of like support for the Undying and other self-sacrificing strategies, right? You have Noxus now with this reputation stuff. And a 2-drop that transforms into something like that's, I don't know. It's just, I thought I had enough with Freljord, which has an amazing package with the thralls and the landmarks. It's just really dope. This expansion is looking amazing.
But before we get to this expansion, we still have to conclude the seasonal tournament today. We're already in the semifinals. We're in top 4. There's a lot of money on the line, but also the pride of being crowned the seasonal champion, which is, you know, a big accomplishment for a lot of players. It's, you know, the Runeterra esports scene is just starting off, and getting your name into that, you know, that basket of the best players in Europe right now is always fantastic. Den, of course, last seasonal champion.
He got a lot of exposure, well deserved, by the way, because his articles are phenomenal, and he got a lot of exposure because of that tournament win, like a lot, and it's great. It's great because, you know, players like that deserve it, and this tournament is a great opportunity for that. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
We're moving into pick and bans. Elise once again commanding the spotlight with being the sole champion, the one champion strategy for the Elise Fighters deck. Of course, the deck is so synergistic. I've played it a lot as well on ladder in a very similar version, and it doesn't make sense to have any more champions because every card in the deck, all 40 cards, all combo with each other basically. So it makes it so that you can't have any bad draws, really. Like it's so consistent in its game plan. It is maybe a flawed game plan because things like Anivia and things like Avalanche can kind of dampen the strategy considerably. But if you pull it off, it's a deck that really doesn't suffer from bad draws, and you can really pull off very explosive combos.
Gonna be very interested to see what they opt to ban. When it comes to first pick Beaver, I believe Twisted Fate Fizz is likely to be the one to bite the bullet, since it is the most consistent or the most established out of these aggressive decks. So that's not really much of, you know, that's a pretty straightforward ban right there. But what's really interesting is what Sergi is going to opt to ban, because there's 2 different routes here. Like I mentioned, the first one is to ban Targon and just go all in what is a basically an aggro mirror, which I don't think is what Serhi wants. I think Serhi wants to try to capitalize on the Targon deck and thus ban himself Twisted Fate Fizz and face off against discard aggro, which he could allow, you know, a win to go through, but really focus on not letting that Targon win. And I believe that's, if Serhi has made it this far with a lineup like this, I believe he must be targeting something in some shape or form, and I think Targon is a good example of that, especially this combination with lacks like, for example, the Eye of the Dragon from Ionia, right? Amongst other things. It's more vulnerable in that regard, so that's what I expect.
And with TF Fizz, it's a strong deck, but it's also a deck that doesn't really try to counter aggro, but TF Red card is a card that can really stop a lot of his spider strategy where there's maybe a lot of 1 health units, also with discard aggro, also with TF Fizz. So almost by accident, TF, and it's the reason why TF is maybe considered the strongest champion in the game right now. He's very dangerous in just leveling up and just his general card, blue card most of the time, but red card is all of a sudden a lifeline. When you're facing against aggro, you have a chance to play with red card and destroy your opponent's board.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's an extra reason for a double TF ban here. But it comes down to what Serhi's game plan is, because he does have, like, there is a purpose behind his lineup, right? Beyond, you know, going face. Like, he believes this is the best environment, or a very good environment for it. And if he believes that, that must mean that he believes it does really well against Targon. Because if you don't do well against Targon, you don't belong in this metagame. So I'm definitely, that's what I would expect, but it could be completely different. I'm not a psychic. I don't know what he's thinking, and I'm not really sure exactly what his plan may be if that's not the case. We'll see.
We'll see. Indeed, it's going to be tough to call exactly what the ban is, because like you said, I think Targon might have some weakness where it's a bit slow with Temple, with the Aphelios, etc., but it also has Star Shaping. It has a few tools, you know, to heal up Nexus. It has, some ways that you can kind of survive for long enough to make it a possibility to just stay in the game and win. And against Spiders, for example, we're going to have fearsome blockers. You know, you're going to have Boxy, but you're going to have Aphelios. So it's not like it's a completely terrible matchup.
Yeah, completely agree here. We're waiting for the ban right here. This is, there's not much more to say about this matchup. Like, Tahm Kench would be very interesting because these hyper aggressive decks don't have as much creature interaction or unit interaction, even though there are stuff like Get Excited and Noxian Fervor, right, which could pick it off. But considering how much, you know, especially cards like Astral Protection, Tahm Kench could be a decent, you know, sort of like rebuilding mechanism, right? Like trying to get a little bit of board dominance back, but it can also prove to be too slow, you know, because Tahm Kench is not something that you want to throw at everything to block, right? You got to really mitigate the amount of damage he's taking. So he could turn out to be a little bit awkward here. Definitely would be better to have Twisted Fate in this matchup case over him, but naturally you cannot run the same champion twice. So that's...
And that was the big reason that this deck was created. I think you would never play Aphelios, Tahm Kench on ladder. You would never really, but because of the format, because if you're thinking, hey, Twisted Fate and Aphelios are, in my opinion, the two strongest champions in the game. If I play them together, my opponent bans this deck, and you know, I'm wasting the potential of the two strongest champions in the game. If I split them up, put them into different, you know, decks that are still going to be tier 1 or very, very strong, suddenly you have two threats your opponent has to be careful with. TF Fizz, already proven to be a strong deck, so that finds an easy home for TF there. And then Aphelios, we saw it with Zoe with a very similar shell to the TF deck, or we saw it with Tahm Kench here for Beaver. So it's kind of adapting to the tournament meta, which is never going to be the same as a ladder meta. And I think everyone by this point definitely knows that. But moving into game 1, we see right away Sergi Vamos on discard aggro, and first pick Beaver on Aphelios, Tahm Kench. So it has not been banned.
Targon is there. Yeah, it's the only thing that made sense, really, like for this to be his plan, because otherwise, you know, if you're not targeting Targon, like, what are you doing with a full-on aggro lineup, right? So this is super exciting, because it's also like Beaver is leading off with this deck, because he acknowledges that this is going to be the hardest deck for him to get a win with, right? For Reckoning.
The Battlecaster comes down. An open attack can come in here for Sergi Vamos. We'll see if he decides to maybe play out the Porkins first. It is not the biggest attack here. only 4 damage coming through. So Beaver will be at 15 HP at the end of the turn 3 attack token. You have to be pretty happy, I think, with that result. And the board isn't looking too threatening yet, nor is the hand. It's a bit of an awkward hand for Sergi with
very weird.
double Get Excited, double Porcupine. We talked about it. Sometimes you high roll into Flame Chompers, into this, into that, and you have a 16 board turn 2, and you're on fire. But sometimes you find a slower start, and that could be pretty menacing there. We see a bit of maybe a concern in the face for Sergi. Could be the reason why.
Yeah, but this is looking really good. He's pondering like several. Like, one thing to note is that Aphelios is enabled with a Nightfall, and he can play the Moon Weapon as well. So if Sergio Vamos wants to develop double elusive Poros, then the second elusive Poro that he drops will enable Aphelios to counter here. So I am expecting a potential open attack here, and ignoring the last. No, he just develops. Okay.
I mean, you couldn't really. I mean, there would just be bad trades with the Aphelios, and you couldn't get excited either. So it makes it a bit awkward. Now here you just try and go for the double attack. Actually, go for everything now. Yeah, Box was played instead. So
yeah. Interesting that that Beaver opts to go for the Crescendum instead of trying to go for the Calibrum immediately, but it does have the same result anyways. He is gonna block into that. Really debating whether to keep Aphelios healthy. I think that's extremely risky.
He's scared of the vision, of course, with the attack buff. No Axes in hand, no Draven being played. But if it was me, whenever I play against Discard aggro, if I think maybe they have the vision, they hit me with the vision, and then it's like extra punishing because obviously everything gets buffed, also the elusive, so you're taking even more damage. He opts for the block here, and he cannot be punished for it, so Aphelios does survive on 1 HP.
Dropping him down to 15. This is looking like a decent start for Sergi, but he's running out of gas. He needs that Jinx. He needs that Jinx to survive, and there's nothing. That's the thing about Beaver. That's the thing about this region combination, right? Like, aside from challenging, how do you deal with Jinx, right? How do you stop her? Jinx is just an ongoing, incredible engine that will give you an extra card every turn and a rocket, right? And that Aphelios is vulnerable, even though it can be healed with the Astral Protection that is 4 mana. So right now, Beaver is utilizing the initiative system to be like, hey, you want to play that Jinx? I'm not letting it happen.
Exactly. Like, and maybe, platinum rank, your opponent will be like, oh, I'll just play the Jinx anyway, and it dies instantly. But at this level of play in the semifinals of the EU seasonal, it's not going to happen. Sergio Vamos knows what lies ahead, knows there's an attack token still in favor of Beaver, and knows he cannot just play the Jinx. Could have passed and accepted it and moved on to the next round, but instead going to try and go for the Aphelios kill here, and he's going to be punished.
Yes, he is. This, oh man, I think just Astral Protection here, but there's an argument for Bastion as well.
Astral Protection is great because this is the most value you can get from the card, right? It's the full heal without Aphelios being dead, so it's at 1 HP right now. It's the lowest you can go. That's how math works. And you get the full heal plus the +4.
Yeah, Sergi very concentrated there. It's going to come down to what Beaver opts to do here. Yes, he has 3 different options: Bastion, Astral Protection, or nothing. I don't know why you would just do nothing here, though. I don't think that's.
And this is maybe, a riskier play that sometimes it pays off, of course, but sometimes you just have to go for it. And if it doesn't work out, you end up losing out on a lot of tempo, of course. I mean, this is Aphelios surviving here and getting the, I mean, it's a big help here for Beaver in the mid game.
The question is, you target you target one of the elusives. Very good attack there for Beaver. Beaver really climbing back this game. Sergio Vamos relies completely on Jinx to win here.
And there's double
Jinx
Hush in hand.
condition. Yeah, we do see like the Jinx level up is set up for next turn exactly with a total of 5 mana and 2 spell mana carried over. He has a total of 7 mana, which allows him to drop Jinx and then utilize Get Excited to discard whatever he top decks and thus level up Jinx. And what's important to note is that once... Oh, that's great.
We talked about high rolling certain things and people thinking, what do these guys mean by high rolling? That is what we call a nice little high roll. You get some extra value out of the play you would have made regardless, because it's the best play to make.
Yep. The question is, do you go for the preemptive Hush here? Like be like just expecting, the Jinx level up to happen? Like, there is an argument for it. Like, delaying the level up 1 turn, especially, it can make things a little bit awkward because now you have to, like, also get rid of whatever else you draw next turn. Like, I can see a hush here. I can definitely see a hush here.
It would also make things awkward with Jinx attacking with quick attack because astral protection is very much a thing here. We talked about before how in Ezreal Draven there isn't anything that really buffs health, so you're fine attacking with quick attack and you're not going to be punished. But in this case, with 5 mana up for Beaver, you have to be much more wary of what counter plays they may have.
Yep. Man, Beaver really thinking here. The more I think about this preemptive hush, the more I like it. Though there's also the possibility of just going for the gifts from beyond and trying to pick off the board as well. But I believe that the only way Sergi is winning this game is with Jinx. So you have to acknowledge that, and you have to hush the Jinx preemptively. Exactly. Yep. Very good play by Beaver. Very good call.
And this is a play that maybe on ladder you wouldn't think to do. You wouldn't think, to think so far ahead. But at this level, you really have to be, countering plays before they're even made. You have to be hushing Jinx before she even has a chance to level up because it's coming. It's always there. This deck has so many synergies that it's going to happen this turn as well with 2 cards in hand. And he predicted correctly. Get Excited comes down now to try and kill off his Aphelios a second time.
And there's nothing Beaver can do because if he goes for gifts from beyond, he won't be getting. No, actually, he will be getting that moon weapon, right? So yeah, never mind. He could go for it, but does he wanna? Is he willing to sacrifice that 2 mana just for an extra moon weapon next turn? He's not really running out of gas by any means, and he's got health gain as well. So I think you carry over the spell mana, honestly.
And it maybe gives you the chance to Astral Protection the Boxtopus, challenge the Jinx, and still, obviously have that Boxtopus survive and able to be a blocker the turn after that.
Yeah, like killing Boxtopus is very tempting, but you gotta take out Aphelios. Aphelios would just net you too much value. Yep, Beaver lets it go and does not even opt to go for that, preserving Aphelios in hand instead. As we should see an attack going. This is like really neat though, because this attack allows him to remove. Well, this is huge.
Yeah, it's huge. A big attack.
That's the fact that he's able to clear the Boxtopus and he still gets the level up because of the hush at the end. So now, yo, this is looking good for Sergi. Sergi's really running out of steam here, but this Jinx is everything.
And the Experimenter.
I think
the heart of the cards.
No, wait. I think you actually rummage here.
You would draw 1.
You draw 1 and you get the rocket. You get the rocket because if you play Experimenter, you can't.
And it's just it's all 6 mana as well.
Yeah, and then clearing your hand next turn for the rocket becomes really difficult as well because you draw a lot. So I think this
is the thing with Discord aggro that you look at their hand, you think, okay, they don't have card advantage, they're out of the game already, they're not doing enough on the board, but suddenly everything is dead. After that Aphelios sale, I'm like, hey, this is swinging and
another hush.
The respect. This is the respect that Jinx gets.
Oh, and there's a Crescendum. But now Jinx is a little bit too thick. This Boxtopus is not strong enough to take him down.
And the Experimenter coming in here. If you want to try and save the Aphelios, you can't play anything else, but there is nothing to save the Aphelios regardless. There was maybe a Sunblessed Figure. Not going to be the case here in hand for Beaver. Actually, yeah, there is a Sunblessed Figure. Never mind.
There is. I was like thinking, what are you talking about? It's literally right there.
I'm saying exactly what I shouldn't be. The opposite. It's opposite day, man. Why didn't you know?
Sorry.
So Aphelios does survive, but there is not going to be a Crescendum this turn. And there's going to be still a pretty wide board here for Sergi with even Draven, more coming here.
That Draven into Vision looks hot as hell. Like you can even, but you can't get the rocket this turn though. So
you can Draven, if you Draven crowd favorite, you can't rocket, but it is a pretty damn scary. Like 3+4 mana with the Axe on Vision. Can you stop that? Is it? I mean, I guess Graviton maybe, but I think the phase is not correct here for.
Yeah, it's Caliber.
Beaver. It's Caliber.
He's getting Caliber. Oh my God, he may have to resort to Moonlight Affliction to survive here. He may have to resort to that.
And but even then, he's gonna take damage. I mean, he's at 8 HP.
Yeah. Even then, this Jinx. I'm telling you, this Jinx is the win condition. This Jinx is the only way Sergi takes it. But Jinx alone is good enough to just overwhelm a late game deck like this. It's just she's amazing. I'm pretty sure, like, that's the thing. That's the biggest mistake people make. That's where the skill lies in discard aggro. That's why it's honestly my favorite aggressive deck because it's very thought demanding, right? Like you tend to underestimate the value of Jinx a lot when you play it, and sometimes you get a sequence in a weird way to just guarantee her survival, right? And we're seeing Serki here getting back into this game, and even though he ran out of gas, this Jinx is just so strong here. And this is such a powerful attack at 8 health. Moonlight Affliction does not seem like it can do the job here. There's too many stats.
And once Beaver plays his cards out, tries and fix this, try and survive this, Vision will come in from the Axe, so a lot more damage can come through, more than the calculated for Beaver initially.
Is this lethal? This could be lethal.
I think it has to be, right, with Vision and an Axe coming in.
After the 5 health, I mean, he goes up to 13, right? I don't know if it's lethal, but if it isn't, it's very close. I think it is, because it's 4, 7, 10, 12. Yeah, it's actually exact lethal. Oh, no, with the Axe, it's more. Yeah, but this is lethal. Wow.
Sergi looking at the board state, 0 mana for Beaver, so no more counterplay. He knows that, what he's going to do is what he's going to do. There's no counterplay involved here. Yep. Lethal, I believe, is presented here, and that's the surrender from Beaver.
Yeah, that's it. Wow. Game 1 for the Spaniard, getting that Jinx Draven discard win and saying no to Targon. I believe this is his plan. And we may see Beaver bringing back Targon again. And this could lead to a 2-0 win for Serki if his game plan keeps on working. He's got spiders left. But no Twisted Fate Fizz ban for... Instead, he banned the opposing Draven discard. Interesting.
Discard aggro is, again, I think you were saying it a bit there at the end of the game, and it's something that resonates with me as well. It's a deck that isn't purely aggro in the sense that it's not one-dimensional. It has ways to counterplay. It has ways to... Again, you can say it's more thought-provoking or more, deep, but it's also just... There's more avenues, more combos, more synergies you can get out. It's not just go wide and go fakes. Like, there's a little bit more to it, and that little bit more makes it win some matches that maybe it shouldn't as an aggro deck that maybe have some bad matchups. And we saw it there with Aphelios surviving that kill at the very start of the game. I thought, hey, this is going to be a huge tempo swing in favor of Beaver, but no worries for Jinx and Sergi as they get that game 1 win. And we move right away into game 2. Once again, Aphelios and Tahm Kench trying to win this game here for Beaver.
This is actually looking really scary. I mean, we do have the Aphelios set up next turn, right? But House Spider, and next turn we got Precious Pet into Stygian Onlooker for a nasty attack, dude. Yeah,
I'm telling you, Spiders is a fun deck to play. Just don't run into any Anivia, and you're gonna have a fun time. It's a really, really fun deck with all the synergies it has and how explosive it can be, with how much damage you can push so quickly.
Yeah, this is nasty. This is nasty as hell. But then again, this Crescendum is really good. Getting the Calibrum, phasing in the Calibrum. Was thinking about Severin there for a second, but I think Calibrum is definitely the way to go. Getting that box puts. I mean, both of your blockers are really neat with the Stygian Onlooker representing a lot of damage. The question is, you just stack with everything. Don't even think about it.
And some damage coming through. The problem is with Spider, sometimes you run out of fuel very quickly, and unlike discard aggro, there's not that chance to really refuel with Jinx or Experimenter. So it's kind of the damage goes through or it doesn't. And like I said, turn 6 or 7, you know the outcome of the game basically.
Yeah, this is scary for Serki because he is running out of gas. He needs to block here.
That's a level up. Well, Boxtopus can challenge.
But he needs to challenge immediately because now, the level up. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's still a level up.
Oh my God, the level up.
I'm telling you, Mogwai, I've played this deck on ladder. People are underrating it, and I agree with Sergi. It's a deck that people just sign it off as maybe the opposite of discard aggro, where it's like the most simple aggro deck there is. But sometimes simple is good. Sometimes easy, simple game plans are good because they're so consistent in what they're trying to do.
This is amazing. He leads off with Elise first. And then because he doesn't want to bait in. The problem is the Calibrum. The Calibrum will stop this level up, right? No.
Yeah.
He can't generate it. He has 4 mana. That's it. He doesn't have the mana to generate the Moon Weapon this round and use it. This is ideal. This is perfect for Serki. This is actually perfect for Serki. Absolutely perfect. He plays the House Spider. He gets level up on Elise, and then he's got that Decimate to back up that very menacing attack. This could be it. It really, the thing is, like, you say, well, top decks, but the thing is, these kind of decks, your cards all do the same thing, more or less. You know what I mean? They represent...
Exactly. You build a deck so that whatever your top deck is, in this situation, it's always good.
Oh, what a read! No, never mind. Oh, man. Beaver could have prevented a level up there. Oh, but he's really... No, Serhi, go for it. Serhi, now or never.
We saw him making a risky move last game with the get excited on Aphelios very early in the game. We'll see if he makes that same move now. It looks like Crescendum's coming down, and now at this point, there's a hover coming in from Beaver. This could be a crucial moment in this game. Beaver has to win this game to survive. He plays the Crescendum, 0 mana left, and now Sergi has the green light. Elise, the Spider Queen, will level up now.
The bait. That is crazy.
My truth
That is great.
is beneath the skin.
He really believed he was gonna get that pass back. That's not easy that's not an easy decision to make, man. Do you go for the open attack here? You got just enough challengers to get 6 damage in, but you're missing out on lethal by a little bit, but he's going for it anyways. He's going for it. He wants to clear that Aphelios as well.
I think this is definitely a deck that you want to fight for board as long as you can. When you can't fight for board anymore, you have to rely on burn. So you have to put in the damage when you can. This is the moment to do it. And then now you're gonna have 2-3 turns to maybe get top decks and maybe end this game before something like a Star Shaping or just really Aphelios and Temple can overtake.
Or that Severum. That Severum in hand.
Yeah.
That's but Severum requires, first of all, he needs a board to lead off with it. And then he passes over initiative. So that does open the room for a potential back-to-back Decimate, for example, which could be he could top deck another one.
Even Fervor, I'm going to assume, is in this deck as well. That's a great card in getting burned and also countering things with Life Steal, etc.
And also stalking Shadows to pick up a Doom Beast, for example. That's also a possibility. There's a lot of outs here for Serhi, but I believe he's put himself in a position in which he has to top deck next turn. Regardless of what it is, he needs some source of damage next turn, and he needs Beaver to not top deck a Star Shaping.
Like we said, this deck is built so that more often than not, when you top deck a card, you're like, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. Thanks. This is why it's in the deck. You can't add cards that are so situational. If you top deck them in the wrong moment, they lose you the game. That's kind of how the deck is built and why the strategy is so simple and so synergistic. There's Beaver going down to 6 HP.
And Decimate going down. Here we go. Yeah, you have to Decimate here. You always Decimate here. Yeah.
There's a Decimate, of course. No denies or any kind of counter spells available in this region combo, but even then, no mana also. Only 1 mana for Beaver this turn. So moving on to next turn.
Top decks, it comes down to this. There's a Zap Strafing. Oh, okay, that's
Frenzied Skitter.
That's good for preserving Elise, but the problem is, with him so low on resources, and this Severum
is massive.
Backbreaking. Yeah, it feels like Beaver's gonna make this comeback, and we're gonna be looking at a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. This Severum is gonna bring him back into this game, and Sergio Vamos is running out of gas completely. The question is, will he utilize this Frenzied Skitter defensively, or will he just preserve it in hand and try to go for an all-in attack with spiders next turn? He could also.
We're gonna have a lot of blockers though, and fearsome blockers too with the Burblefishes. But if they're played out this turn,
but that's why, even if they are played this turn, next turn he can develop the spiders and then play the Skitter and just power through everything with fearsome, right? If he preserves Elise and he preserves Skitter for next turn, even though we're gonna see health gain happening. Oh no.
He's playing it now to save Elise, but Hill Cascade is here. Hill Cascade is gonna punish, yeah.
Yep. The problem is he needs too many things, because if he loses Elise, he needs to draw Elise again. But like you mentioned prior, this deck doesn't have the card draw potential that something like Discard Aggro has with Jinx, right? Or even the Augmented Experimenter. So when you run out of gas, you run out of gas. And we're going to see Elise go down here, and that is pretty much it, I believe, for Serhi.
He can save it.
He got really
less vigor. He can save the box that was here as well.
He got really close though. It was close, but now that the Targon deck is through, it's gonna be tougher. This is gonna it was looking like a potential dominant performance for Serhi, but it just got very interesting. Beaver making a nice comeback here.
And this, unlike Discard Aggro, is a deck that is much more black and white in what it can do. It's very, you either win very quick and very explosively, or you lose and just, especially if you're laddering for the sake of time, you just forfeit turn 7 if you don't win there, because there's a very low chance you can come back into the game and develop a big enough a board to make really an impact.
And to update you guys on the other matchup in the semifinals, we had Pettish versus Trish Fangirl 69, and Pettish has won the first game of the series and has a 1-0 lead over Trish as of right now. Pretty exciting news because I'm a huge fan of Pettish's lineup, and I would love to see that lineup in the finals personally. But enough bias for the caster. Jesus.
And there's the double Burblefish, triple Burblefish, 0 mana Burblefish is coming in. All three are here, ready to party for Beaver.
Man, he needed that skitter. If he didn't play that skitter, he could win here, dude. How crazy is that? Like, dropping that skitter last turn is what cost him. I mean, he had the Pale Cascade, right? But I still do believe that Skitter was his best chance. I mean, at the same time, we're not seeing like all the wiggly Burblefishes, like Serki doesn't see that initially, right? But keeping Skitter could have won in the game, potentially.
Of course, it's always very situational. You can't really predict that. It's the exact top deck that would have been. It does happen, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. It's very easy to say, but much harder to see. And it's not like you can see it anyways, right? Like you have to kind of like, assume a lot of things. There's no doubt that Sergi Vamos has been playing this exceptionally well. Like he's gotten really close, and he did everything right. But sometimes it's not enough with aggro.
And the challenger here from Elise going to challenge both of these elusives to make sure he doesn't die as well. Challenge all 3 elusives actually, and just try and maybe fight for some miracle top decks in the next 2 turns. If he doesn't die, the next one he can still try and find decimates, fervors, etc. And if there is no healing in Beaver's hand, which is unlikely but possible, he can still win this game. But as we said, with this aggro deck, if you don't win turn 6, turn 7, as the game goes along, your percentage of winning goes lower and lower every turn that passes.
Is that a level up? Should be a level up, yep. This is GG. He queues in Severum now with this Crescendum. Yeah, he queues in Severum. Exactly. And next turn you lead off with a lifesteal attack. I don't know what he's thinking about here. He definitely has to go for that. I mean,
we saw the Shen email the turn before from Sergi as well, because he's also aware that this is how the matchup goes. If you don't win that one turn, we was able to swing with Elise and maybe find a top deck that would win it. You don't win, period. So I think he's definitely not surprised here with how things are going. I think he understands this is probably a game loss, and he's maybe already thinking about game 3 and how that matchup might go as well.
Yeah, I mean that's something that you see from a lot of top level players. When they know they lost one match, they still use the time in that game to think out the next matchup a little bit. Anything that can give you a bit of an edge here, especially at this level, you definitely go for it. As we do see the pick a card onto the temple, he gets the Calibrum. Oh, of course, he queues in the Calibrum now, and but now he can't queue in the. Wait, Calibrum gets you Gravinum and Severum? Yes, there it is.
Yes?
Severum, there it is. Yes. So that was indeed the best play. There's a Tomb Beast.
All by itself.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a concede here from Sergio as we'll go into the next game.
Especially once you see, the lifesteal come in, that's where you kind of, okay, there's no chance even for a miracle double top deck in a row. At 5, before that, at 5 mana, you could still find a Decimate next turn and then Doom Beast and you would still win. But with that Severum sealing the deal there with a lifesteal, not going to be the case. So again, Spiders, we got very excited at the beginning, and it's a deck that you get excited with in the early rounds, but if you don't win in that mid game, you're not going to win, period, because it's a very explosive deck. It uses all of its resources to build up for that 5-round window, and a lot of times you win, and it almost feels like free wins because it's just so strong. Yeah. But when you don't win, it also feels so weak, and that's kind of the side of the coin, the two sides of the coins there with the Spiders aggro deck list.
Very good game, though. I think you're gonna agree on that. Like that was a really tight series, tight game right there. Sergi got very close, but Beaver had one hell of a comeback, and this is gonna be a very, very interesting final match. I think definitely leveling up Elise is very important in this matchup because most of Beaver's units will be less than 3 power. And this turn 1 Legion Saboteur is exactly what you want to see as a Spider player with no 1-drop in response. Very good start for Sergi here. You have to carry on this momentum. We do see these Mystic Shots and Twisted Fate with a potential red card as well. That is something that Sergi has to navigate around.
But
Mark Gauss, very nice too.
the red card can't come in until turn 4. So
Yes.
that's also very important to know. It's going to be a few turns of a lot of stuff happening here. Mystic Shot is going to be a clear answer, though, to at least one of these units. Could be the 2/2, could be the 2/1 to just remove that ability as well on the next open attack if there is one. But yeah, I think if you know the TF is going to red card and kill off the 2/1, you want to kill the 2/2 instead with a Mystic Shot here.
Yep, but that also translates into more damage for Serhi, and Serhi has a very nice. Okay, he just opts to go for. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a fair play as well. Mystic Shot will be able to answer though. So not much damage coming through this actual attack here.
How do you feel about that skitter? Do you think? I mean, it's a little bit weird, right? But
The hand was awkward though. If there was a better hand that you could develop the one drop as well, then that would maybe be the option. But
Yeah.
the hand was a bit awkward.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, it is true that Beaver is also running out of gas here, so he needs to be careful in that sense. We see 3 damage push here by Serhi dropping down Beaver to 14. Important to note that Bilgewater Piltover does not have access to health gain. Outside of like a random Citrus Courier, there is no health gain, and that's massive for the Spider deck here. As we have a couple of Stalking Shadows here, we see these Stygian Onlookers are like that. Stygian is going to be really strong soon, but he also needs to take Twist of Fate into account, right? Be careful.
Surprised not to see a Stalking Shadows though. Just use that mana effectively, because you know your opponent's on TF and probably waiting for you to develop. You don't develop. You just use the Stalking Shadows, use that mana, and then pass after the fact.
Onlooker, 100%.
TF though, TF is a scary boy on the onlookers.
But you can drop Doom Beast first after this because he has in hand and threaten a very scary open attack here if he doesn't play Twist of Fate immediately. So you drop the Doom Beast now, and you're like, hey, you got that TF because I'm looking to hit you with 4 here. I got Mark of the Owls in the backup as well, and then I drop and then I go ninja on you with my onlookers.
Not just onlookers, but onlookers and the Mark of the Isles as well. So if you red card, you can save the Spider too.
Exactly. So you can justify an onlooker here just because you have that Mark of the Owls. Exactly. Yep,
Now,
you force this. And now this Mark of the Owls is, oh my god, that's a wrap, boys. That's insane. Go for it. Go for it. Go.
well, it's not quite GG just yet. The TF will be able to block the 3/2, the Doom Beast, and the onlookers will be a total of 10 damage coming through.
It is because the Spider, oh no, the Spider goes down. Never
The
mind.
Spider dies, yeah.
He does have Unspeakable Horror in hand that can go face, but that Stalking Shadows can search for a Doom Beast and end things.
Yeah. It'll be 10 on this attack, and then Beaver will be down to 2 HP. And this time, Sergi has a hand that does have actually ways to card draw and find more win conditions, where you have so many units, like for example, the Doom Beast, that provide burn and have a body as well.
Oh, he's double stress testing into a clutch blocker here. Very nice play by Beaver. Had to go for that, honestly. The question is, do you like? Because you kind of want to go on the Twist of Fate level up, right? But can you afford this amount of damage? That's really scary, dude. You're going down to 5. That's not good.
And maybe killing TF is the way to go because you want to have that red card again. I mean, we see the onlooker was ephemeral, so you know there's another one maybe coming. I mean, we've seen 2 played, of course, so it doesn't have that much information, but it's a chance that maybe you think TF red card the next turn is good as well.
It doesn't feel great though because you really would want to go for the pick a card next turn and start drawing a bunch, but you just can't. I think you just can't afford that 3 damage. It's too much. It puts you at range for too many things. Going down to 5 is just not something that you can afford. You're still at range from 2 decimates though, which is very scary. This is looking great for Serki. This is really bad for Pink Beaver. Pink Beaver needs to draw some good stuff here. He needs a strong draw here. That's a strong draw.
That's a very strong draw from Sergi, and he can play it this turn without developing.
The Decimate. Okay, he has 1 Decimate. I think this is a turn to go for Stalking Shadows and try to build up. See if you can find and go for that open attack. The question is, like, do you drop this Twist of Fate and draw? Do you just go for the red card immediately? There's so many mind games. I love this. I love the leading off with the pick a card first. That's clever.
And Sergi here, passing priority and using Stalking Shadows for 2 mana to not waste 6 mana if he does want to just pass. And now this forces Beaver, he has to play TF now. He can't pass, he can't. And once he plays TF, then you can develop after the fact.
This is how you use burst speed cards to force initiative onto your opponent. Oh, he just drops it immediately though. He just doesn't care anymore.
Well, if you're gonna red card here, or you're gonna gold card, interesting. Okay, yeah, I mean, you would, yeah, that makes some more sense. You kill off the spider here.
And you can drop, I mean, the other one is ephemeral, but at this point you carry over that spell mana, and then you build up for that crazy. I mean, this is gonna be very interesting because Beaver's drawing a lot. Beaver's
I think
drawing.
there was no reason not to attack there with quick attack on TF.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, double get excited. That's pretty neat, but
You have exactly 6 mana and exact discards to do it, but that's all you can do this turn at this point.
look at that draw though, Panda. Look at that Noxian Fervor.
Yeah, a lot of counterplay here. And you have just, yeah, very low mana cards here with the Onlooker, the second spider here as well. The Rummage comes in instead on both Get Excited. You find Mystic Shot, which is a very efficient removal here, and a Fizz to just provide as a blocker.
There's no unit to copy to get a draw because I think Twist of Fate is like, I think he's actually 1 card away from leveling up. I believe, I'm not sure. Maybe 2, 1 or 2. He's very close to leveling up, but that augmentation, or I don't know what was that card called? The
Iterative Improvement.
Iterative Improvement is not going to help him draw here, which is what he wanted.
The problem is that maybe TF has to block. You know, he can't survive. You can't just think about his level up because you might just die. There's Decimate and Fervor, so.
Very good use of Iterative Improvement there. Getting that Stygian Onlooker, getting another blocker in there, which does give it allows his Twist of Fate to stick around, right? We see the attack here. Very, very intense late game from Beaver. Serki trying to get that final push in to open up the Nexus for that game finishing Decimate, while Beaver is barely trying, really just desperately trying to hold on to dear life here and try to hold on to his win condition as well. The problem is if you preemptively commit that Mystic Shot, it can be very easily countered by that Noxian Fervor. So, wow, Beaver being like, hey, I need this champion to win. I need this level up to happen in order for me to have a chance at winning this game. So I'm going to let that attack go through. And this is the difference between playing not to lose and playing to win, right?
And now Sergi, he's the one that has to, if he plays the Noxian Fervor preemptively, then Mystic Shot will counter it. And that's a huge swing in Beaver's favor. So it's going to be tough now if TF levels up after this draw here.
It's a situation of whoever, commits first gets punished. And I think both players are also aware of that at this stage. So Beaver knows that he has to hold on to that Mystic Shot. He only has 1 card in hand. Oh, countered. He really tried hard to go for the win there. We see that. I think you go for that face. And like I said, there's no health gain here, ladies and gentlemen. No health gain, and Beaver has 20 health points to bring down. It's a lot. Like he can't. I don't see him killing him next turn, and that could already prove to be too slow in this scenario.
Ooh, double Decimate. 1 mana off though, but still, it's gonna be hard to really heal past. I mean, yeah, you can't heal past this. Your PNZ.
Oh, and it
Water.
was 2 off. Like Twist of Fate does not level up here. It was 2 off, not 1. But yeah, he actually, like, Serki actually has to not play his Invoke unit. That would be a mistake. Just pass.
I mean, Sergi knows there's.
Yeah. No, don't do it. What are you doing?
Mind and open heart greet the
Can he Golden Sister? No, you have to. No, there's no mana. It's not enough. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. Mogwai. There's in this region combo. I think you can't do anything to survive this.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
You can keep drawing. You can level up TF, sure, but what stops you from dying to Decimate next turn?
Yeah. No, he had to kill him there, but it was also like if he got some health gain, right, from that, like that was a bit scary for a second, but it is true. You can't get Golden Sister or anything. And we're gonna see an attack here. First Pink Beaver getting his first actual hit in the game, like or real hit rather, as the second Decimate gonna go down, and Sergi Tubamos is moving to the finals of the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament, ladies and gentlemen. What a debut for Sergi right there. Yeah, feeling the Aretuza pride. Going to the final right there. What a phenomenal series by both players. This was a treat, man. This is great.
Yeah, Spiders couldn't do it game 2, but game 3 it showed why it's such a strong deck, and that it really, I think, encapsulates exactly what aggro is and how it plays out, because you go wide and you go with units damage, and you kind of cheat the rules just going very wide very quickly with some very explosive combos, and then you have the burn to finish things off once you lose control of the board. So again, very, very, very impressive play from Sergi, and nice to see a deck that we really don't see mentioned at all in the meta, making a showing and helping him make it to the finals of this seasonal tournament. We're gonna check out the bracket as well to see the updates now and who our finalists are.
Yeah, we're checking that very soon. Big shout outs to First Pink Beaver, though. He had an exceptional run, and honestly, that series came down to the wire. That second game had a very nice comeback from him with Aphelios onto Lifesteal, surviving on 2 health. And you can see Sergi's despair, right, as he just could not get that final damage in. And he really established some good dominance, though, in this third game. Elise Spiders look fantastic without Elise, because who needs champions, right? So
sometimes the followers are just strong enough, and with the power curve going up, there's going to be just some strong cards added, and that deck will be very, very explosive. But
I'm really excited to see it after the expansion. I think it's going to be much better.
But yeah, big. Well, I mean, as biased casters, we finally have a Spanish making the finals. There was some good odds with 6 or 7 Spanish players. But I think great showing from Sergi. We talked about it before as him being one of the maybe underdog favorites coming to this tournament. It's kind of an oxymoron using those 2 words, but he's a player that we know personally and we know his potential, but he hasn't really, like you said, really broken out into a big tournament and made a big splash. But he's been kind of working behind the scenes and slowly getting a lot of traction as a player now as well in Runeterra. And it's great to see the results of that, of all that hard work, writing a lot of content as well, and really, I mean, showing up when it matters and making it all the way to the finals.
Emphasis on when it matters, you know, like, yeah, he's had some hiccups here and there, but when it comes to, like, I would sign to, like, you know, miss out on all those tournaments prior and then make it to this one and go all the way to the finals any day of the week, right? So phenomenal. Really, it must be a good day for Sergi. He's putting in the work and he's finally getting some rewards. And I just gotta say, this is the finals of my dreams for this tournament, where we just got confirmation that Pettish defeated Trish Fangirl 2-0. So we're going to have Sergi Vamos versus Pettish for the grand finals. And I think that's amazing because Pettish has my favorite lineup, and Sergi, well, Sergi's Spanish, so I gotta like it, right? so we got a situation in which we have a finals in which I don't feel like I will be biased. And
that's maybe a good thing. I think it's good to have some neutral level from the casters for the event. But Trish ended up losing them in that game, so will be eliminated from the tournament. Both Beaver and Trish did make it to top 4 though, and did essentially win 8 rounds in a row and fell on the 9th challenger there. So still very, very impressive play from them. Definitely make note of these names because we've seen it with EU Masters, we've seen it with the last seasonal. Players that show up once, it's not by chance. They're going to be showing up again and again. So start making a mental note of all these names that you've seen today, because I assume as the Runeterra esports scene grows more and more, we saw the plans revealed from Riot in terms of seasonal tournaments, in terms of the possible world championship later on as well. I guarantee that we'll be seeing a lot of the same names, and I think there will be a natural growth of the scene where players that are kind of born with this Runeterra scene as strong competitors will continue being those strong competitors as the game moves on.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing a lot of patterns of consistency. I think we're also getting a good glimpse as to like who are the most established players. Like I think Game Breaker at this point has just established himself completely. Even though he's falling out of this tournament, the fact that he's made it back to back, is very impressive. And we have so many names like that. We even have the likes of Fresh Lobster, who did not qualify for this tournament. He barely missed out 4-1, right, in the seasonal. In the qualifier, and deemed what may consider to be one of the best, if not the best player out there. And we have a lot of names that are just coming back and forth. Like I said, First Pink Beaver, we had Ultraman make it all the way to the quarterfinals. It's been a really nice top 32. I feel like the vast majority of players that we've seen here definitely earned their spot. And it's going to be exciting to see how they will evolve as competitors. The big highlight for me is seeing Sergi Vamos finally getting some recognition, finally getting some results. I feel like it's a long time coming for the guy, and he definitely deserves it. And here, ladies and gentlemen, we have the finals: the Spaniard Sergi Vamos versus not Hungarian but Russian. This time, I can redeem myself.
Thank you, Mogwai. I have a look of satisfaction on my face. I swear, I thought this guy's gonna say Hungary again. He's gonna double dip, but no, thank you.
Yeah.
Also want to quickly mention the fact that you mentioned, someone like Lobster, for example, not making it into the top cut. A lot of very good players ended up 4-1 because they had maybe a bad matchup or they had maybe some bad luck. Things happen with variance in card games. But moving into the next season, there will be a change in the format and there will be more rounds played, not just those 5. So it'll make it so that if you get 1 loss or in some cases even 2 losses, if you end up 7-2, I believe it'll be 9 rounds being played for the open rounds, the first weekend of each seasonal. It gives you much better chances as a top player to make it into the top cut. So very excited to see those changes and to see if that changes, if we're going to see a lot of new faces, we're going to see a lot of, maybe more kind of consistent performers that we've seen and we already know very well make it into top 32.
I think it'll be more of the latter personally. But we always got to be open for newcomers, making a splash in competitive Runeterra. Like, this game is still in its baby stage, right? As the competitive scene has started very recently, and it's got a bright future ahead. And we're definitely going to be seeing new faces. But it's very exciting to see some, veterans really sink their legacy at this point. Like, there are already legacies in this game. Like somebody like Fresh Lobster, I think is, what he's done deserves the mention of, or to be referred as legacy, because he's just played so many different tournaments and done so well. And it's cool to see that consistency represented. And we're going to be entering into a break real soon, as when we get back, we will be featuring the grand finale, Sergito Vamos versus Perish in aggro versus, I don't know more like a mid-range lineup from Perish, which I really like. So yeah, stay tuned, and more reveals as well, right? We got more spoilers, or am I messing up there?
We'll see. Let's leave it at we'll see. But we'll see you guys after this break, so stay tuned.
You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. Ooh, I've been on the flex since flex on. Neighborhood all in your eardrums. I ain't never scared like Bone Crush. Boy, I got God, don't fear none. My line busy, take no calls. Feels like I don't have no flaws. Snakes in the grass, cut those off. Yo, squad shitty, my bros raw. No breaks, we go. Throw shade, that's a no. Go high, go low. Like spinning in a 644. Cash money like 504. Ball like AD24. No sleep, need more. Pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. Ooh, I'm a real one, my day ones. Try speak up, can't say none. Try dig dirt, there ain't none. I make the money that save up. 10 to 80, my savings. Take to the top on the baseline. New car, race on. Fast lane, pace on. With the booyah, that's a flex. Not human, I am from another planet. I'ma teleport, might vanish. I'ma wake up, do damage. Jordan number 7, he's bored though. Working all night, need more though. I remember nights I was poor though. Pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up. Just hold tight. We're up the moonlight. Believe in the magic. On side, we'll make it feel just right. Just look at that bright light. Believe in the magic, and we can save you from your past. Just you in that baseline. We're way past sunshine. Believe in the magic. Alright, step into the moonlight. Get into that good time. Believe in the magic. And we can save you from your past. This bond is always gonna last. When nothing else makes sense, just dance. Yeah. What you gonna do? We're doing it all. The feeling is so. Baby, you got me. Believe in the magic. We're doing it all. The feeling is so. Baby, you got me. Believe in the magic. Baby, you got me. Baby, you got me. Believe in the magic. We're doing it all. The feeling is so. Baby, you got me. We're doing it all. The feeling is so. Baby, you got me. Believe in the magic. We're doing it all. The feeling is so. Baby, you got me. Believe in the magic. We're doing it all. The feeling is so. Baby, you got me. Believe in the magic. We're doing it all. The feeling is so. Baby, you got me. Believe in the magic. I believe it. Baby, you got me. Believe in the magic. Yeah. Baby, you got me. Believe in the magic. Love should be easy. Why should it not? When all you want is to be loved, is to be loved. But love ain't easy. You taught me that. I let you in, now you want out, now you want out. I don't understand why you hurt me. I don't understand why you wanna let me down. Can't understand. Was it all worth it? You played me good just for a rush, just for a rush. So now I Wave, my inner soul make a village glow. You can see the real through my inner scope. Real grows with a field cold. Get my spirit to the pin stroke. Young Westbrook and the rim is low. Sweet tang when I fall through. When I hit the queen with the give and go. I've been getting close, I've been feeling go. I've been in a mode where my pupils dilated. Take the beat and then annihilate it till the siren faded. A violation, I've been going places. There's no escaping how I ride my wave and chasing Percy Mills with no limitation. Carve a smile with a straight faces. Therapeutic, self-medicated, I've been doing fine for a low life. Seeing clear through the low lights. Straight gas for the stove light. Chasing green, all I know is to go. They send my pro when it shows right. Third finger to my old life. I can't lose. Count up the blue. Spend nothing, reboot. Put on for the crew. It's a cool. Don't got no roof, so I can shoot for the star beam, yeah.
Heart race, pounding.
So I can shoot for the star. So I can shoot. So I can shoot for the star beam, yeah.
Flash, heart race, pounding. Get back.
So I can shoot for the star beam. So I can shoot.
Way up, the sound is.
So I can shoot for the star beam. I just hit the Brody, what you want? I just caught myself a little map to remind me where I'm from and where I'm going and where I'm at. Only trust it out my tulips. I talk that truth. I'm out here trying to smell the roses while I'm still here. I'm at the crib, getting toasted. I'm off the dosage. My mind is blowing, set the blow up from how I mold it. Never forfeit, must be clutch. How the way I close it. Taking more than I can fold. Watch it close here. You might pick up on the pro tip. I got the torch. Let they want my business to reside right by where they knows it. Give my image some distortion. Yeah. I come from where the floor is top diamond bows. I used to live off of the moor, so now I get portions. And say been on my loans and my life been coreless. But then I learned the carpe diem. Now that's looking gorgeous. 2020 with the vision sharp and decent job to come from where the void is. Wanna cop the crib with the cash bag, the last laugh and no mortgage. My mind spinning out of orbit. But right now I feel it's so right. Flip a third finger to my old life. I can't lose. Count up the blue. Spend nothing, reboot. Put on for the crew. It's a cool. Don't got no roof. So I can shoot for the star beam, yeah.
Heart race, pounding.
So I can shoot for the star. So I can shoot.
Way up where the sound is.
So I can shoot for the star beam, yeah.
Flash, heart race, pounding. Get back.
So I can shoot for the star beam. So I can shoot.
Way up where the sound is.
So I can shoot for the star beam. Never at ease, I don't know a limit. Chasing a dream, I don't know what sleep is. I got a queen, she lit me to eat it. She ripe like a peach and she snapped me to snippet. We well overdue for that link up in person. Text me to fall through its murder, she wrote it. Still with courage, you're doing a service. Pull up to the crib, I'm equipped with the brush strokes. Cutthroat from the low, where no love goes. Women buddy like it's been that. When me looking at the bill stack. Off the bubbly buddy, I've been stressed out. Let the smoke scream from my chest out. Laced up, I really hate love from a stranger. Shit is fake stuff, only need it from you. Yeah. Crash land in the palm of my hand. Bad little flex, wanna play by the coast. Carry the torch, I'm way up, it's litty wherever we flow. I came from the cold, used to rest on the floor and stitch up my wounds, was born a soldier. Flipping the struggle, I'm taking it worldwide. Hold it down when you talk to me. Say it is what it's supposed to be. Say it loud, but I mean it too, yeah. Talk that good when you talk to me. Say it nice and I give it to you. You know my word is bond, yeah. What we on now is wild shit trip. Life is slid, take a breath. That's it. Now it's wild shit a trip. Life is litty, the gift. Chime in. I don't really lack nothing. Drip black fish, hit the splash button. Landlocked, too bad for him. And they liable to talk, but it's mad rubbish. It don't mean nothing. From the shore, trying to make it to the top floor. But the penthouse, pin games, something mad yes, bros. No sleeping, Been a task rabbit, been a lab addict. The chief of the tribe I put on for my village. Used to be local, I'm taking it global. Sharp with the focus, she catching emotion. Treat that holistic, I give it a physics. Fuck your opinion, just did a show, only spit raw material. I'm independent, I'm in the building. Look what we built it feel like no ceiling, we taking it worldwide. Hold it down when you talk to me. Say it is what it's supposed to be. Say it loud, better mean it too, yeah. Talk that good when you talk to me. Say it nice and I give it to you. You know my word is bond, yeah. What we on now is wild shit trip. Life is lit, take a breath. It's it. Now it's wild shit a trip. Life is litty, the gift. Chime in.
Baby, wanna whip with the boy for the one time. Okay, maybe one time. Roll it up and hit it for me one time. Cruise around the city, duck it one time. Shorty wanna whip with the boy in a free time. Make a little weed time. I ain't worried, baby, we gon' be fine. Riding like we never heard a street sign. I'm a great catch, baby, better act right. Get the digits, hit it that night. And I shine like a star, he a flashlight. Keep my energy and cash right. I be turtlenecked up cause the ice on my collar got it freezing. It ain't even that season. You came with a lane but you left with a winner, that's treason. But a good enough reason. Brand new denim, two-tone like I just went tanning. I know one that she examined. I'm at the steakhouse knowing well I only want salmon. She gon' spread it like famine. Maybe don't play with your time cause you can't get it back. You should spend it how you want to. Tell that lame that it's dead for his. Then I bet ya I never let him haunt you. Baby, wanna whip with the boy for the one time. Okay, maybe one time. Roll it up and hit it for me one time. Cruise around the city, duck it one time. Shorty wanna whip with the boy in a free time. Make a little weed time. I ain't worried, baby, we gon' be fine. Riding like we never heard a street sign. Look, girlie wanna match on the vibe this evening and thinking about leaving with me. Told me she been throwing back shots since she need some back shots. That's a bet sound even to me. I've been going nuts like brand new briefs. Got brand new teeth from the jeweler, not the dentist. And I'm on some rare that you'll never see again. But I treat it like I got it on Pinterest. Let a player hit it like a cue ball, moving like a U-Haul. Shawty better act like she know how. I'm that same old that you knew from back then. They was acting brand new, but they know now. Put my pockets on protein, lunch tryna go green, looking like I came from the trainer. That's drumline status on it with the bands. Give a f about your mans, he a stranger. Baby, wanna whip with the boy for the one time. Okay, maybe one time. Roll it up and hit it for me one time. Cruise around the city, duck it one time. Shorty wanna whip with the boy in a free time. Make a little weed time. I ain't worried, baby, we gon' be fine. Riding like we never heard a street sign. Shorty wanna whip with the boy cause I'm on now. They won't leave me alone now. See me on the TV in the hometown. I don't need them, get it on my own now. Baby, wanna whip with the boy for the one time. Okay, maybe one time.
Bit of a longer break, huh? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with the finals of the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Tournament for Legends of Runeterra. Eventually, I'll get it right. I'm Mogwai, joined by my more eloquent partner, Panda. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good. We're ready for the finals, and we are seeing, well, I mean, a personal friend of ours and a Spanish player making it to the finals. So always a good thing, a little bit of bias, not too much, but just a tiny sprinkle of it.
There's always bias, man. Come on.
And of course, Russian player Pettis coming in with one of your favorite lineups, showing that, I mean, both of these players 9-0 to get here. So 9 wins in a row. Imagine getting a 9 wins on ladder. It's already difficult, but 9 wins against some hyper-focused and very strong tournament players is almost impossible, at least for my maybe smaller, medium-sized brain. But incredible showing from both of these players, and very excited to see what kind of matchups we get to see.
Yeah, alongside Ultraman, Pettis has my favorite lineup of the tournament. I was a big fan of his choices, and we see Sergi is bringing on the full Smork. Face is the place for Sergio, as he has 3 aggro decks that have been performing extremely well, as we can see. We've only been able to witness the semifinals performance from Sergio, but he's had some really strong opponents prior to that. Look at that 2-0 win over Boomslife, which we saw had a very, clutch victory against Nunubat earlier on. Sergio is on a tear, and Pettis is his final test, as Pettis is... I have to look at his lineup again, actually, to see how well it can match up against aggro, because that's basically going to be the tail of the tape here. Let me actually take a look real quick while, I pass over to you.
And some quick information, Pettis, he's 22 years old, living in St. Petersburg in Russia, to be precise. And he's only really played lore competitively, so this is like kind of the first game he really try hard and really gets into this level. And it looks like it's paying off. He should have maybe played some more games earlier in life, because he could have been successful with such a strong showing here in the seasonal. I asked him what his preferred playstyle was. He told me it was the one with 0 mistakes. So we should expect some clean play from him here. I also asked him if there was anything interesting I could mention on the broadcast, any trivia, like anything cool. And he's like, nothing much. So a player is maybe just focused on the seasonal. Man of few words indeed, and showing us with his actions instead the value and just the powerful strength he has as a player.
Very, very excited to see him. I can't find what is his username here. I can't really find his. Well, we're gonna look at his lineup soon, anyways. But I really, I would like to quickly
mention that whoever wins this match, of course, would get a winner interview. But we have been informed by production that Pettis only speaks Russian. Mogwai, do you speak Russian?
9. I know that's German. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to take that as a definite no then. That's a confirmed no.
I don't know about definite, but yeah.
I also don't speak Russian, so it looks like we have a justification for our bias now, because if Sergi wins, we can interview him in 2 languages. We have double the winner. We can do it 2 times. Run it back for the Spanish audience as well. If Pettis wins, there will not be a winner's interview, unfortunately. So that is how the cookie crumbles in this case. And now we have a reason to be biased, Mogwai. That's all we needed.
I mean, I didn't particularly need it, honestly. Like, it's been a long time coming. We had that big disappointment in the European Masters when Spain was so close to the finals but fell in the semis to France, like of any country. and we wanted to see Spain do well, and Sergi is such a great redemption story as well that I'm genuinely happy for the guy. I think he really deserves it. He's put it in the work, and I think this result is a long time coming for him. So really, good for him.
We'll be seeing the match and the lineups and the decks coming up right now. There's Pettis, your favorite lineup. Victor's in the finals. How did this happen? What things had to happen for 9 rounds to Victor to squeeze into the finals? Victor's a card that once it came out, it was considered maybe one of the probably the weaker champions in that, the 3-champion release with Riven and Zoe. Zoe quickly showed that she was the strongest one of the bunch. Riven, day 1, maybe there was a chance, but that quickly faded away. But Victor, I don't think he even had a chance. He was very much considered just a bit too slow for what he wanted to do, and not just, you have to kind of bank on the right keywords showing up at the right moment. Just didn't really find enough of a home with the Attune archetype, with kind of Ballistic Bot doing its own thing in other decks, etc. But making it here to the finals, is this a fluke? Is Victor mad now?
Victor, dude, I'm having a bit of a problem with how much you're disrespecting
I'm just
Senpai
stating the
Victor
fact.
here.
This is not my personal opinion. This
No,
is
it's not a
I
fact.
am.
After the buff, Victor is more legit than people think, in my opinion. I think Victor already felt really strong. I know Bruised by God, BBG, was actually playing a lot of Aphelios Victor and doing really well with it. It kind of fell a little bit out of flavor, like 1 week inwards, because at that point people started figuring other combinations for Aphelios that they like more, especially the Twisted Fate Bilgewater combination, and that kind of overshadowed this one. But this tournament, because of the champion lock, you cannot run Twisted Fate into different decks. So while some people have tried a different version of Bilgewater Target with perhaps either Tahm Kench or Zoe, Pettis has taken the full-on PNZ approach, and I love it. We've seen so many, it's more easy to expect, a deck with triple Targon or triple Bilgewater or even triple Noxus, as we've seen before, but triple Piltover and Zon is not something that I would have anticipated, and I think that's low-key the reason why I love this lineup so much. I'm a big fan of Victor. I'm very biased towards him naturally, but I also love the Ezreal Draven lineup here. I think this deck is low-key extremely good in this environment and is a very clutch pick that we've seen other high, performing players in this tournament bring as well. So Pettis is not the only one in that, but he is the only one that I know of that is running Victor. And for that, and that alone, he is my hero.
It's interesting, of course, seeing you praise this Ezreal Draven deck so much when a lot of us know you said some very mean things about this deck when it first came out.
Can we not talk about
I'm
me?
just pointing it out. I'm just pointing it out.
People change, David.
But I think it also shows that with Runeterra, PNZ was considered a very weak region before Cosmic Creation, and with just the way the meta changes even, and of course some key cards like Ballistic Bot, like Aftershock being added, it changes the landscape completely. And again, PNZ being, the lineup, having it in all three of your decks makes sense when TF is a thing, because you have Mystic Shot, you have so many ways to remove units.
Very good.
It just makes a lot of sense in the current meta as well. So heads up for Pettis, but let's check out once again Sergi's decks, the aggro Go Face deck list from Sergi, and we see it here. TF Fizz, the Spiders deck that's very, very strong. We see TF Fizz that's also, I don't have to say anything about that one. That's been a mainstay in the meta since it was discovered. It was like, all right, everyone and their mothers net deck this on tournaments, on ladders, on everywhere you can. You're gonna be playing this deck because it's fun to play, but also very strong. It has both things going for it, and it kind of gets a shell for Mind Meld, a shell for Fizz, a shell for many cards that weren't used very often in the past few metas to now finally find a home, and a competitive home at that. So a big reason for that as well. And then Discard Aggro being, Discard Aggro kind of fell off a bit, not super popular in the past 2 months, but both, showing a lot of players here in the top 4 even having this deck in their lineup. So it shows it's still very, very strong.
Tuna, Spider, and Nandroid, the lineup here for Sergi. Keeping it simple, straightforward, and most definitely fast, as we're going to see a very interesting clutch here, because we got to see how, first of all, what bans are going to happen. We've seen Sergi actually being very okay with queuing into Twisted Fate Fizz, for example, because it turns out the Spider aggro deck is a very good counter to it. The Frenzy Skitter specifically is so devastating, because once, all it takes is one Frenzy Skitter and you pretty much nullify every blocker in the deck, unless they go for something like a defensive Mind Meld. So it does legit feel like a very solid counter, especially with those Unspeakable Horrors there as well, giving you a little bit of interaction that can be very good and help you win the race. And ultimately, if it is a nice prey for Sergi, while I was anticipating, the ban onto that, he instead took away the discard aggro. So I'm not really sure what Sergi will be targeting here. You have always the target possibility with the health gain, but we have seen that he's also targeting that a little bit himself. So looking back into the lineups, it's going to be very intriguing. We're going to move on to the bans and picks and bans graphic really soon here. And then we'll see what decks they ban from each other, and we'll move on to the grand finale. What do you think Sergi will opt to ban here from Pettis, David?
It's hard to call, because there isn't a deck that you would think, hey, this is like a direct counter. It has lifesteal. It has all this. I have to ban this. It's not the case really. So it's more. And again, I think there's a lot of decks now in Runeterra that are not as polarized, that kind of have very good matchups against everything, or at least decent matchups against everything, and it's harder to call bans. I think there was some metas where it was very rock, paper, scissors. You know, certain deck would defeat another deck, this deck would defeat another deck, and you kind of knew what to ban in each lineup. But in this meta, I think it's a bit harder to call exact bans.
I agree. By the way, I love that one off of death rate right there that we see in. I don't know if that's like standard or not. Like it may very well be, but it feels really clean. Like it can put in a lot of work for Serhi right here. I definitely don't expect a TF Fizz ban from Sergio onto Perez, because we've already seen him capitalize on that list. Now, whether he'll target Ezreal Draven or Victor Aphelios, you know, it's not easy to tell, because Victor Aphelios, it seems like the scarier of the two, just because of the potential health gain. We've seen that's how Serhi, you know, he went down to that earlier. He lost to the Target deck after that back-breaking health gain alongside the Hush. So I feel like his matchup against Draven, as the thing is, aggro decks don't tend to do too well against Draven Ezreal, because Draven Ezreal is just a slower, beefier version of that. So it tends to be able to keep up with your early plays, and then it kind of just out-muscles you in the mid to late game. So I think maybe Draven Ezreal is what they opt to ban here.
But we've also seen with Ezreal Draven, where they don't have any health gain, that it kind of gives you like a pretty good ultimatum of, hey, if I can sneak in this 8-10 damage in the early game, mid game, I know that I can sneak in 10 more damage with Burn before he can kill me with like Farron and those longer turns. So I think it's close. I do think I agree with you in some ways, because you have very cheap value-based removal, like maybe Beam for 1 mana, and you can take down, trade 1 for 1 with a certain card, Mystic Shot, etc. So there are definitely ways to kind of mitigate a lot of the damage coming in the early game from the board. If you're not able to do that, though, if you miss out on those early spells, etc., then you could be in trouble, though, because you have no lifesteal, no health gain, and that kind of makes it, you can't do anything about it. You have to just look at your opponent's cards and see him playing Decimates, and you just can't do anything about it.
We see a bit of a spy here, as Fiora has joined the ranks of PNZ Bilgewater up there alongside Twisted Fae. I think Fizz is playing a bit of a prank on us here.
Listen, Fiora she's been in every tournament final for the past 8 months. She's like, I'm not gonna, I have to be in this one too. You can't get rid of me. This is the thing of nightmares. Sergi was like, finally, no Fiora Shen after 17 months playing this deck. One final without it, and then she shows up again from Pedish's lineup. But hopefully it's just a graphical error or tournament error, and well, not hopefully, guaranteed, because Fiora cannot be.
There we go.
Fizz shows up. It was just a joke, guys. It's the early Halloween, you know.
It was a test. It was a test.
6-month early Halloween costume from Fizz.
And here are the lineups, ladies and gentlemen. We do see Elise with that big presence there. Her being the only champion in that lineup. You know, it's hard to ignore her. As I am definitely expecting, and I'm gonna go with Ezreal Draven ban from Sergio, and from Pedish, I'm going to go ahead and say, maybe Fizz TF, to be fair.
I think just Fizz TF is that deck that it can really sneak out wins out of anywhere. And like when Anivia became a thing in the meta, people said, all right, TF Fizz is done with. This is just a super clear-cut counter. But so many games I've seen this past month in tournaments where people bring Anivia countering TF Fizz. TF Fizz shows up, does some crazy stuff with 0 mana Burble Fishes and Mind Meld. And you'll lose the game. So.
Like the thing is, discard Jinx with Draven is a very scary deck, but it does have a poor matchup against Ezreal Draven. Even though there's a lack of health gain, it's the fact that Ezreal Draven can keep up with that early momentum, and then dwarf the discard player in value and just stats in general, right? So it is like this Ezreal Draven, even though it's lacking health gain, it is looking like it has pretty decent matchups all across the board. So that's what I'm expecting will go. But again, I would not be shocked to see Aphelios Victor go instead. That's also
looks like we are loading into game 1 of the
Draven goes through. Okay, so we assume it's, oh my god, is it a Victor ban? Are you kidding me? No!
We'll find out after the fact. But this is game 1 of the Cosmic Creation EU Seasonal. We finally made it all the way to the final. Pedish, the Russian player, against Sergi Vamos representing Spain. Both, of course, probably 9 wins in a row against very strong players in best of 3 tournaments or series to make it here. So definitely deserved a spot. And right away, we're here. Turn 3, Arachnoid Sentry comes down to try and stop some of the attack from this Spider's deck.
Super awkward opener for Serhi, drawing into that early Decimate, which you generally don't want to see, and double back-to-back Noxian Fervor top decks, and another Mark of the Isles. Oh man, you hate to see it.
I was mentioning how consistent this deck is, but here showing that you can have some bad variants with it as well. Unfortunate draws here, and we'll see what his idea is. Does he want to try and stop his opponent's game plan and maybe play a Fervor here? That would be, I think, very risky to try and kill off this Draven.
If you make that kind of play, yes, you get rid of the Draven, but you're kind of like setting yourself up to lose because you're going down. You're going down in card advantage significantly, and you're also losing 3 damage that can go a long way. The way you're winning this game is by having one crazy attack turn and then burn your opponent with everything in your hand, right? Like this double Mark of the Owls. Now that you draw into Elise, there is a big argument here for like a strong attack with Mark of the Owls backup, but this Arachnoid Sentry is again gonna feel like a punch to the gut. And it's going to halt this Elise and really prevent Serhi from getting any relevant attack going on here. And that's just going to be too much. But instead, we're going to see the Sum Dredger. Okay, interesting. I guess not fearing the Elise, considering, he's going to have to utilize these Mark of the Owls as well. But there's that Whirling Death, which can be very easily countered, too. We'll see which player commits what, because Serhi has to commit first.
And it would be obviously ideal to play Mark of the Owls as a response to a removal spell. That would be the god tier thing to happen. We'll see if that's going to be the case here, but I don't think Static Shock will be played at this point to kill off because you have the blockers to just block anyway. We'll see what Pedish opts for here. And like you said, when you're not playing Fervor to try and take down Draven and stop your opponent's game plan, that means that you're looking at your hand and thinking, okay, I have 4 damage from Decimate, 6 from the Fervors. That equals 10. I need 10 more damage. I have to find 10 more damage somehow, basically.
We see Mark the Owls onto Elise here, which will allow him to trade into Draven. There's another potential for Mark of the Owls to eliminate the Sum Dredger, but that just does not feel good.
No, it doesn't.
Serhi is going down very low. He's only getting 1 damage through. The only ray of hope or sunlight or whatever is for him to build up this burn damage, right? Because as we mentioned prior, this Regent combination in Noxus and Piltover does not have access to health gain. The problem is he needed a better curve. Like that was a very bad opener for Serhi. Like he got a bit screwed. But that's also one of the risks that you take because you're playing a deck that only excels in the early game. So if you don't draw the right cards in the early game, like these kind of aggro decks are more prone to variance than other playstyles.
But the way this one's built, it should be very consistent. I think it's just a very, very unlucky string of draws there for Sergi. Sure. And like I said, the first 5-6 turns, you literally just can only fight for damage on the board by going very wide and sneaking in 2, 3, sometimes 6. If you have the least level up, sometimes more damage in the first few attack token turns. And then you switch to a burn strategy because your board is decimated by getting just bad value trades when you're attacking with all your units. And in this case, you missed step 1. You weren't able to go wide. You weren't able to get that damage in. And now you have the burn, but you don't have the first part of the equation. So it's going to be tough here for Sergi.
Let's see what happens here. We're going to see the Decimate go down, dropping down to 15. Well, 1/4 of the way there. And he does have 6 damage in hand with Noxian Fervor. But Noxian Fervor is much harder to enable properly in this matchup because there's a lot of interaction there. We see a bunch of different types of shots from Pedish here. Statics, Mystics, all types. And Serhi is also lacking units to use these Fervors on to begin with. So it's looking absolutely terrible here for Sergio. I don't think there's much you can do to really get any sort of chance even to win at this point. That opener was awful.
It's what I talked about this game being very black and white, where it can seem incredibly strong, incredibly synergistic, incredibly explosive in the early turns, and you might think, hey, why isn't this deck tier 1? Why isn't this deck on all the YouTube videos, all the meta snapshots? But it's because of this. It is very sometimes if you don't get the right cards in the right order, or if you go into a bad matchup that has a huge board clear, you're in big trouble. And this is the case. It almost becomes a non-game at this point, which is obviously not great to see in the final, in the first game of these finals, but it sometimes is how it works out in card games.
Let's see how this goes. By the way, I'm gonna make use of this to kind of clarify something really quick regarding my microphone. It's not a problem with like the production or anything. It's completely on my end. It must be the computer. It's not the microphone itself. So I'm sorry about that. Like all I can say is that from like the next season onwards, it'll be fixed. You know, my move will be completed, and that won't happen again, right? I did everything right. I am sorry if it is a little bit annoying. But yeah,
it's out of our control. So it's something that unfortunate, but that's how things are for this seasonal. Next seasonal will be on point. And hopefully Sergi's draws will also be on point if he brings this deck for the next game, because it's everything he does. It just feels really bad. You almost feel just bad, because I think in any card game you want to at least see games decided by skill and by outplaying, and not so much by card draws and by just having a really bricked hand, which is what I talked about before. And it's unfortunate to see this happen in game one. Hopefully he can bounce back mentally and understand that this happens sometimes, and fight for this best of 3 series as well, because this is a best of 3. It is a finals, but it's best of 3, single elimination, one and done. So
I would have argued for going for a Noxian Fervor there to try to bait another source of removal and then chaining it on top of that. But if you do that, you're also like, you're automatically losing, because your 2 Noxian Fervors are down and you just have no hope left, right? So Sergio here, even though he has certain plays available, he's, like we mentioned prior, he's playing to win, not playing not to lose. You know, like at this point, he has to risk it. He has to keep as much damage in hand as possible and try to find the way. I mean, at this point, you do go for it, right?
You go for it, but then there's a Mystic Shot in response anyway. So, I mean, you can see the card advantage is a problem with this deck as well, where you're so explosive and you have such a low curve that if that curve doesn't pan out, then it becomes difficult.
Completely shut down. Like, this is what I expected from Ezreal Draven. Ezreal Draven is very powerful, and it's also really decent against aggro, very differently so than other decks, right? It doesn't heal or anything, but it just keeps up the pace, and then it just outvalues you and drowns you in card advantage. And that, if it felt like Elise had no chance, but to be fair, that opener was atrocious for Sergio. So, hopefully, he doesn't get that bad luck back to back, especially in the finals. That would be a little bit heartbreaking. And it's still the beginning, right? We got one matchup there for Pettis. He gets that win with Ezreal Draven, and I assume his last deck, because we were talking about the bans earlier. So his Ezreal Draven got banned, which I would assume Victor is banned from Pettis. So we will be seeing his Twisted Fate Fizz. This is the deck that Sergio is countering, though. This is the deck that he's countering. Like, we've already seen Spiders just absolutely decimate this deck.
That being said, we did talk about TF Fizz being a deck that can just pull out wins out of nowhere against any matchup. And if you're Pettish, you have the championship on the line on a deck. I think this is the deck you would choose for it to be the do or die moment on, because it is a very, very strong deck, all things considered. And it looks like a strong card as well, a strong start as well with Fizz and the Poro Cannons coming in with elusives.
This is a very good start. Like that was a scary turn there, because Pettis could have picked up another suit up with potentially like a Poro, with the play that he did there, right? But going on to the stress testing. But ultimately, he does get the 2-1 out of the board. Killing the Legion Saboteur is very important, because it's slowly but surely eking in a lot of damage. Elise is on the board, and she's really threatening a level up in a couple of turns from now, which could be absolutely devastating for Pettis. There's no removal for Pettis either. There's absolutely no. Oh wow, preemptive suit up. He's going in. This man's going in.
Well, I mean, with 3 mana, there's not really anything you can do, mathematically speaking, to stop this from going in. So he just confirms it and just goes in for it now, gets that 4 damage. 14 HP now for Sergi. And Sergi does have ways to heal, of course. Has a few drain cards in the deck, has Doom Beast as well. So it's not like Ezreal Draven, where every bit of this damage can never be healed back. It can be in some cases. And this board is looking pretty good here for Sergi. We'll see what else he can go. I think he wants to, go into the Stalking Shadows.
I like Arachnoid Horror a lot. Frenzy Skitter is very tempting, but Arachnoid Horror into Stygian Onlooker is just really powerful, right? And if you block with Fizz, you leave yourself vulnerable to an Unspeakable Horror in case but that's not something that you ever want to do because obviously there are 0 mana spells for Petish. But I like the fact that he's prioritizing this ephemeral one here. This is really nice because it's like if you don't play something here, I will pass and I will level up Elise.
Yeah, this is the difference with aggro decks. You can't really do your whole priority passing big brain. Like you have to go and you have to make use of your chances to play cards.
Yeah, but actually never mind because the Elise is round start, right? So
yes. So round end. Once this round ends, you have to have.
Is it round end or is it round start? I'm sorry for this slip up, but I haven't played Elise in a long time, and I'm gonna clarify that real quick. Don't worry.
It is. I mean, is there a difference between the exact round end and round start?
Yeah, at least it is round start. Yeah, it's round like start, I thought. So it's round start. So that's very relevant because that line of play that I mentioned prior was not possible because he played the ephemeral one. So he was 100% going to commit to that Stygian Onlooker this turn, anyways.
And this is going to be a big turn here where 1 mana up for Petish. You can play the Poro and have a blocker, but it's not a fearsome blocker. So only Fizz can block here. Fizz will have to block possibly the 3/2 Horror. That's still a lot of damage coming through here.
Yeah,
from Sergi's lineup, and he has a lot of burn in hand as well with Decimate and the Noxian Fervor.
Yeah, 7 damage. That's fantastic for Petish. For Sergio, and like you mentioned, this region combination has no health gain.
He's 2 off right now. He has enough damage in hand to provide 7
mana
damage. He has a double Unspeakable Horror, so he just needs the mana. I mean, he has the card. He just needs the mana to work with. And he can do it basically on 2 turns from now on the fast speed after the next open attack, possibly from Petish. Not this turn, but the one after that. So I believe, unless there's counterplay on the Noxian Fervor, which I think there can be if you do it now, this turn.
There can't be. Like, I would go for the Noxian Fervor and then... Oh, no, he just goes for that. Okay.
This is where you have to think. Am I racing my opponent, or am I playing to... My opponent has 1 card in hand, and it's a card that Verbalfish
he has no health gain. Like, I completely agree. I think you just go for lethal at this point. I mean, you gotta be worried a little bit about, like... You gotta be careful, right? You definitely go for the Unspeakable Horror onto Fizz here. 100%. But you gotta be careful because Petish could, like, he's drawing a lot next turn, and he could draw, like, Get Excited, Mystic Shots, you know? So if he takes 7 damage here, there could be a crazy series of draws that gets Petish lethal. So Sergio he has no need to take that sort of risk. So he doesn't go for the he just wants to go face then. This man just wants to go face, but that's risky though. That's unnecessary.
And if you're gonna go face, wouldn't you just do it?
Okay, no. He's. Why did he hit that enough Fizz though? I'm confused. I'm confused.
I'm also not entirely sure. That being said, Fizz will have to probably block this Horror next turn once it does attack. So
yeah,
it will be going down. I'm going to assume. I'm not sure there's any card. I guess if he draws a Mystic Shot, possibly not. We'll see if the sequencing does end up mattering here. But both players 9 HP. Pick a card fueling the hand here. TF. I mean, a lot of cards that can start.
A lot of great draws there.
Creating problems here for Sergi.
This is I'm just not sure about that, man. I think killing off Fizz, like, I just don't understand why he did that. I really don't. Maybe I'm missing something. We're gonna see the Stalking Shadows here. You see Imperial Demolitionist. That's the exact. I mean, we'll go House Spider instead. Now, there's Twisted Fate as a threat though. But the problem is, if you go Demolitionist, you open up yourself for Twisted Fate a little bit. But I think that's fine. Yeah, you got it.
Demolitionist coming in. You could get excited here if you are Petish, but that means you cannot play TF this turn, which could be possibly a big threat with just a clean 2-for-1 trade with Gold Card onto the Horror, for example.
Let's see what he does. Like, the fact that he has an extra discard outlet because he didn't kill Fizz with that parley, right? Sorry, with that Unspeakable Horror earlier as he played the parley, so that he can potentially discard that 4-mana spell that he generated. But we'll see. This is very tight. Like, this game is gonna end very soon, and this Imperial Demolitionist allows Sergio to go potentially for another one afterwards, and that can leave Petish at 5 health. which means that Unspeakable Horror plus Decimate kills. The problem is he needs initiative to end the game this way.
Exactly.
So
Decimate, it's slow speed, so you can't do it on the open attack next turn, for example, and you're already at 3 mana only this turn.
Wow, he's forgoing. I love this, honestly. I love this. He's dropping Twist of Fate. He's like, no, that's not how I win this game. That's not how I win this game. And now he's going for the get excited to deny that. I love it. But now you have to do you go Noxian Fervor here? Like, I don't
Do you
even
know? It's a huge
I don't think
risk
so.
as well.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so at all. This is tight, man. Because Fizz is, as long as he has that rummage, Fizz is very scary. I just don't know why did he kill Fizz? Like, what did we miss?
I'm not entirely sure. I think maybe he was just thinking about not protecting at all, just going face with everything. But then maybe he changed. I'm not entirely sure. It is looking like now.
That was his last card.
It is, of course, much more difficult because as casuals, we have full information. We see the entire hand. We know exactly what to play around. But when you're in the dark, it's not as easy. And there's many cards here that.
But it was literally his last card though. He played
so
hardly
couldn't have any Poro Cannon or anything. Yeah. There is the second Demolition coming down. Not enough mana to really do anything here. We could just see an attack here that you have to block. I'm going to assume. Yeah, you have to block if you are Pettish here. They're going down to 5 though. He won't have he will have the mana for Decimate and Fervor next turn. He'll be at 7+1.
This is really, really tight. Oh,
Mind
double
Meld.
Fervor! Double Fervor and Mind, but Mind Meld is not like, that's not what he needs right now. He needs like, the thing is, if he goes for a rummage, he leaves his Fizz wide open, but I think he has to. I think you have to rummage here. That double Noxian Fervor does allow Serki though to kill him at fast speed, unless Pettish.
You
is
only
able to
have
pick
one
up
unit.
something. Yeah, that's true. Never mind.
This
that
is
was a big,
actually a major problem here. I mean, right now Pettish can play the Poro Cannon and Mind Meld, and he's looking at lethal if your opponent can't do anything. Now you have a chance to decimate. Now you have a chance. It opens the window for Sergi to decimate, and now Fervor
Unspeakable Horror.
Or Unspeakable Horror.
Unspeakable Horror is the safest way here. The fact that he gave over initiative is ultimately what's going to cost Pettish right here. And we're going to see the Mind Meld. Yeah, this is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. This is a wrap. I mean, he just goes for the Unspeakable Horror. He knows he has no health gain whatsoever, so 1 and 3 damage makes no difference. So this is the safest route. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game 3. Sergio taking the game back against a deck that he very clearly countered here. But the question is, can he get such a smooth victory with a different aggro deck? I believe the other option he has left is discard Draven, right?
Yeah, discard aggro.
Not sure.
We'll see the bands.
Discard
We'll have to see the bands. Yeah, look at the bands.
Yeah, there it is.
Discard aggro versus TF, please. And look at the end of the game there. I mean, the biggest thing was that Pettish was not so much thinking, hey, I have to play around Decimate, I have to play around all these things. He was thinking, I have a lethal possibility here. If my opponent doesn't have X cards, I have to try and go for it. If it doesn't work out, I lose this game. We go to game 3. But if he didn't have the lethal from hand, then the Mind Meld going through there would be enough to get the win with 2 elusive. So it's not necessarily a misplay from Pettish. It's just him understanding that that was his win condition and you have to go for it. But in the end, we saw Sergi having the Decimate and having 2 avenues of getting a kill there with both the Fervor and the Unspeakable Horror as well. Game 3 for all the marbles. Whoever wins this takes the championship belt. It's not really a belt, but we'll pretend it is. This is WWE Runeterra Championships.
And we see an early, wow, he's just completely disregarding the Arena Battlecaster and prioritizing having a 1-drop on curve to start damaging. I like that approach by Sergio. He needs to pull the trigger here. We're going to see a House Spider here on turn 2 into a Draven on turn 3 most likely. And that's going to allow Sergio to try to push as much damage as possible before Twisted Fate comes down and board wipes everything here.
That's
which
the
is going to
problem.
be really bad.
TF will have priority on turn 4 for Pettish, so he'll be able to play
favorite. Oof,
he'll be able to play red card before crowd favorite comes in, which is obviously a huge deal there. So the attack token matters a lot. The order in which it presents itself for these players on evens now for Pettish is going to be pretty massive here. But this is a scary board to look at, and Pettish currently has nothing developed. So this is a little bit spooky. You do have Mystic Shot, Get Excited, and the Ballistic Bot as some sort of a blocker here now as well.
Yeah, but it's looking like a very powerful Twist of Fate coming in and double crowd favorite with no proper board. And like that's the problem that I have with so many crowd favorites. Like when you combine that with Augmented Experimenter, it can slow down your game significantly. You know, like this deck, as much as it can high roll, crowd favorite I feel like is better as a 2F because of his ability to really clunk up your hands. I don't even know if that's an expression, but I'm gonna go with it. Get Excited goes down onto Draven. Knock him out. Today, Pettis has enough, ego, and referring to Draven.
No Mystic Shot onto the 2/2 is interesting. TF, of course, will clean up all the 1/1s. And this is the thing now. If you don't play TF now because you want to get more value from it, you open up crowd favorite to come down and to be not the biggest ever, but big enough to be, a valuable unit and good enough for 4 mana as well.
But here's the counterpart. If you don't drop Twist of Fate immediately,
Pettis is going for the. I mean, this is clearly preemptive pick a card. It means TF is coming down no matter what. Sergi, I think he wants to get this crowd favorite down no matter what as well. He wants to get it down. That being said, yeah, you can gold card and then Mystic Shot next turn.
Never lost a fair game.
Or you can just blue card.
Oh, Pettis is going
for the
in for the level up. Wow, that's kind of crazy considering the matchup, but he does have a Rummage in hand. He has a Rummage in hand. That means he's gonna get the level up guaranteed. That's why he's going for this. And that's stress testing with the Rummage. This is a guaranteed level up, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing said he can do to stop this. There's no Hush in this region combination. So Twisted Fate is leveling up, and then that red card is gonna hit. And he can very easily enable it with cards like all these burst speed spells. This red card is going to be very easy to trigger. And that means that even if Serki, takes some time and builds up this board, he needs to rely on his big Overwhelm units. He does have the Vision, which can be discarded by the Axe or even the Poro Cannon. So he's got some plays here. But this Twisted Fate going to really show why he's considered to be the #1 champion in Legends of Runeterra as of right now.
And that was possibly a risky play here. Not
Super
playing
risky.
the second crowd favorite first, trying to go for the optimal value, and might be punished
and win them all. Here we go. Yep. Sergio, you can see it in his face. That's the last thing he wants to see. That stress testing really pushing for the level up right here. There's a suit up on top of that, and there's no way. Wow.
Not trying to go for it burst speed means that.
Wow, that's huge. That's
you give priority now to Sergi, and he can now develop the crowd favorite without being punished.
The crowd favorite.
This is something that a lot of players with leveled up TF don't understand. The blue card is the thing that even if you're playing burst speed, but in this case you're playing Fizz as well, it gives priority back to your opponent because it's an action that you have to accept basically. And this is a scary board.
Yeah, but it's still like the 7/6 will be gold carded. The 5/4, I mean, can grow up to 7 attack with Axe into Vision, but it's still not quite enough. From this point onwards, Sergi's gonna have to desperately rely on that Augmented Experimenter to get that Twisted Fate off the board and try to work for a kill next turn. That's basically Sergio's game plan here, but it is looking very, very scary because Pettis has so many options.
Here's 2 cards being played from Pettis, so we'll see red card coming down to take down the 1 HP units, and the blue card coming down, or the gold card to take down, and cleans up everything really. This is just, the entire board will be cleaned up essentially.
No attack either. He's got what, like a house spider to attack with? That's devastating. That is massive for Pettis. That's really, really, really good for Pettis. This is it's looking really promising for the Russian player. As down goes the weaker crowd favorite, or second favorite, as House Fader attacks and could potentially represent a trade with Twisted Fate if Sergi would go for the Axe. But there is a suit up to... Oh, actually, you can't suit up here. So, this... You could still use Fizz to block here even, but honestly, I don't think you need to block here. Oh, wow, going for the... holding on to that Vision in hand. Okay. Yeah, because he wants to use it with... He wants to augment their Experimenter next turn 100%, which is...
Yeah, to just
to be
try and take down TF really is the biggest thing. But even if you try taking down TF on the stack, you can really just line up all those Destiny cards either way to get a lot of value from it. So
Yep, and this crowd favorite will be going down if that happens.
And you still have right now, you can play Poro Cannon, you can play out the Burblefish, you can still have a pretty strong attack for next turn as well. So this is looking very strong for Pettish. Leveled up TF we've seen it take over games by himself. And saving the Poro Cannons and the Burblefish now to just use it as ways to get the cards from TF very quickly for low mana. I like that.
This
and Rummage as well. Double Rummage here, so
yeah. I'm telling that's good for Pettis, but I like this Experimenter for Sergio. Like it's as good as Experimenter is gonna get, really. It can threaten the TF, kill it. There's no more Twisted. Actually, is that pick a card or is that an actual Twisted Fate in his hand?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it is pick a card, but it might be a TF. If it's a TF, then we're back all over again. There is the Iterative Improvement on Burblefish. The Burblefish army warming up here. We see 2 more in hand, 0 mana already.
I would expect a Rummage here onto the Daring Poros. He doesn't really need them. Yep, and this allows him to get the gold card, which means the crowd favorite is going down, and that is Sergio's win condition. And that's really bad. That's
the Rummages
really bad.
Works so well with the Burblefishes. Once you get those cards you maybe don't want, you have the Rummage to cycle them and find something else. TF goes down. We'll see. Okay, it's not a second TF, so that's silver lining. If it was, we could see TF being played and then 2 Burblefishes to follow it up and just get all the cards again. So Burblefishes come out. Going to be a big attack here, a very big attack here from Pettish, but he cannot play Mind Meld this turn, so it won't be lethal just yet. And is there a chance here with the right draws for Sergio to come back into it?
I would play Zep here. I would definitely play Zep here. You still have 2 mana, and your opponent's completely tapped out. You get another blocker in there, and there's no you can gear up that spell mana for the next turn anyways when you're not attacking. I see no reason not to Zap Spraven here unless you want to go for bigger card. If you want to go for bigger card, that's fine. But with double Rummage, I don't know if that's necessary. Yeah, I like this Zap play. Pushes more damage, helps you draw. There's that get excited. That goes a long way. Now we're looking at a total of 12 damage, dropping Sergio down to 6, which means a second get excited draw will seal the deal here. All of a sudden, the burned player is on risk of being burned. And there's Twisted Fate.
Yeah,
there he is.
I mean, it's the fact that you want to play Zap because now you're just a 2-turn timer for sure. Now you can take on your opponent next turn. You don't give discard aggro a chance to come back into the game with Jinx, etc. if you take it too slow. And I can't imagine anything can be done here. Sergi, obviously very unfortunate.
Gotta rummage. Gotta find Jinx. Nope. that's what you want to rummage.
Discard target, and the surrender comes in.
And
Pettish.
That's a wrap. Pettish is the victor for the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Legends of Runeterra tournament. Congratulations to a fantastic player with my personal favorite lineup of this tournament as well. I really like this strategy. I think it didn't overcommit to anything specific, and he definitely deserves the title. But also a big shout out to our fellow countryman Sergio for a phenomenal run, making it all the way to the finals, and just some great plays as well. Some great Runeterra today.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, it was again a very tough thing to do when you're seeing TF level up on turn 4. It's so hard to go up against. I think, obviously, props to Pettish. I think he played fantastically. And like I said before, you have to win 10 rounds in a row to get this championship. So it's very, very impressive from him. But already, TF leveling up turn 4 made it extremely hard in any matchup. So what I mentioned with TF Fizz, maybe having bad or good matchups, but in any matchup, it can just go off with Mind Meld, with TF, and really take over the game. But props to Pettish, great lineup. I think very strong line, like you mentioned, one of your favorites. I think it was also just very sound in terms of the strategy and the thought put behind it. And again, very clean play, and big congrats to Pettish.
At one point, Pettish made a pretty ballsy play with the level up setup on the Twisted Fate, considering he's facing a matchup where, Mystic Shot and Get Excited is a thing, right? But I think he also very well understood that was the turn he wanted to play crowd favorite, right? Continue to curve on, and going for a level up setup that well, if it goes bad, it goes bad. You still draw a lot of cards with pick a card anyways. And because of the low curve nature of your deck, you're going to be able to play most of them anyways. So that play made it so that, hey, if you don't have the answer right now, I'm on my way to winning this game. That's what happens with the Fate. Sometimes you got to gamble a little bit in certain matchups, and if it goes your way, man, that level up is so powerful and so satisfying, so tilting to go against though. It really, you don't notice how strong it is until you actually face a leveled up Twisted Fate. But very strong performance by Pettis right there. Very, like I said, really liked his lineup, and big shout out to Sergio as well. I loved how I really love how he was able to counter that Fizz Twisted Fate deck himself with spiders, right? Which many would deem as like out of the three, the weakest deck, right? But that's not really all there is to it. The more you think about it, and I don't know, I really like both players' lineups and strategies. Very different, and I think that's a good testament to how diverse the meta is right now.
Yeah, and like you said, I think Pettis made a very risky play, but it's sometimes there are plays that are risky, but the payoff is so good that if it goes through, I don't want to say, leveling up TF is an insta win, but in so many matchups when he does level up,
it kind of is.
It's really hard. I don't really see games very often where TF levels up and that player ends up losing. It happens not very often. So again, very risky play by Pettis, but it really did pay off, and he really was able to take over this game and win the entire thing. And of course, that's not just the pride of being EU's champion for this season, for Cosmic Creation season. It also comes with a whole lot of prize money. So risky play, but it does pay off in many ways here for Pettis. And checking out the bracket
it's also fitting for Twisted Fate in a way, right? Like sometimes you got to take that gamble, right? And definitely worked out here for Pettis, as you said right here. Look at Pettis. Look at his run right here, facing all sorts of different nationalities. Starting off there with Swap Blue in the quarterfinals. We don't have access to like the prior, the top 16 and top 32. I almost went with that, invention for top 16 that I had earlier. and then taking down Trish Fangirl in the semifinals. Trish really was very impressive because Trish Fangirl is the one who managed to take down Ultraman, which is one of the favorites in this tournament. And Pettis managed to get a very dominating 2-0 victory over there, as he gets a 2-1 victory over Sergio, who has done phenomenal this entire event. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the 10-0 and the 9-1 of this event.
And Pettis in the first few rounds took down M.A. Asher in the very first round, and then Albert in round 2.
Phenomenal player too.
Took down 2 Spanish players and 2 French players and 1 player from Norway to round things out. But again, very, very strong showing from Pettis. Unfortunately, as far as we know, he only speaks Russian, doesn't have great grasp of the English language. So a winner's interview will not be possible to kind of pick his brain and find out more about his lineup and strategy, which is unfortunate.
I can try, but I'd recommend it.
I think
I don't think it would.
I think we're gonna opt. There was a meeting held, and we had decided to opt against Mogwai trying to speak Russian. Could be entertaining for the Twitch chat. Maybe not so much for Mogwai's reputation as an interpreter. I think that career path would quickly disappear.
Reputation. What reputation, dude?
That's also a good point.
I called Norway, Finland, and Russia Hungary. Like I'm done.
That's true. That is a tough one to come back from for sure. But
this is hard. It's hard.
We'll have some hope for you, Mogwai. Let's hope you can have a redemption arc of your own. And next tournament, you'll know all the flags in Europe. Okay, that's your mission, your geography homework for the next seasonal. But I believe without a winner's review, that will be everything from us. So that will be the end of the cast, the end of the tournament. As always, thank you guys for joining us here for the seasonal. As always, Mogwai, a pleasure casting with you. We've known each other for many years, and always a great joy. Not only as a professional aspect, but also just a fun aspect. Casting with you is always great. And quick reminder, there is still the NA tournament happening after this one, so stay tuned on social media, the Player Runeterra account. Get all the details there about when that broadcast starts, when who the casters are, who the players are, etc. Because there's still one more big tournament and a big region at that, with NA having a lot of American players, but also Brazil as a big region as well, really powering through in the Americas side of things and making a big splash as well. Anything you want to add?
It's going to be really hype. Hopefully you guys are excited for that. I mean, I was going to start off, with the classical NA Omega LOL, but I'm going to go ahead and skip that. But when you start, mentioning South America in there, it seems exciting. There's definitely going to be, there's a lot of powerful players. Jokes aside, like NA has really strong players behind it, and it's going to be really fun to see. You guys will be, there'll be fellow American casters for that one, and that's basically all I got to say. Thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned for, these seasonal tournaments that will be going throughout, these months. There's going to be a lot of events, and if you want to try yourself or try it out yourselves, English, then you can always try to qualify through the client, and that's all I got to say. Great day of games.
Go ahead.
Go.
Quick reminder.
I was just extending, honestly. Just go.
This tournament will be uploaded to YouTube. I will personally make sure that's the case. So if you want to
with thumbnails, with a thumbnail, we will get a thumbnail for it.
It's maybe asking too much, Mama.
No,
but
no,
we'll try.
no.
We'll try. We'll push. We'll try
Thumbnail.
and get that. But definitely stay tuned onto the Player Interior YouTube if you want to check out the action once again on there as well. So that's it from us. Hope you guys enjoyed the tournament, and we'll see you guys in 2 months' time for the next seasonal with the whole Shurima expansion out already. So will be a very exciting one, and we'll see if we can see some repeat players making it into that seasonal as well. And take care.
And I'll have a good mic as well. I have a good mic, so that would be nice too. Bye.